why not? Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty House.
Morning, everybody.
We have a weird thing where TJ, pessimistic Kings fan, is who we see as the first one in today. Who gets the belt?
Honor system. Tyler Jennings, is that you? Did you win today?
Yeah. So it says 9:40 is the first time someone made a comment. That just seems weird because the stream was up early. What's going on, everybody? Joe and I were just talking about crooked noses. He has a crooked nose.
Absolutely. Broke it playing baseball when I was very young.
So when my oldest, I think he was like 2.5, good sized melon on the boy, and like burly. He was always stocky, and he got upset, and I was holding him, and normally I was always aware, and when you're a dad, to duck and to avoid getting headbutted.
Yeah.
Because kids headbutt all the time. I wasn't paying attention, and he crushed my nose, like from the left side.
Oh, man.
So I had gone to UC Davis. When I was at Davis, I went to the student clinic because I'm like, not because of my nose, but because I had allergies horrible in Davis, which makes sense because Davis is nothing but a city of trees and alfalfa and weird stuff. Anyway, they're like, hey, like, when did you break your nose? And I'm like, oh, I don't know. They're like,
oh, man.
Well, like your whole left side is crushed, like deviated septum, everything. The whole left side is just shot. Yeah, it was all because of my oldest. Just completely.
Wow.
Kids, what are you gonna do?
Completely crushed my whole 20 years ago.
Also, the start of the King's curse, right?
What's that?
Is that he came around the time of the playoff drought, right, or something like that?
Oh, he was born the day that Chris Webber blew out his knee.
Okay, that's it.
May 8, 2003. Yeah, I was sitting in a hospital room, looking up at a 13-inch television.
You can find a 13-inch TV like at the store, like anywhere.
No.
No chance, right?
Pawn shop.
Maybe,
Yeah.
The old 13-inch VCR TV combo sitting up in the corner.
Dude, those
I'm familiar.
Those TVs, I can't remember the exact name for them. They're super expensive now.
Well,
right, here we go.
Crappy retro. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia is here. We got Joe Brazil over behind the glass. No Kyle Madsen today. What's going on, Jesse? How are you?
What's up, James? What's up, Joe? How you guys doing?
I think we're
I feel
good.
great, man.
You think?
I'm excited.
Yeah.
You could be bad right now.
I don't. How hot is it supposed to be today? That determines whether it's only. My watch says 74, but I don't believe it.
Does heat matter to James Ham though? You're in the nice studio, and then you get to go home. Wow, there's a lake.
I look outside and get sunburned, Jesse.
That's true. I forget.
I'm like super, super pasty.
That's facts.
Yeah. There's nothing I can do. I have two choices. I can be white or I can be red. Like those are the only two options here. There is no tanning.
If it's less than 100, then I'm cool with the heat. If it's more than 100, I'm out.
We went for a walk yesterday in the afternoon, and I think it was 87 when we left the house, and I thought it was going to be horrible. And I wear a weighted vest when I go walking, trying to get my calories burned and my heart rate up. It wasn't bad at all. It wasn't like a breeze kicked up. I'm like, what is happening? Like I felt comfortable at 87. But I do not like 100-degree weather. It's just
horrible.
It's horrible. Yeah. But I guess I could go out and get on a boat and just sit on the lake. And the lake is always about the water, the air on the lake when you're sitting on the lake is about 10 degrees cooler than it is outside because you're on a body of water. And then right now the lake water is 79, 80 degrees. So it's just perfect.
Oh, dude, that sounds amazing.
Well, what did I just see? Says it's not 100 till next Tuesday/Wednesday. So we're good for about weak, boys. We're
Well, unless it's like 98 and people are like, oh, well, it's not 100. It's like, okay, but that's still hot. We are, of course, the Insiders. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. You can listen to us here on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2. You can join us at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, where we have the lively chatty house, and you're always welcome to join us there. Find us on Twitch. You can also, in the future, find us on the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, wherever you get your podcasts. Basically, we're everywhere. We have inundated like every single channel you can possibly watch or listen.
Yeah, you have no excuses, to be honest.
No, you have no excuses. And I always tell people, just turn them all on at the same time. Like, why not?
Yeah.
Just have them playing at different times. So it's like, hey, I missed something.
You get those numbers up.
Or you get like an echo. That would be spectacular. Just an echo. Anyway, Kyle is on an adventure, and I'm super envious of Kyle for this trip him and his dad are going on. They're in Chicago this morning. I think they're catching a Cubs game tonight.
Cubs Pirates tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Morning, yeah.
And then they're going to fly to Boston, where they're going to go to Fenway and catch a game there as well. And it made me think, number one, I just want to like jump in the suitcase and go with Kyle. But like, Jesse, what's your number one like sports memory as a kid that really became that helped you become a sports fan?
Well, real quick, while we're talking dads, shout out to my dad. Happy birthday to him. The big 5'3" this year, I believe.
Mr. Tapia.
Mr. Tapia to those that follow on D'Lo and Casey and stuff. Yeah, Mr. Tapia to those on the Insiders. Happy birthday to dad. Growing up, I guess I was just doing stuff with my dad, like watching sports, like because like watching the Dolphins has been a pain in my ass for the last 25 years. But like we go to sports bars or sports restaurants and stuff like that, and kind of just go watch the games, and kind of grew up doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, doing stuff like that, I think, is my favorite.
So
like now it's turned into something because like my cousins are Dolphins fans too, and my uncles, like from Tracy. So now we'll all get together on Sundays, whether it's in Modesto or Tracy, or sometimes they'll come up here. We'll all just get together for the games and all that.
Okay, so every weekend you guys do that.
Yeah.
What about you, Joe?
Yeah, I gotta say, one of my earliest memories of playing sports and being around sports with my dad is T-ball and Little League. I remember he was the head coach. He was the manager of my team all the way up until I was about 11 or 12. And he was always out there every day. He made it work, man. So shout out to him as well. I would say he's definitely the reason why I love baseball so much. So.
It's cool. I loved coaching T-ball and Little League.
Oh, yeah.
I did. I absolutely loved it. And my son hated it.
Really?
Hated it. He would leave his hat. He would leave his glove. He would leave his cleats. We were late to practice because he would fight me the entire time. Absolutely hated it. We moved up to where I live now, and we got him into soccer, and he instantly found it. Like, it was just like a light switch went off, and it's like, oh, he found his joy on the soccer field.
Yeah.
So we switched over, and he played soccer forever. And just like that, being a dad and getting to see that was fun. But like growing up, my dad wasn't a big sports fan.
Really?
He watched sports, but he also worked a ton. So like if you were ever to get in a car with my dad and drive through downtown Sacramento, he would tell you every building that he helped build. So including like the ziggurat, everyone calls it the pyramid.
I call it the ziggurat now because of you.
It is a ziggurat.
I do.
And it was a money store. My dad helped build it. That's why I know that. Or, like the state capitol remodel in the 70s, my dad did. So he was always working, but I have a brother who's 15 months older than me, and we played sports nonstop. We would fight the whole time. We played wiffle ball. We throw the football around. We played sports forever, and we just became big sports fans, which is weird because I didn't really. My parents weren't big sports fans growing up.
Shout out to the parents. I remember one time me and my dad were playing catch in the front yard. I threw my dad under the bus, I guess, with this. When I was a little kid, we're playing catch in our neighbor's house. Like, they have these little not front porch lights, but just in the driveway lights and stuff. And they got like these glass casings around them. So we're playing catch, throwing whatever back and forth. And I guess I'm not throwing it fast enough or what he said. Oh, you got to throw it like this. And we're getting like, the whole, I'm throwing it as fast as I can or whatever. Back and forth. He's like, no, throw it like this. He throws it, breaks the glass, right? I drop my glove and I run my ass inside. Left him out there to deal with that or whatever. My fault, Pops, but yeah,
that's hilarious.
That's always something we talk about.
That's awesome.
Yeah, to go
that's
to the
awesome.
neighbor's house. But yeah, we were playing catch and I broke your little lamp or whatever.
Well, shout out to Kyle and his family for going out there and hitting a couple of baseball stadiums.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool. Wrigley and Fenway. That's I don't know how you top that trip.
No, it doesn't get any better,
Unless
especially
old
now
Yankee
that
Stadium existed at
yeah,
still or
or
whatever,
Old
but
Tiger Stadium
yeah.
too. Like, but they're gone, and so like I think that would be the only other thing that could even be in the realm. But as far as baseball,
Yeah.
it's a trip that I would love to do. I've been in Wrigley, but I haven't been to a game, and I haven't been in Fenway. I've been to Boston, but I haven't been to Fenway.
Yeah, I
That
haven't
would be
been out there.
amazing.
Been out there yet. I gotta get out there one day.
I did catch a game at Old Yankee Stadium.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, many years ago.
just been to the Coliseum, AT&T Park. It's Oracle now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Oracle.
Did you ever go to Candlestick?
I've been to Candlestick for Niners games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think I
I
got
gotta
out
step
there
up my
before.
baseball stadium game.
Yeah, I actually haven't been to very many stadiums either. The Coliseum, Oracle, and then
Shout out Sutter Health Park.
Sutter Health Park. I used to
Sutter.
work there,
Yeah.
so
Park.
shout out Sutter Health Park.
Okay, let's get into a couple of the weird topics that are happening today. What are the Knicks doing, Jesse? Like I don't know. They have reportedly called the Dallas Mavericks about Jason Kidd. They called the Minnesota Timberwolves about Chris Finch. They called the Houston Rockets about Emi Udoka. Like, can they just find their own person?
Sounds like James Dolan was unhappy with the result of the season. And it seems like only James Dolan was unhappy, just given what I read after it and all that. And it seems like they had no plan. This is classic Knicks. This is why they're the Knicks. It's just you felt like he kind of got out of the way and all that the last few years because they've been winning. And it's just now you fire Tibbs and it's like you're telling us right now you have no real plan. You've been going to every team. Hey, can we interview your coach? Can we have your coach? And it's like it's not working.
What it feels like is like the Knicks show up at a hotel, and in one ballroom there's like a singles mixer, and then the other ballroom there's like a whole bunch of married couples like having dinner.
Yeah, but they want that to be a swingers party.
And exactly. I didn't know if I was gonna take it there, but it's like they walk into the one that says like married couples.
Yeah.
They walk in and it's like, hey, can I dance with your wife? And it's like,
no, this is not what's going on here.
it's like, no, like, who are you and why are you here? It's like, you need to leave. It's like, oh, okay. So they wander to the next table, a couple over, like, hey, I was wondering, would your wife like to dance? It's like, no, you can't dance with my. What is happening, Jesse?
A lot of these teams happily married to Ime Udoka just got married to the Rockets like last year or the year before that.
Yeah.
Like they're happy.
Yeah, and not only that, but the Timberwolves they gave up a bunch of stuff to get Chris Finch.
Yeah,
they like went out and paid.
They fired a coach. I think mid-season it was this whole ugly process. Like, no, Chris Finch is our guy. Like
they fired a coach and hired Finch the same night, who was an assistant on someone else's staff.
Yeah,
and then Jason Kidd is like, all right, well, I might be game. I don't know. The Mavs are like, no. He's like, well, I don't know. Maybe it's like he's out there again hiring assistant. He just hired Jay Triano. But that's the one where you're like, okay, what exactly is happening? This has got to the point where it's really, really weird.
Yeah, at this point, it's whoever they hire is now the rebound.
Yeah, because now everybody knows, like, you chased a lot of other people before.
Yeah,
you like, yeah, it's weird.
It's a pretty hard stat. It's a tough job too. You just fired a coach where it's like, if to me the way you did it, like the standard was the finals, he didn't reach it, so we fired him. Now you're bringing in a coach where it's just finals or failure. That's a tough job to go into.
I think it's a tough job, but at the same time, I don't mind a tough job with Jalen Brunson and with Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby.
Maybe Giannis if you make the right calls. Maybe KD if you make the right calls.
Yeah, I mean that's again. I think that's you're the Knicks.
Yeah,
like every possibility is out there, right? So if they're willing to spend, which it seems like they are, like it's not a bad job. Of course, there's going to be scrutiny, but I'm kind of surprised. There's a list of coaches here that all are named Mike that I'm surprised haven't been called, or maybe they have been, but I'm surprised that as opposed to trying to steal somebody else's coach, Mike Brown, of course, is out there. Michael Malone is out there. Mike Budenholzer is out there.
Yeah, all the Mikes.
Like I honestly think they're probably going to end up with one of the Mikes.
Mike Malone feels like the right answer for me. Just given he's got the ring and all that stuff. Like he's been there before. I mean, Budenholzer as well, but Budenholzer's more removed. Mike Brown is not a favorite option, but
Well, I think he's very well liked within the walls because he has connections with their management group. And so I wouldn't be shocked if Mike Brown is a option or even the head coach of the Knicks next season. He's the one who doesn't have a ring
yeah,
of this group. But I don't think
still
he.
won over his career.
Yeah, I don't think you ding him for that. I mean, of
No,
course, he
but
had
that's just
young
why I
LeBron.
prefer hiring Mike Malone. He stands out to me, I think.
Yeah, but is Mike Malone too much like Mike? I mean, like Tom Thibodeau?
I think Mike Malone's more willing to play his bench guys.
Okay.
Like the Denver ran out of the depth the last couple of years. That was kind of their issue, more so than anyone else in their starting lineup and all that. And I feel like maybe Mike Malone feel like he ran out of options, but if you get him to New York, and yeah, he'll play with that team.
Yeah, I just think he's like
he's
personality wise.
Yeah, he's a tough personality. He's probably not where the league is headed, I guess. With just now you probably see more coaches that are kind of player coaches, I guess would be the term. We're just
it's funny
with the guys and all that, but I still think Mike Malone would work in today's NBA. Even with that personality.
My experience with Mike Malone was that he is a good dude and that he is a player's coach, but he grades on management. Like there's always an adversarial relationship between him and somebody else.
Gotcha.
Always.
Is he kind of like a Jim Harbaugh type?
Maybe
like Jim, I think, had issues with 49ers front office, kind of that got sour or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know what the case was with Michigan and all that, but that was just kind of the case. Like Jim was a great coach and all that. Yeah, Soren Smith just threw it in there right now. It says Mike Malone equals Jim Harbaugh. So I wonder if it's kind of something like that.
Yeah, I mean, he just spent 10 years in Denver. Mm-hmm. So I mean, if you can spend 10 years somewhere, and like, look, I've always thought Mike is a good dude.
Yeah.
You know, he's a family guy. He's a smart guy. You know, he has a lineage with his dad being an NBA like head coach and an assistant for decades. But that doesn't change the fact that he can be a little, you know, again, intense. He's intense. And even like the way it worked with the Kings here, him and Pete D'Alessandro, like they didn't have a conversation like the last 6 weeks that Mike was in the building.
Yeah, it's not great. I don't hate intense. Like I feel like intense is okay if you just are able to just show it the right way. Because if you're just yelling the whole time or whatever, just yelling to yell, like nobody's gonna buy into that. But if you have a standard that you're trying to reach and people can see it, like yeah, like that's fine.
Yeah,
I think it's a matter of like you got to connect with the guys.
Mike Brown has always been a guy who connects with the guys, but also has insane standards.
Yeah,
like he's meticulous and like the focus on the details really stand out for Mike Brown.
Would you say Mike Brown lost the locker room at the end of his tenure with the Kings?
I would say that the locker room lost its own way. You had too many people with too many ideas about where the Kings should be and who they should be, and the wrong mix of players to make that happen.
Gotcha.
And, you know, so no, I don't think he lost the locker room as much as I do think that like there was dissension between certain factions within the locker room. And I guess that if you get to that point, you can say he lost the locker room. But I also think he's a wonderful coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like any coach that can get you 18 more wins in his first season is a really good coach. Anyone who wins NBA Coach of the Year twice is a really good coach.
That is also the kiss of death, by the way, though.
No, it is.
2018 and 2023, all those coaches that won are gone now.
All right. Well, we're going to step aside. We got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. There's Kevin Durant rumors are swirling everywhere. And that should be interesting. Team USA got absolutely stomped yesterday by Switzerland 4-0 in the Gold Cup. That was embarrassing. We got the NBA Finals coming up. And then we, of course, are going to dive into more Sacramento Kings point guard talk, which is something that has been the key topic for maybe the last 2-3 weeks. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jeffy Lube. We'll be back in just 1 minute.
What's going on, Chatty House?
What's going on, everybody? Wheezy. Why you gotta say stuff like that, Wheezy?
Why not? Why not, James? Yeah, this is good stuff. Anything that's happening in Sacramento is always great.
Yeah. Yep, we saw the vote. Russ Dog, I don't have more on this. Sorry. I was reading NBA Guru Zach. You're still shocked that you think that I think that the Hawks would take Levine, who nobody wants, for 2 years for 2 firsts for Young. They would never do that. Zach, like, I don't know if they would take Levine, but Trae Young very well could be traded at any time from the Atlanta Hawks. And I know that from multiple sources. Soren Smith, the city council voted unanimously to allow a 12,000 seat soccer field to be built in the rail yards. And so we will have the Republic will get their new stadium, and it's I think it's upgradable to 22,000 seats.
I saw that 20? tweet. I don't remember who tweeted it, but yeah, I saw that.
I think Biederman. We tried to have Biederman on today. It got a little weird, and Chris wasn't able to make it on, which is a bummer.
Chris, what do I need a broom for? I think we're playing the Rays. I guess, are the Angels about to sweep the A's?
The Chris Ochoa thinks they're going to sweep the A's, but we'll see.
The Angels got my Red Sox recently.
Yeah, so according to Chris Biederman, the stadium is expandable to 20,000 seats and add a canopy, and there's an ability to add a canopy down the road.
Ooh, throw them in MLS eventually, hopefully.
Yeah, I would love to see MLS in Sac. I think there should be MLS in Sac.
You could throw any sport here, to be honest, and it'll be a fan base.
They already selected their builder, who is Turner Construction Company. I'm excited to see what this is going to look like.
I'm pretty sure they could just start happening now.
Yeah, they can happen right now, but it's usually by NBA standards, it's frowned upon because the league doesn't want anyone taking away from the finals. As soon as the finals are over, I think this is going to get wild.
I hope so.
Yeah. Let me see. I mean, I see pictures.
He's ready to give the Celtics a first-round pick for Drew Holiday.
I don't think so.
Someone's got to do it. Hey, just give us insert contending team who has a pick you don't really want. It's a great point guard right here. You'll love him.
That's the problem if you're the Kings. Your picks are too good. So it's almost like you need to make a trade to go get a pick that's worse.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Drew later, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia joining me today, filling in for Kyle Madsen. We, of course, got Joe Brazil behind the glass. We keep him there, then we point at him and make fun of him through the glass when he can't hear us.
Yeah. They talk about you a lot in here, Joe.
So Chatty House is often like, they're like, what are they saying? What are they saying? And I've tried to emphasize this, that when the mics go off in there, I also do not hear it.
Yeah, just if James and Kyle are just talking to themselves and nobody can hear, they're talking about Joe.
Exactly.
Talking
Exactly.
about Joe.
And also, if I start talking while they have the headphones on, they can't hear each other talking.
Yeah, so
Because
that's
they
always
can hear
tough. Yeah, that's
me.
why I don't talk when D'Lo and Casey are doing
Exactly.
that thing either.
Yeah.
There's levels.
We do have the thing where we both make sure the mic is in front of our...
Somebody should sponsor Mound Visit. Mound Visit brought to you by Insert Sporting Goods Store.
Yeah, there you go. But there's only one.
You do it. Only
No.
one what?
Well, I guess Big Five still exists.
Well, but there's got to be more places that sell baseball gloves and all that, right? baseball.
I
Myth.
think it's just
There's no
just dicks.
Yeah. We gotta find a warehouse. That sounds
Different
amazing.
place,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
Shout out Dick Sporting Goods.
There we go. We've got all kinds of rumors swirling. Like we've been talking about it all week, how, or maybe even for the last month, how everyone feels that this is going to be a wild, wild offseason in the NBA. A lot of player movement. I think one of the biggest pieces that will get taken care of relatively quick is the Kevin Durant situation.
It seems like the first domino that's going to fall.
Yeah, so we have from Shams this morning, ESPN reporting the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant's business partner, Rich Kleiman, are sorting through trade options with interested teams mainly featuring Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, and New York.
Shout out Eddie Gonzalez. I think he was on D'Lo and KC last week and named those teams as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That makes sense because it feels like, well, first of all, he's about as tied in as you can get tied in to Kevin Durant, right? So he's going to know what's going on. But I think once Durant finds a home, it'll be like the floodgates. And I don't even think he'll hold up a lot of stuff. But if you look at that list of teams, you know, it could hold up a bunch of stuff. Like, again, if you're the Kings and you're like, maybe we can work out a deal with Miami, or maybe Minnesota needs to move off of Naz Reid. You
look at a team like San Antonio, they probably have a million options as far as directions where they can go this offseason, stuff that they want to do. And it's kind of like, I'm sure Kevin Durant isn't the only thing on their radar. They probably have option B, C, D, E, whatever you want to do, name the whole alphabet. So there's teams waiting on that. Maybe you're second in line with the Spurs for whatever player you're trying to send over for the 14th pick or whatever deal,
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think the Spurs specifically, they're like, they've got a superstar in Wembanyama. You had the injury, the medical issues, which is a little concerning, right? You brought in De'Aaron Fox. And then after that, you don't know the rest of the roster, whether they're sticking around or whether they're going to be pieces that will be traded for something else.
You got the rookie of the year there.
Yeah, even De'Aaron Fox. Like, I'm not convinced. Like, if you get into a bidding war with Giannis Antetokounmpo, right?
Yeah, you're not letting De'Aaron Fox get in the way of that.
Yeah, you're not. So I definitely, if you're the Bucks and you want to totally reset, like, that's a really good team. I think Houston and San Antonio are the teams you're looking at, but San Antonio, not only do they have the rookie of the year, but they have the number 2 pick in the draft. So it's like you could sit there and like try to load up if you're the Bucks and reset your roster really quick with young talent and hope that you find the right guys. So that's I would put them as like a really, really big contender for multiple, like not just Kevin Durant, but also the Giannis sweepstakes, which may or may not happen this summer.
Yeah, like we said, they have all the options in the world. It's literally up to them what direction they want to take. They could also stand pat and kind of just work with what they got and move after that. But
I this is pretty obvious. Like, if you're a Kings fan, you'd probably hope that that Durant goes to Miami or New York, right? But of the remaining teams, we got Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota. Which one scares you the most?
San Antonio.
Does it?
Yeah, San Antonio. Out of those 3 West teams, San Antonio definitely. Because Kevin Durant is he's still like one of the best players in the league. And he's not necessarily a guy who's always injured. He's going to miss some games and all that, but he's not going to only play 40 games a season, 30 games a season. At least it seems since he came back from his Achilles. So I think you put him with Victor Wembanyama and just 2 basketball geniuses. I just feel like,
yep.
And if you bring in Kevin Durant to the Spurs, you're keeping Durant Fox as well. I think you're only moving off of De'Aaron if it's for something like Giannis. So if you're able to have a big 3 of Fox, KD, and Wemby, you're off the top of my head, you're probably with OKC as far as title contenders come out west.
That's interesting. Yeah, like, first of all, people who maybe don't know this, but Kevin Durant and De'Aaron Fox are very close. They've been friends for a long time. Even when they were on Team USA together, it was something like Durant wanted him there.
Yeah.
Like, they've been close for a long time.
He is the missing piece for Houston as well, though. They lack a scorer. They lack someone who can just kind of take the reins and take them home. Like, KD would be perfect for that team. But I think if you were to throw him on San Antonio, that team's a lot tougher to beat.
Yeah, my biggest concern for the Kings, like, if there was someone that you would really want to focus on him not going to, it's probably San Antonio. Like, so if the Kings were like, you got to choose between Minnesota, Houston, and San Antonio. Houston's already really good. Minnesota's already really good, and Houston's only going to get better. I don't know what's going to happen with Minnesota.
Yeah.
But when I look at San Antonio, they go from being a non-playoff team, a lottery team with potential to be a playoff team, with Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox, but they take a leap into a 3, 4, 5, 6 seed in the West, which means they take up one of the spots.
Yeah, I think if you're a Kings fan, you probably want to see him in Minnesota.
Yeah,
like KD and Anthony Edwards. That's a playoff team and all that, but that's also something you can compete with.
Yeah,
like I don't think that's this daunting team like San Antonio would be, or even Houston.
Yeah,
Houston still be a little bit beatable as well, be a lot better, but I think just San Antonio would be like, all right, let's like KC says, like the league is in trouble.
Yeah, I think you're in trouble, but again, it's a short-term thing. Durant's,
probably 3 more years at most.
Maybe 3 years. That's possible, but he's only 1 year under contract, and I think Durant is going to be a lot more affordable to get than going after Giannis.
Yeah, Giannis, you're giving up pretty much the farm for him.
Yeah, you got to give up almost everything. Yeah, so I mean, but if you compare Wembanyama and Giannis, first of all, it would be like the most ridiculous jerseys, like just name-wise.
Yeah.
Like it would be a really, really long.
That'd be one of the most insane teams trying to defend.
Yeah,
it's just 2 out of this world generational 7-footers, and it's like, good luck to whoever's
anyone.
6'10", yeah, whoever.
Yeah. Especially with Wembanyama's ability to shoot the perimeter shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think the next step would be you have to go get shooters, like as many shooters as possible, which may be an issue with De'Aaron Fox being there.
Yeah.
Unless you use Fox to go get shooters. Yeah, I'm not convinced that that's like good for the league, but I certainly, having a small market team like San Antonio be relevant like they have been for the last, 40 years, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I don't rate it. Players got to go where they go, and GM's got to play off, like just work off of that.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't think, again, you don't see the Kings mentioned in any of these trades so far.
Yeah, it looks like they're not getting Kevin Durant.
They're not getting, although I will tell you, like, there was a lot of talk at the deadline last year about a potential Kevin Durant trade.
To the Kings?
Yeah, there was. How
much can you talk about that?
We didn't talk about it a ton. We brought it up, but there were rumors. And one of those rumors that just kept popping up from different sources, and you're like, exactly. And like all of a sudden it's like, hey, quietly, the Kings are really trying to get in on Kevin Durant right now. I'm like, wait, what? Like before they traded Fox, there were rumors that they were actually going to go and try to pursue him, right?
Would it have been like something like Fox for KD, or is like something to put KD with them?
I don't know.
Oh.
And that's where it kind of died down.
Gotcha.
I wouldn't have doubted if they were trying to put Fox with KD and Sabonis and not, in a different trade.
It's always so interesting. There's so many could have been deals that just we'll never hear about.
Well, there's so many
teams like where maybe they got super close or whatever, just didn't get the deal done, and maybe that never gets reported and stuff like that. Not talking about this KD and Kings thing or whatever, but just in general.
Yeah, no, you're right. There are there are things that we hear all the time, like as reporters, that you're sitting there, okay, like how can I figure this one out? What sources could I go to try to like bring this thing more to the light?
Yeah,
and a lot of times you just hit a dead end. You're like, okay, I can't. Whether it's like you can't get a hold of an agent, or one of your sources somewhere else says, yeah, that's not what I'm hearing at all. Even like right now, like there's a ton of chatter in Sacramento and around the league about Trae Young and the Kings, right?
Yeah.
We've heard it like last couple of days, like they're I don't remember who the guy was in Houston or Dallas that the Kings are interested in Garland, and they had
Grant Asfeth.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah, they had a deal in place for or a framework of a deal for Trae Young. And now, like, as you get past it a little bit, because these things pop up because there's a reason they're being brought to the surface, right? Like either somebody wants a trade to happen and it's not happening, or somebody doesn't want a trade to happen and they want sort of the backlash for a trade. And so there's always going to be reasons why something like this comes out. But the more I hear about the Trae Young stuff, the more intriguing it gets, because I do think the Kings and the Atlanta Hawks have had conversations. But the more I hear, the more I'm hearing that Scott Perry might not be, his hand isn't hovering over the button to say yes to a deal. Whether it's because he thinks that there might be better options out there for the Kings this summer, or whether he's not enamored with Trae Young as like the guy that you want running your franchise for the next couple of years. And then there's also the issue that Trae's got a year left on his deal, and then another year that's a player option, and he wants an extension this summer that would be massive. And it's, if you're going to put all your eggs in that basket, you want to be 100% sure that that's the player that you're really, really wanting to have around your team forever, because there's going to be cost to it, but to acquiring him. But also, like, if you're going to make a player, like give him an extension when he's already making $49 million, we're talking about the next deal is,
Might be around 60, 55, something like that.
I think it starts at 53 or 54, and then it goes up from there.
Yeah.
And that's just going to be a lot of money.
It is. And if you're not a Trae Young fan, I am. Like, I'd love Trae Young on this team and all that. I think it'd be great. I think you have to work around that, because obviously there's some defensive issues and all that, but that's just more things for Scott Perry to fix. But if you don't love him, or you're not in on that deal, you said the phrase better options this offseason. Like, I really hope you do end up with one of those options then. Because if you go through a whole offseason, it's like, yeah, we struck out. We tried, but we struck out. It's like, how many times have we heard that before?
Okay, so let's start there, because I think that that's one of the things that Scott Perry's facing, right? Like, I've already heard like some murmurs that, hey, there's a deal. Just make the deal. Make the deal now. Like, don't wait. Just do it. And that's because there are a lot of people in Sacramento, both internally and externally, who are sick and tired of what happened here during the Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox era, where you had this deal or you had that deal, and you had, how much of that do you think the baggage of the previous regime should Scott Perry be concerned with? And he's got to combat this.
That's
unfortunately,
the thing. He has to be concerned with 0% of it, I guess. It needs to be out of sight, out of mind for him. Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox's mistakes, throwing Vivek Ranadiva if you want, like, just their mistakes. That can't be like, oh no, well, we didn't get all these deals done last time. We got to get this done this time. Like, no, Scott needs to work how Scott works and do what Scott Perry wants to do. It's not just, oh no, we got to get this done because we didn't or whatever. Like, there needs to be a process and a plan. And I get kind of the rush and all that, but also you got to let the man work.
I agree.
And I don't think it shouldn't be on his mind or anything like that. It's just whatever plan he has in mind, put that into place and go through with that, I guess. But if the plan is to win, you got to do something though.
Yeah, I think the knee-jerk reaction, if they don't get anything done this offseason, is going to be to just put him in the same boat as Monty and West. Just like, hey man, you clearly you had deals.
It's unfair because he just got here and it's his first offseason. It's just, it doesn't work that way usually. We're just, get Trae Young or get the star player and all that. Like, we don't know how, I don't know how he views this roster and all that, but he does have to deal with just the narratives and the outside noise as well, though.
Yeah, and I think that would be like the freedom of having a true rebuild, of gutting everything and moving forward without, any of the players that you have now. Maybe one or two still fit what you're trying to do.
I wouldn't have minded a rebuild, like Keegan Murray playing whatever position. You got Keon Ellis, and then whoever, Zach Lane's here for 1 year, 2 years, just guys just working off of and all that.
But I'm of the same opinion. Like, it's a difficult situation to be in because there are expectations here that weren't met. And there were also like lots of chatter like this. The previous front office liked to make sure that everyone in the league knew that they were working on something.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. The whole, we would tell people they had deals and they just never got done. Like, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's what it does feel like that, right? It feels like, hey, like, why did you let that stuff get out in the open?
Yep.
And not only that, why were you used by everyone in the league to drive up the price of this player or that player? It's tough. So I'm intrigued by it. I hope that Scott is firmly putting his foot down and saying, hey, look, this is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, he needs to stand firm against the Sacramento Kings nonsense that's been plaguing this team for however many years. Insert whatever term or whatever, but he also needs to get stuff done too. It's kind of a balance act here.
Yeah, it is. It's tough, and it's something also that that I don't think that like initially. I think Monty won a lot of these battles in the same way that I think Scott is going to win battles early on. But if the productivity doesn't happen, if the change doesn't happen on the court, you start losing power here and there, and more and more and more. The one thing I would say is there is a lot of chatter right now. That's a little concerning because that means that people inside the building are saying things that some of the inner workings, some of the ideas that are out there are already bubbling up to the surface, and that's something that Scott's going to have to figure out and put his foot down and say, hey, look, we're not running this the same way that we did before, where all of this stuff is being mentioned and being dragged out into the press or into the public again and again.
How do you even figure something like that out? Because like, how I don't know if it was finding out the mole, finding the rat or whatever in the organization.
Yeah.
But like, it's now we got a new GM, and like you're talking about, like again, we're already seeing the plans come out to the surface and all that. It's just, how do you fix that?
Yeah, some random dude in Dallas somehow got like the frame what he has found is, and to be honest with you, a lot of what he put out there and is a guy that we never really heard of here in Sacramento.
Yep.
A lot of it is all of a sudden like I'm hearing a lot of it play out on behind the scenes. It's really a weird situation. All right, well, we're going to step aside. We're going to take a break, pay the bills. When we come back, we're going to continue this discussion. Plus, we're going to have a little bit of Jesse and I discussing like the options here between a guy like Trae Young and a guy like Darius Garland, and who we would probably chase if we were put in this situation that Scott Perry is. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Kyle, like, yeah, you're right about being agents a lot of time and stuff like that. But also, I feel like teams don't have these issues where it's like this is always leaking info all the time.
Yeah.
Some are able to keep a lid on it.
So I read something about, I can't remember what major corporation it was, but there was someone leaking stuff in it through emails or something like that. So they sent out an email, and in the email, there was one change sent to every single person. So like there was a space in one word that wasn't in the next email. And that's how they figured out who was leaking it, because the one that you get what I'm saying, every email is a little different.
Vivek, we have a plan.
So there you go.
All right. NBA guru Zach. Hey James, do you think the rumors of the Kings going for draft shows that Perry might want to rebuild? No, I don't think it has anything to do with the same. I think if you're Scott Perry, you're looking under every rock possible to improve your team right now. And you're also not going to say no to like a draft prospect that you think might actually be really good for your team. Like if you have a list of players and a player falls in the draft and he's high on your list, like why not go chase a way to move up in the draft to go get him? Like the Kings very well could go try to move into, back into the first round. I'm not sure that that's a good idea, but like, look, I don't think it has any indication that he's going to. You need young players on your roster, just straight up. You do. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the Darius Garland. No, like I would avoid that. Like, or how about something like, can they hear me right now talking? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see. The guy just said that there was a framework of a deal. He didn't actually give more than that. I have heard like some weird frameworks of deals, but they hadn't really gone past like some basics. It would like a potential 3-team trade. But again, I'm not going to get into specifics when I don't, again, if I have everything laid out in front of me, I would tell you and report it. But there's a lot of like missing pieces to the puzzle. That's an interesting idea, but my concern with Colin Sexton and John Collins, I just don't know what kind of like they've been in a situation where winning doesn't matter for a couple of years, and that's not good. Scott, my lower seats are done. The uppers are getting worked on, I think, starting tomorrow.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia today. We got Joe Brazil hanging out, running the board. There's been a lot of rumors last couple of days. We've seen the Darius Garland rumors. We've seen the Trae Young rumors. Those are two. I mean, I think we all like kind of set the standard, right? Like if the Kings are serious about rebuilding this summer, they have to find a top 15 point guard.
Yeah.
I consider both of those guys top 15 point guards.
Yeah, feels right. And
Yeah.
also, it kind of tells us where their thinking is also this offseason, where like you said, it's like the point guard position is kind of where we need to max out here and kind of fill out around the wings and all that. But like you're going for the gusto with this point guard spot.
Yeah. Also,
I don't know, like because we haven't really seen any rumors as far as like, oh, they're on this wing or anything like that, right?
no, not
I
yet.
haven't
But
seen anything like that.
I think their first priority is to find the quote unquote head of the snake. Like, how do you know what type of team you're going to be if you don't actually fill the point guard position first? It's it is by far the most important position in the NBA. Like again, wings grow on trees. The Kings just have never found that forest.
Went to that tree.
Yeah, they didn't find that forest that has
There's a lot
all
of
those
good
wings.
stuff here. Oh, I'm good. Let me get another point guard though.
Yeah, they just kind of wait for something to like fall over the fence. Like
we have a ladder right here.
It's right here. Yeah, just go. The wing tree is right there.
We're kind of offering here. Like, take some.
Yeah,
that was just never.
It's so frustrating. It's one of the
of the odder things that just went on this last few years.
Well, I think it's also been something that's plagued this team for like it's more than a couple of years.
It's true.
Like I think when we're I was surprised when we were doing the like breaking down the best teams since 2000, right? And in the new, in this 25-year span. And the best shooting guard you could come up with was, and again, this is not to be disrespectful, but was Doug Christie. I mean, we're talking about a guy who averaged like 13, 14 points per game.
Well, it's not even about Doug Christie. It's just more so. It was Buddy Hield next in line.
Yeah, Buddy Hield or Kevin Martin. And you're like, okay, that's where we get to, then you look around and like the small forward position, they've had some really good small forwards. Like whether, Rudy Gay is a good small forward, like Peja Stojakovic, they had Ron Artest.
Yeah, Peja was one of those guys.
Yeah, so we're shuffling through, but I also found it like very telling that your best power forward of the last 25 years, your best shooting guard, your best small forward, all played on the 2001 to 2004 Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I'm always just curious about how or what flipped. Because it seemed like from those early 2000s till it stopped, things were running. I don't know if it's just kind of Maloof's having to sell, starting there, just whatever that was.
The Maloofs ran out of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were living the high life, and then the real estate.
But it's like the dysfunction has still stayed too.
Well, no, you're right. You're right, but like the real estate market crashed in 2008. The Kings' final playoff year is 2006,
Mhm.
but the signs of that had started like before of the real estate market crashing, and like unscrupulous lending is what led to all this, right? So just a really, really weird way in which, they started to lose their money. They decided to build the tower for the Palms, and it cost 800 million bucks, and it just sunk them.
Yeah.
I mean, they sold their beer distributorship to build the tower, and a beer distributorship, like it literally is just cash. It's a cash earning business. I mean, just like
Prince money.
it's a cash cow. It prints money all the time. Like you can't lose money owning that.
Yeah.
And they did. They sold it, and there went your massive amount of income. Yeah, just
But bring it
bad
back.
timing.
Yeah, bringing it back here though, like to today, it's just winning's gonna cure all. It's like we talk about the Knicks, and they were always just this problem with James Dolan. They've won the last few years, not all quieted down. L Beam team 1 year when they won, there was no, oh, the Kings are dysfunctional. I was like, oh, they're winning.
Oh yeah, there's no chaos. It
Yeah.
actually was all uphill. Everyone's like super excited.
Scott
Everything
Perry
was
can
going the
shut
right
all
way.
that up with just the right moves.
Yeah. So let's look at these two players that we're hearing nonstop though. If you had your choice between Darius Garland and Trae Young, like where would you go? Like Darius Garland, like first of all, we'll just kind of get to some of the specifics of the two. Um, Darius Garland is 26. Oh no. He's 20. Why? Boy, I wrote this down. He's 25. He won't be 26 until January. He's like a full year and a half younger than Trae Young. Trae Young's 27 in September. I think Garland is a more efficient player. Trae Young is a better passer and a much bigger draw at the box office. Trae Young is a 4-time All-Star. Garland is a 2-time All-Star. And I think let's start there, Jesse. How crazy is it that the guys that the Kings are being mentioned chasing right now, both 26, 25, 26, 27-year-old All-Stars?
It's a little bit of a relief because honestly, the last few weeks we've been talking about all these players, whether it be LaMelo Ball, Trae Young. I've been kind of in the back of my mind, this is all pie in the sky, and like unless this is actually happening, this team's going to be in a bad spot this year. But to see like no, they're actually on these guys is like all right. It's encouraging because I didn't see a path forward, and we've talked about it unless you brought in someone better than Domas or Zach LaVine, and for you to bring at least rumored to be interested in Trae Young and Darius Garland and all those guys, like I can buy into that.
Yeah, I think I can too. Like, they're very different types of players, right? Yeah. And so, like Garland this season, shot 47.2% from the field, 40% from three on 7 attempts per game. Excuse me. 20.6 points, 6.7 assists. He's not a good rebounder at all. 1.2 steals. I think he's a better defender. The other thing he does is he turns the ball over way less. Like Trae Young turns the ball over like well over 4 times per game. But Trae Young is also more of a natural point guard. He has a ball in his hands more. He's a guy who has a much higher usage rate than Garland. Garland's usage rate capped out at 27.2 this year, which is like slightly off of his career best, which was 27.8. Where Trae Young, I'm going to guarantee, is well into the 30s. So when you're going out and looking at these two players, I have a tough time believing that Garland isn't a better fit for the Kings. When you factor in like he's not as much he's a point guard, but not a true point guard, more in the vein of the way De'Aaron Fox was a point guard, except for he's a better shooter than De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, Trae Young's usage was 29.6 this year.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like Darius Garland. I don't know if I like him just, and it's kind of unfair to him. Just I don't know if I like him more than Trae Young as far as like the guy on my team. Like who we're gonna just like who's gonna lead this forward.
Okay.
I feel like Garland's had to kind of play Robin to Donovan Mitchell and all that. So if in the right spot, he could kind of elevate and all that. But I feel like with Trae Young, I've seen it already. Like I've seen him get to the conference finals, and I do believe in Trae Young as a player. Like he's not better than Garland defensively by any means or anything like that. He's horrible defensively, call it what it is. But I just feel like, I don't know, for what I'm looking for in a team right now. I'd go Trae. I just feel like Trae's got that next level.
I think what you're trying to say is that Trae is a 1A.
Yeah, Trae's a 1A.
You know he is,
Yes.
and you're not sure if Garland can be.
Mhm.
You think Garland might be
Garland's a
able to be.
great player and all that,
Yeah.
but I don't know if he'll get there.
I'm intrigued. Because, again, we're talking about a young player, but also a young player that had his ascension
Mhm.
sort of curtailed by the acquisition of Donovan Mitchell,
Yeah.
right? So he's on his way up, and then all of a sudden you decided to take like a very big detour and go the Donovan Mitchell route and sort of take the ball out of Trae Young, out of Darius Garland's hands. I wonder if there isn't more that Garland has to offer.
And that's the thing. Like he could, but it's just I don't know. I'm always big on what I see right in front of me.
Okay, so if we look at what we see right in front of us, again, Trae Young led the NBA in assists last year at 11.6 assists. He turned the ball over 4.7 times per game. I mean, that is wild. I mean, it's basically a little bit better than a 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio. That's a ton of turnovers. Are you, and again, just some of his shooting splits, he shot 41.1% from the field and 34% from three. He's a career 35.2% shooter from three, and as high as a 38.2. I actually think Trae Young's shooting numbers would go way up playing with Domas.
Yeah, I'd stick with Trae. I don't want. I'd stick with Trae because I know Trae's gonna this is his team and all that. I know when fourth quarter gets here, he's gonna take over and all that stuff. It feels like with Garland, and maybe I'm just off with Garland and all that stuff. Like he's better than Domas and Levine, but it's just more so it feels like we're still playing through it's still Domas's team. Like if you bring in Trae, it's just more so now I'm looking how to build this team around him and stuff like that.
Okay, so I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're right in a certain way where if you brought Garland in, I'm not sure he's better than Domas, and I'm not sure he's better than Levine. But I now know that you got three players that are all on the same tier.
Yeah, they're all great players and all that, but I'm looking for something better than that this offseason.
Okay, and Trae, you can look at him and say, okay, he is a guy who kind of stands out as as the dude.
Yep.
I'm not sure, like the numbers don't always back up that Trae Young is like a great scorer. Like he's a volume scorer, where I think the one major advantage to Garland is he's figuring out how to be efficient. But I also, I don't know, like playing off the ball more is probably going to be difficult for Trae Young.
Yeah.
Using a player like Domas to get yourself open, as opposed to having to create for yourself the whole time is different.
Like if they're bringing Darius Garland, I'm like, oh, why did you bring in him? I want to Trae. Like, no, Darius Garland's still a great player, but if it's a matter of between Trae and Garland, who I prefer, I'd prefer Trae on this team.
Okay, I'm going to say I prefer Garland. And I'm worried about the injury history, but that would be where I would head. And it's just because I think that he can fit better. But I also know you're giving up something when you do that.
Because if you bring in Trae too, I'm thinking I got Trae here for the next 5 years. Levine's probably only here for a year, so it's also kind of just reworking in the future how you're going to build around Trae now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to step aside when we come back. We've got our number two. We are going to dive into the forward situation a little bit because the Kings need a lot more than just a point guard. And there's a player out there, a player archetype that the Kings probably want to chase. And I don't know if that player is going to be available. And I certainly don't know if you can find someone like him. So we're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in just a minute.
The thing secure, you got to keep building after that, though.
Yeah, if you're gonna trade for Trae Young, you pay him the money.
Yeah,
that's it. Like, I think that's the other thing. Trae Young has something we did not discuss all that much. He has a 2-year, $95 million contract, but the second year is like $49 million player option. He could opt out and just leave. Although I don't think he's getting $49 million on the open market because it's really difficult for any team to create that much cap space.
Yeah.
Darius Garland has a 3-year, $126.5 million deal. His escalates really quickly, which is interesting. So that could be a problem as well.
Michigan, I did see this. So this just means we get to watch the fight, right? We don't got to pay for it or anything like that, I'm assuming. I don't remember how the last Netflix fight was. They've never done anything as big as this one. So I'd imagine maybe they try to get you to pay. Either way, I'm excited for that fight. Got you. That'll be a stamp on Canelo's legacy if he gets that one. And Crawford's as well. Like they're 2 top 10 pound for pound fighters still. I'm not so sure Canelo gets them though.
Man, I just like Hawkes better as a player. I know Jovic has some big time upside, but I just like, me personally, I like Hawkes better. I think he is who he is, or Jovic is still trying to figure out who he is.
Karen, I get it. This is not how it works though.
No, it's not how it works, man.
Yeah.
Like free agent wise, okay, maybe you have trouble signing free agents. You're gonna have trouble signing free agents anyways. And the Kings don't have any cap space to sign it free agents. But when it comes to getting trades, there's nothing a player can do about a trade.
Aldrin, I don't think there's too many fights for him after this one, so I don't even disagree. I don't think it's disrespect. Russ, I'd probably go Canelo. Hate De La Hoya the most.
It's an interesting question. Bobby Hill. Oh, Bobby. That boy ain't right in the head. Yeah. Maybe? Welcome back into hour number 2 here on the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia. We've got Joe Brazil producing the show. We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Jesse, we've been super hyper-focused on the point guard position because that's what the Kings are hyper-focused on. But I think we heard it from Domas. We heard it from Doug Christie. We heard it from Scott Perry. The point guard position is like the most crucial thing that has to happen here. But on top of that, we need more length and athleticism at the wing.
Yeah, turns out there's a lot of tall NBA players in the league, James, and you need a lot of those players who can help defend the other players that are in the league. That generally helps you. And I think that's generally what we've seen from the top teams of the league the last few years. So it'd be great, yeah, if we could get some guys 6'7" and above.
Yeah, just players who play the other tall players.
Literally. That's and I know I'm being a smart ass or whatever, but it's like literally that's what they've needed for so long.
No, I'm with you. Like it really is frustrating.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter how many times like we've screamed it from the mountaintops, how many times I've wrote about it, how many times I've talked about it on our podcast or talked about it here on the show.
It's just so maddening because it's like you see where the league is now and all that stuff, and just length, athleticism, wings, like that's what it is right now. And it's just you don't want to go that way when everyone is over there.
Yeah, it really is strange that every team in the league has an ability to go find these wings, and the Kings have just struggled.
Keegan, you're going to be the 3 today, maybe be the 4 tomorrow. You're going to be the 4 again on Wednesday, and then back to the 3. Like he's the only guy, and it was the same thing with Harrison Barnes before they got Keegan there.
Yeah, and not only that, but it's like, hey, Keegan, we need you to go defend Steph Curry tonight.
Yeah,
it's like, well, he's like a all-time great point guard. Like, yeah, we don't care. Go defend him.
It'd also be nice if you could get 20 points tonight.
Yeah, and hey, we need you the next night. We need you to defend LeBron James. And like, but
you're gonna need another 20 as well.
One of those guys is like 6'2", 6'3", like 175 pounds, and the other one is 6'8", 275 pounds.
Yep.
Like, how are you supposed to change who you are as a? Yeah, it's just like we're always like asking for this one thing. And it doesn't seem like it's that big of an ask. You know, like even last year, it's not like everyone's saying, "Hey, go get Kevin Durant." People are saying, "Hey, go get Cam Johnson."
There was a point where we were asking for Jaden McDaniels. They think like, hey, maybe you shouldn't traded him off. You could have used him.
Yeah,
whoever McDaniels it was.
whichever McDaniels.
Yeah, Jalen, I think.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was more. I mean, you probably should have seen if he could play.
Yeah. And it's
but
less about like, oh, you passed on him, but no, you could have used some wings here.
yeah, it's something. There's something with him that people don't like want him around for whatever reason. So I'm kind of surprised by it.
Yeah.
Because it's not like he went and got picked up somewhere else and played the whole season for someone else.
Oh yeah.
He did show up, I think, on a 10-day contract or something late in the season. But it kind of brings us back to the forward position. And like, I got to be honest with you, there's a player in the league that is the archetype.
This has been your guy for the last few years, I feel.
Well,
just as far as just the type of player he is.
Yeah.
It works.
I mean, because here's the deal. Like when you're looking at a guy like Keegan Murray, you're like, okay, Keegan Murray, who do I want Keegan Murray to be like as a player? Right. And I think you start out with like Chris Middleton. You're like, okay, I want him to be Chris Middleton, which means he's a 20 point per game, 23 point per game guy, a guy who averages way more assists than what you expect, a guy who's like multifaceted, scores all over the place. And then all of a sudden Keegan becomes a better defender. And you're like, okay, like who do I want him to be now? And I always center around, for some reason, it's the Denver Nuggets, right?
Yeah.
So they have two forwards, and the reason I bring them up is the two forwards, it's almost the two paths you could take with Keegan Murray. Like one path is for him to be Michael Porter Jr. and just be an offensive juggernaut. The other is for him to be Aaron Gordon and be this guy who does everything. Isn't he's a great defender. He's again asked to do a lot of what Keegan Murray's done, like go defend multiple positions every single night. Not the 3-point shooter that Keegan is, because I think naturally Keegan will be a better 3-point shooter than what we've seen.
I had a crazy year this year though.
Who did?
Aaron Gordon had an outlier year.
What he shoot?
Shot 43%.
Yeah, that's spectacular.
Yeah, and was nowhere near that his entire career, but yeah, an outlier year this year.
Yeah, and I think like Aaron Gordon at age he's almost 30, right? He's sort of like fully become the player that, not that everyone thought he would be when he was a top tier pick, but he's become one of the more useful players in the league. And so like
he's an important player on a championship team.
Of course.
Yeah, he's played into that role.
Yeah. And I mean, in a perfect world, the Kings go get Aaron Gordon. Like that's just like cut and dry. Hey, go get Aaron Gordon. That would make your team better. And I just don't think that that's going to happen.
No, it feels like a bit of a pipe dream. I think if you're Denver, like you're kind of looking around the room, figuring out how do we get better here. But I don't think you're looking at Aaron Gordon as far as, all right, maybe we move you or anything like that. You're still trying to build with him, Jokic, and like maybe Murray.
Yeah, I think that there's a way that Aaron Gordon could like.
He's just a perfect player. He's just going to fit on any team in the league.
No, I agree. And I think you should be trying to find players like that. But I also don't think that Keegan Murray you don't need to convert Keegan Murray into an Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
We've like even Isaac Jones last year told me that he's been watching a ton of tape of Aaron Gordon, and a ton of tape of John Collins. And that's sort of like the player he wants to be at the NBA level. Now, look, he's an undrafted free agent kid. I don't know if he's ever going to reach, like Zeke and Najee level, let alone and Aaron.
Aaron Gordon, John Collins.
Yeah, Aaron Gordon or John Collins level. You have no idea who he's going to be, but still it's that idea that, hey, we need to help you create into this type of player. And like it's something that I know the Golden State Warriors had gone to Kuminga and said, hey, like this is probably the type of player you need to be. And he's like, no,
I want buckets.
That's not who I want to be.
Kuminga is, you always hear these stories from veteran NBA players, guys that retired, like just talking, whether it be on podcasts or to other NBA players, like younger players. And I was just kind of, you're not going to be this guy who can go out and get 25 a night. Like that's just not the way this works. So you kind of need to find your role and fit into that. And that's how you last in the league. And kind of just wonder if Kuminga's going to figure that out.
I don't think he is. And I also think that there's a good chance he goes to a really bad team that just allows him to be that other player he wants to be.
Yeah, like you get 20 a game here or whatever, but
it's just going to be hollow stats on a bad team.
Yep.
So, and maybe he develops into something because of that. But as of right now, that kind of feels like where he's headed. So I guess the question is, how do you find an Aaron Gordon type player? And if you do find an Aaron Gordon type player, what would that look like next to Keegan Murray? And because that to me is the key to this whole thing. It's not it if you can find the right player, then it makes finding that point guard a little easier.
I mean, if we're talking about it right now, like I don't know if you're finding this player through free agency. I doubt you are, just because I don't think there's too many top tier free agents like that where it's just fit that mold. Ideally, you'd want to find this player through the draft. You'd want multiple of these guys through the draft. Because right now, like you're trying to trade for Trae Young, you're trying to trade for Darius Garland. You're not really focused on, I guess, bringing in a top tier wing right now. So you'd hope in a better world you'd have your first round pick, but they don't. So I'm not sure exactly what path you take to get that player right now, unless you're trading more guys on the roster.
Yeah, or if you're trading more picks, if you're
Well,
trading a
there's
bunch of future picks, I think that's kind of where the Kings have got themselves into this really difficult situation where you don't just need one starter, you need two.
Yep.
And realistically,
there's a lot of work to be done here. It's not just they got Trae Young or they got Darius Garland or insert point guard. It's like, all right, you got them, now keep going to work.
Well, that and what did it cost you to get that player?
Yep.
And like, how deep did you have to cut to get that player? And that's going to be the problem. Like, we don't know. Does it cost you a Malik Monk? Does it cost you a Keegan Murray to go get one of these players? And then how do you backfill the position that you just gutted? And that's why, again, making a move for a shooting guard probably was not the right one. Well, it wasn't the right one at the trade.
Yeah, we can all say it. We're all friends here. It was not the right move.
Yeah. But I would say, like, when we're looking at, let's just say we're looking at the Trae Young versus Darius Garland situation, right? I think that there is a way in which, like, you can look at Zach LaVine and like Trae Young and Zach LaVine does not make sense, right? Trae Young and Zach LaVine, if you had something like an Aaron Gordon and a Keegan Murray backing him up, at least you're getting closer to a reality, because as of right now, like, trying to play defense with Trae Young and Zach LaVine would be nearly impossible.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
No, so I mean, the only way to combat that is to go get like really, really top tier players to go around to play defense behind them. Even in that situation, I don't even know if you could possibly even walk into a season with Domantas Sabonis as your starting center, as opposed to like moving him for more defensive minded center that maybe made more sense for someone else. You're just in a bad spot, right?
You're in a bad spot, but also if you bring in a Trae Young type, it's like, do you have the hardest part of your build done so far? Because the whole point of this is kind of to look for your top tier player, the guy who's going to lead it, and then build around that. No,
Okay.
like maybe I'm looking at it differently, but it's just more so if you get Trae Young in the building, it's like, all right, like we know who's our 1A and all that. We know who's going to get us 30 a night, 25 a night, whatever you want to call it, kind of who we're going to lean on. Now it's kind of, we know what we need to put around him to be successful, I feel.
Okay. But then, like, accomplishing
also,
that.
Yeah, it's you kind of probably working through trades, and you're not really starting that till next year, though, because you're going to have to trade Zach LaVine. Like,
yeah.
This year, you're probably going to have to work. It's going to look ugly this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not moving off of LaVine this year or anything like that. You're probably still sticking with Domas. But once LaVine's contract's more tradable, like, then you could start the build and just kind of start that future. This year, I will say, yeah, it's probably going to look a little ugly.
Okay. Yeah, because I would like to see what Trae Young looks like as an offensive player when, number one, he can play off of a big man like Domas.
Yeah.
He's always had, again, it's like the Clint Capella or what's his name? What's their big young kid? Anyway, you've always had like true rim runners with him, and him being able to play off of a big man like Sabonis. I think his shooting percentages would go up, but I'm intrigued to see what he would look like playing next to a super high level efficient scorer like Zach LaVine, because as of right now, I don't know, has he ever played with a guy that can score like Zach LaVine?
You'd probably say Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis would be his best teammates he's played with in his career.
I know someone said that in the chat.
Off the top of my head, I can't name an Atlanta Hawk that's kind of been on that level with him, or just those players, I mean.
Yeah.
So I'd assume that's right, but
I'd have to go back and look at their rosters over the last like 7 or 8 years. It seems like we're missing somebody that was there that averaged over 20 a game. I mean, I know DeJounte Murray was there for like 5 minutes, but like there's got to be someone else like outside of Bogdan Bogdanovic or, when they paid all the money for Gallinari and that didn't work out. It just feels like there's got to be someone else. But either way, again, a DeAndre Hunter that got hurt every single time you went to take a step forward.
ZZ Sickness says John Collins.
Okay. No, you're probably right. John Collins is probably the best player he's played with.
Yeah, so
Okay, so that brings us back to the forward conversation. You need to find an Aaron Gordon type. And then over the last 2 years, the Kings have been tied. Well, actually, in the last 5 years, the Kings have been tied to John Collins multiple times. They actually had a deal worked out with Atlanta to trade for John Collins, and it fell through at the last second. But between him and Cam Johnson, now we're right back to this discussion. And like, how are those two players guys that you're even entertaining at this point because of the way that your current roster is built?
I'm not looking at them until I figure out this whole Trae Young, Darius Garland, insert, I guess, who I want at point guard situation.
Yeah, player
Yeah.
XYZ on the point guard market.
After that, then I guess you kind of look at Cam Johnson and John Collins. Cam Johnson was a great idea when De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis were here, and everyone was a happy family. Now it's just, I don't know if this is the place for Cam Johnson.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Like, even personality-wise, I've always put him in the same boat as a guy like Keegan Murray. And I think Keegan Murray easily could go out and have the season that Cam Johnson had last year, where,
Yeah.
18, 19, 20 points per game for a good portion of the year.
I just feel like a player like Cam Johnson, the Kings aren't in a spot where they can just use you right now. Like, they got to kind of figure it out what it is with the point guard spot. And then after that, because also, like, my question is, like, are we doing this all in one off season? As far as you're getting Trae Young and you're building this winter like now, or are you getting Trae Young and you're kind of working with some smaller deals after that, and then you have a bigger piece in Zach LaVine that you can move next year? And it's like, all right, now let's get our wing and like really get into this where we start this future.
I think in a perfect world, you're making 2 substantial moves this summer.
Okay.
I don't know if you can move Zach LaVine, but if I'm Scott Perry, that's on my list. I think you can move DeMar DeRozan relatively easy this summer. But I also think that there's this weird thing that you're fighting where you're trying to be competitive. You're trying to give Doug Christie an opportunity to be a head coach and not just get washed out, like in the first 6 months because you built an incomplete roster. I think you're trying to appease an ownership group that, wants nothing more than to win and just hasn't figured out how to get there and be sustainable.
Yeah.
So like, I feel like Scott Perry's not in a good spot because he is chasing all of these things at one time. And like, if you were to say, hey, can you rebuild this thing? Okay, sure. I'll sell everybody off. We'll get as many picks as possible. We'll rebuild. That's a lot more simple than what Scott is faced with now.
Yeah. And Kyle Renat in the chat says you'd have to do something to convince Trae to sign an extension. I think you get Trae to sign the extension by just throwing him the bag.
Yeah.
I don't think Trae Young is going to I don't think he's going to be entering free agency or anything like that.
No. If Trae Young were to get traded to Sacramento, he'd sign a $240-something million extension in July.
Yeah, and I love I love the idea of bringing in a wing and all that, but it's just you're gonna have to do that through trade, and it's just, are you giving up a couple of first round picks for that deal? Are you giving up someone like Sabonis? Like, just how does that work out?
Yeah. It's tough. They're in a really odd situation where you're trying to rebuild multiple positions on the fly, and you also have a very, very unbalanced roster. And like, how do you get better? It's going to be a challenge. All right. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll have a little bit more of this. But we also have an NBA Finals game tonight to talk about. And I kind of want to get Jesse's gauge on where exactly this Oklahoma City, Indiana Pacers final is going to go from here. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. See you in just a minute. Yeah, Kyle, you don't have to do anything to get Trae to sign an extension because there's just not a lot of teams that can go out and fit him into the salary cap. But he's still a player who's a 4-time All-Star and well on his way to like a Hall of Fame career.
I disagree with this one. Trae's taking a team to the conference finals. LaVine's not even sniffed that. Trae's never had like great players around him either.
Yeah, and also like Levine, they're just different. Levine is an incredibly efficient scorer. I mean, like people should look at his stats for last year.
Yeah.
He shot 51.1% from the field, and I think 46.4 from three. Like he's one of the most efficient scorers in the NBA, especially guards. Like you just don't see those types of numbers from guards. But sports news had a mock trade of okay. That's at least interesting. I don't know. I have a really tough time trading. Like if you were going to get the second pick in the draft, but to get the second pick in the draft, you're going to have to give up like 2 or 3 firsts. And that's really, really difficult to just because you are starting over in that situation, but you're starting over with an old roster and a young roster at the same time. And that's, again, the number 2 pick in the draft, I believe, is either 19 or 20. And it's a difficult thing to have, a 28-year-old Domas, 29-year-old Domas with an aging roster.
Yeah, Charlie, you got it. John Collins, Deontay Murray. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it would cost you much to get Dejounte Murray.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like, oh, Trae Young's had great players. He's played with nothing but 6'7" defense. Like, what does that even mean? Like, how many of those guys have been all NBA?
Yeah. I mean, those guys have been all-stars.
Exactly.
I mean, I think the fact that the Kings are like trying to go out and get all-star players that are young is a really, really good sign.
Yeah.
And it's not a good sign for your future draft picks. I've heard a little bit on the Kings' potential to get back into the first round, and the reason why you would do that is if you fell in love with a specific player, and he was at a spot that made sense.
I'm not even a big Trae Young fan. It's just we can tell the truth about the situation as well, though.
Yeah, well, I'm with you.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. We're the Insiders. James Ham, Jesse Tapia joining me, filling in for Kyle Madsen, who is on his way to Wrigley Field.
Shout out Kyle Madsen.
I know.
Hell of a 2 weeks for him.
Yeah, he has had a good 2-week run. Yeah, because, I mean, he did the concert tour.
Yeah.
Where he saw,
Saw Joe Brazil, do you know?
Yeah, he saw Stray Kids.
Stray Kids twice.
Yes.
And Kendrick.
Yeah, Kendrick seemed like it was a good time from everyone posting.
Yeah. And then he had a wedding, and then all of a sudden now he's hanging out back east.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Shout out Kyle Madsen.
Yeah. Now he needs to be here the rest of the summer.
Yeah.
Because I need to go to Cabo at least once. And maybe somewhere, I don't know. I'm gonna need to get out of town, and he's gonna need to sit here and hang out while I'm not here.
Yeah.
We did have the Sacramento A's fall again yesterday. They got into a pitcher's duel. I'm so interested to see a pitcher's duel because the A's have been so bad pitching wise. To lose a game in extra innings 2-1 was tough, but to have a game where you only give up 2 runs is pretty impressive.
I figure with the A's at this point, like nobody's expecting them to get to the playoffs or anything like that. Maybe these young stars go on a run and you're able to put some wins up on the board, but you're watching for development for next season.
Yeah, so I'm always gonna be reminded of like the year where the Kings, like the pandemic year, right? So they were on the march. They were trying to get back into it. I think when the pandemic hit, there was something like 12 games left in the season, and they had, man, I want to say they were playing the Pelicans, and whoever won that game was probably going to chase down the Memphis Grizzlies and take the final spot in the Western Conference playoffs.
Yeah.
So, but they had, I believe, an 8 or a 9 game losing streak that year. And that's what will remind me of the A's right now. The A's were actually playing extremely well. Then it's like they tripped and hit their head on a stop sign.
Yeah, like you see a future here and all that, but it's not.
Well, anytime you lose 20 out of 21,
Yeah,
it doesn't
like,
matter what happens from here on out. Making up for that loss
it's not gonna happen.
of 20 out of 21, you can get all the way back to where you're like 3 games back of the best team in the AL West. You're always going to be capped by that 20 losses.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do to get around it.
Yeah, so we'll see how the rest of the season goes, but I mean, like I don't think like they're this dire team anymore. Like you got Jacob Wilson, Soderstrom, those guys. Denzel Clark is Ken Griffey Jr. and Willie Mays all turned into one in center field. So
except for he's more like
not hitting though.
Yeah, Devon White as a
not hitting. I said fielding.
Yeah, I mean fielding wise, he's spectacular. Watching strike 3 again and again is really tough to watch. Like, man, you probably need to swing at least one of those pitches right down the middle of the plate.
Yeah, baseball's terrifying, though. I couldn't imagine being up there trying to hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
No, that's true. Or
it's like I don't remember who said it, but it's like it's the only sport where you can fail whoever 7 times and still be successful because you've got 3 out of 10 hits. Wildly
successful. Yeah. It is a very, very weird sport when it comes to stats. Let's see. Nick Kurtz is back. Max Muncy went to AAA. They moved him over. He was playing second base to open the season. They moved him over to third base, and he's actually really playing well. Zach Geloff, I'm hearing, is getting closer to a return after was a hamate bone he broke during right at the beginning of the season, or at the end of spring training.
Yeah, messed up his wrist.
So broke a bone in his hand. It looks like he will be on assignment at AAA relatively soon. So that's a good thing for the A's because they'll get their power hitting second baseman back. Outside of that, we've got the NBA Finals kicking back up. You know, we watched the inspiring Game 1 by Indiana, where they steal a game in OKC. Then we watch OKC sort of control Game 2. Do you think they learned their lesson?
I sure hope so, because I'm going to be honest, like going into this game tonight, I don't need the Pacers to win or anything like that for me to have the stop. But like if you're able to just keep it close today, like great. I'll still think they have a chance. But if OKC is in control for about 48 minutes again, the series is cooked.
You think so?
Yeah, like I'm not gonna Tyrese Halliburton can score however many points in the fourth quarter. But if it's another game where it's just the Oklahoma City Thunder on the driver's seat the entire time, and like I guess a win, like if the Pacers are able to sneak it out at the end or whatever, like that's different, of course, because you need 4 of them, don't matter how you get them.
Yep.
But if the Thunder are able to just dominate again and pick up another win, and it's 2-1, like I'm done with this series. I feel like the Thunder get it pretty easily, whether it be in 5 or 6.
Okay.
Like it'd be clear, like okay, there's a clear best team here. We know how this is gonna end.
I think it's weird because I do think there's a clear best team.
And like if the Pacers were to lose tonight, but also it's a close game, like I'm still bought in. Like I'm not out on the Pacers after that. It's not even a matter about wins or losses, but you got to show some fight today.
No, I'm with you. But I look at this team and I think, hey, they are the better team. Like OKC's a better team. I don't think there's any way around it.
They've been since game 1 of the regular season.
Yeah, and so you're watching a team that like really does feel like they're inevitable. Mm-hmm. They're going to win this thing. But
shout out Thanos.
At the same time, I do think that there's a way that the Pacers split. And if they split these 2 home games, like it's game on, man. Kyle talked about it yesterday. Like he hopes that he gets back next week and the series is tied at 2 apiece.
Yeah.
Like that would be
I hope so as well,
wild.
Kyle Matson. Yeah, I hope so too. But it's just like it's like sure we can say like, yeah, the Pacers can get a split going back to Indiana, but if you get blown out again game 3, there's no faith for me to think you can get game 4 though. It's just more so kind of like a theory, like, yeah, they can get it, but it's just they have not shown us anything to kind of prove that other than a miracle fourth quarter, which they've done all season, or all postseason. But like, I don't know how many times you can count on that. Like that's something that the Knicks kind of ran out on. You can only have so many 20-point comebacks, and then like you got to start playing consistent basketball for 48 minutes, otherwise it's going to catch up to you.
No, that's true. Like in watching OKC, Like they're not as methodical as like the old Utah Jazz with Stockton and Malone.
Mhm.
But a 10-point lead typically feels, or 6-point lead feels like a 10-point lead. A 10-point lead feels like a 18-point lead.
They're a machine. You're not gonna get them out of their game. You're gonna have to kind of play your A game that day. Like the Oklahoma City Thunder are always just gonna be the same thing every game.
Yeah, it feels like defensively,
Mhm.
they're so incredible defensively that even if they're having a rough shooting night, they're still going to be in it.
Yeah.
There's very little way to just blow them out. Although we did see it with Minnesota in the first round, in the last round, where Minnesota, penned like a 38-point loss on them, right?
Yeah.
We've also seen Indiana find ways to be the team that does that goes in and dominates and absolutely trashes somebody. Like they have had those games where they shoot, 65% or 60% from the field and 52% from three. And there's nothing you can do when they're doing that.
Yeah, no, like there's those possibilities and all that. But like I said, if it's just more of the same today, I'm out. How do you think the finals have gone? After the first game, it was like, oh yeah, see, what are you guys talking about? Small market teams, blah blah blah. This finals is gonna be great. Do you feel like it's kind of lost its luster already? Not saying that I'm not like I'm still gonna be watching all that, but I just feel like, or maybe it's just a couple-day break. We need to get back into game 3 tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that we're in a
I don't think
position
the
though.
ratings have been great either, but
I don't think the ratings have been great, but I don't really care. I just want to see good basketball.
yeah, if it'll be tough if it's a blowout tonight.
Yeah, I don't want to see a blowout, number
A
one.
blowout tonight's gonna push a lot of people away.
I don't want to see that game where OKC is up 15 for the entire game, and it just feels like that Indiana
we're
is
just all hoping Indiana pulls off this comeback again.
Yeah, where Indiana has to,
or at least get it to 5, so we can at least feel like it was a close game at some point.
yeah, they have to have someone go like 7 of 8 from 3 over like a 6-minute span for them to get back in the game. I don't want to see one of those games. I'm hoping that we see better basketball tonight. But like, look, this is when you're looking at the Thunder, they are overwhelmingly good. Like every single position on the court, they don't have an all-star. They have 2 all-stars, but they don't have someone who's just, and even Jalen Williams, to me, again, like, don't take this the wrong way. Jalen Williams is a questionable all-star in this year's NBA. And the same thing with Alper and Şengün. They got in because their teams were winning. But like in a standard year, I don't look at either one of those guys. It's possible that Jalen Williams gets to a point where he's a perennial all-star, right? And it's possible that Şengün gets there because Houston keeps winning, and every year they have to have a representation because they're a 2, 3, 4 seed, and there isn't somebody who's just like way better than him. But I put them in the same boat as, like, say a De'Aaron Fox or a Darius Garland, where they've made an all-star team or two, but they aren't perennial all-stars.
Yeah. It's ZZ Sickness brings it up. I'm an interested in the chat house. They're a team we haven't really talked about as far as moves and all, because they're in the finals, but they still also a team that can just do whatever they want this offseason.
Yeah, but if you win it all, you don't need to.
I don't think you're going. I don't think you're going to or anything like that. But it's just another team that has all the options in the world, I guess.
Yeah.
Whether it be next year or the year after that, like they're going to be good for a long time. Do we need to see anything from Tyrese tonight? I've been calling him superstar this, superstar that, giving him belt, all this. He's the guy, and I'm gonna need something today. I think I'm gonna need something.
You know what I need? I need
just 20 and 10 works too. 20 and 8. You don't even have to go 30. I think, yeah. Torrance Smith says Tyrese has to be 30 and 10 tonight. Just don't be 5 shots in the entire game once we get to the fourth quarter. Like put your stamp on the game early on.
What I need is for his teammates to work to get him open, to really, really do the extra work. Like we always talk about a guy who gets in the post early and puts his hand up and calls for the ball and already has somebody pinned down low. I need for the Pacers to work tirelessly early in the shot clock to get Tyrese open, because if he can breathe, I think OKC's in trouble.
Yeah. Also, none of that matters if Pascal Siakam does not show up today.
No, it's true, but that's where you need Ty to have some freedom of movement.
I just feel like Indiana, we're still waiting on them to arrive this finals, I think. Where it's like, oh yeah, here's the end Pacers for 48 minutes. We got you for the last 3 minutes of game 1, and that's fine and all, but we're still waiting for their best punch right now. I don't even know if we're going to get it, though.
No, I mean, I think that's the problem.
Mhm.
I think the problem isn't like how good Indiana is. The problem is they're going up against one of the great defensive teams that we've seen.
Yeah.
Like I don't care like what era. This is a defensive juggernaut. And when you can go out there and not only have two all defensive team members in Lou Dort and Jalen Williams.
Could have potentially had more, but the reason why you didn't is because you already had the two already on the team.
Well, yeah, and Shea barely lost the steal title last season to De'Aaron Fox on the last day of the year. Like Shea is an exceptional defender, right? And then on top of that, you've got Alex Caruso, who's one of the better defenders in the NBA. Like they have 4 All NBA defenders, and the reason they didn't have 4 All NBA defenders, is because the league doesn't. They're not going to give out for 10 spots 4 All NBA defensive teams to one squad.
And I don't think they have anyone who's like a real detriment on that team too. If you put them out there defensively, like no one's going to be all defensive team and all that, but everyone I feel like can play a little defense on that squad.
Well, I do think that Chet Holmgren is an all-world defender as well. Like I think he can be an all-NBA defender. I think, again, Aaron Wiggins is a really good defender. Casey Wallace is a really good defender.
Step up and do that.
Yeah, it's just weird to see a team that doesn't have like your natural superstars outside of the one guy. Like again, Jalen Williams is a perfectly good number 2 scoring option, but more like on most championship teams, he'd be like a third option, third scoring option. But here he is like living his best life and going to be the number 2 scoring option on a championship team, most likely.
Do you think that we'll talk about Chet and Jalen Williams here? How much more can they elevate their game on this team? Like, can Chet kind of turn into a superstar type player, even Jalen Williams?
I think Jalen Williams can get up to 23, 24 points per game, but I don't know that there's ever going to be the true need for that. And I don't know that you want to take points away from Shea to do that. I think Chet Holmgren is going to be a guy who averages, 18 and close to 10 for most of his career. I think he's a tremendous, tremendous player. And I kind of like, again, we talk about like what level of star he'll be. I think that as he gets deeper into his career, I feel like we might be looking at him as more of like a Pau Gasol type player, which
that was pivotal to those title teams.
Yeah, who is just like a really, really good player, like a surefire Hall of Famer, right? But, we're talking about a guy who was, a 6-time All-Star, 4-time All-NBA. But again, like defensively, like could impact a game in a different way. I think Chet's a better defender, and I don't think that he's going to be like a consistent scorer that can blow up. But again, Pau Gasol best year of his career averaged 20.8 points per game. So I think Chet can average 20 points per game at least a couple of years in his career.
Yeah, especially in today's game too.
Yeah,
like Pau's probably a lot different to get 20 a game and all that. Weezy80's got a good point here. Shout out to OKC's crowd. They're perfect with their coordination. It looks good on the TV and all that, as far as putting the shirts on and all that. We got to get back to that around the league.
All right, everyone does.
Yes, put your shirts on so that way it looks cool. It's a little bit of a home court advantage.
Okay,
they're not necessarily the loudest or whatever, but like, come on, let's all get in sync here.
I think like again, OKC it's a small city, right? And I think it's great to have this representation in the NBA Finals. And again, to be the franchise that had Kevin Durant, the franchise that had Russell Westbrook during MVP seasons, the franchise that had those two and James Harden, like all that stuff, but to win it with a group that doesn't look anything like that.
Well, yeah, you don't have that star power that those guys were on that team. Like, these are all just guys who got a role and just play it perfectly.
Yeah, it's funny. The current Thunder, like there's like 8 guys who look like Andre Roberson. Like
I don't know Andre Roberson.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that level of player that was alongside those stars, but because they're playing their role so incredibly well, and because they're taking turns having great nights, it just kind of lends you to believe that they're a team that is going to be extremely difficult to stop.
Yeah. What do you think ultimately happens today, though?
I think the Thunder are going to win this game, but I'm not sure that they're going to win both.
Okay, my heart says Pacers win just because I want this to be a series. But I think actual pick. I think we see the Thunder win today. I think it'll be more of the same.
Okay.
I just think they have the formula right now.
Yeah, so I think Thunder.
I'll go Thunder as well. Hopefully the Pacers win, just so like I said, it's just more interesting. But just I'm gonna assume the Thunder come out ready to go again.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like 122 to 113 Thunder.
21-13. Yeah, I think it'll be around that same margin.
Yeah,
I
like
don't know how high the score is gonna get, but I think it'll be around that same
9-point margin. Yeah.
That feels right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I
Hopefully
also
we're wrong.
Yeah,
like I
I
said,
hope so too. I
yeah.
hope that Indiana comes out and has one of those games where you're like, what in the world are we watching? That offensive juggernaut team.
Tyrese,
that
be
they
a
can be.
superstar in the first quarter. It's all right.
Yeah, come out and play. Yeah. So we're both kind of feeling the same way.
Yeah.
It seems like.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is
both teams will be back here though. Not in the finals, but like if you look at the Eastern Conference next year, it's not looking too strong. So I'm not too worried about what happens to the Pacers after this series and all that. And the Thunder are going to be here for the next 10 years, it feels like.
I told Kyle it feels like this is the beginning of something that will last forever with the Thunder for at least like 6 to 8 years. It's going to last. And I don't know if Indiana will ever be back here, but I also wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, the East is just not looking strong, so that's why I could see them not back in the finals necessarily, but they'll be one of the top teams again.
Boy, look at Jesse bailing on a Celtic so easily.
Talk to me once Tatum is healed up. I don't know, Jaylen Brown and Derek White though, that could be something.
There we go. Although Jaylen Brown did have surgery on his knee yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that. Expected to be back for the season.
Yeah, something like that. All right, we're going to step aside for our final break. When we come back, we'll have the handoff. I don't know if Damian or Kenny is going to be in here. I'm not sure which. But we are the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What you guys got going on, Chatty House? Honestly, Secure, I don't think he moves up anywhere. It's like, oh, he's top 20 or top 25, but it's definitely a stamp on his legacy if he continues to add to it. Like, it puts him on that path, no doubt. See, Spurs might have something to say about that next year. Securing that's tough because I don't know. I'd have to go make a list or whatever. I'd say no. I'd say no. I wouldn't say you're wild. That's a tough prop or whatever, but we'll see. Yes, 1000%. I need the dot. Look, I love the Celtics and I love the Red Sox. I love the Sharks too. Okay, and I love my soccer teams. The Dolphins winning the Super Bowl would just do so much for me as a sports fan. I'd be happy for the rest of my life. That's the one. That's the one I want. I could care less about anything else. That's the one. There's been misery for, I'd say, I'm 29. Remember watching them since 2002, so about 25 years, 20 whatever, how many years? Like, that's the one I need. Russ, no. I wouldn't consider myself a Tebow guy, but like I was watching the games and all that. I was a big Johnny football guy in high school and all that. It's the exact same, Aldrin. Like for Kings fans, like if you guys were to get a ring like next year or whatever, like that's like the one where it's like everything is worth it as a sports fan now. Like we're good. Yeah, because Aldrin J was asked if I would give up the Celtics never winning again for the Dolphins to get a Super Bowl. It's like, yeah, I'll give that up instantly. That's the team I love most.
In order to get a ring, and of course,
yeah. Chris, no, I haven't seen anything out here in Sac. I'm not sure what's going on with us though. I'm sure it'll get there soon.
Oh.
Polo, A Mexico World Cup would be insane, but I've trained myself to the thought where it's just that's not going to happen.
A what?
A Mexico World Cup win.
Mm. Well, they're saying that Tyrese is cleared to go. Sounds like.
Leezy seems so. Not a fan, but whatever.
Hmm. That's funny. Scott Perry posted a new profile pic with himself as being interviewed in
Is Trae Young in there?
Kings gear. I really wish they wouldn't do all the prospect workouts at 10:30 in the morning so I can't go.
Yeah. Cameron, I don't know. I think KC is just really tapped into both sides, I think. Like KC, like if the Kings won, he'd be over the moon as well. Carlos, I remember when they beat Brazil at that Olympics. That was dope. Brazil had all their top players too. Chris, the thing is, we're both in the same boat. Neither team is ever winning a World Cup.
World Cup's not going to get canceled, Steven Castaneda.
Yeah, no, it's not happening.
No.
But no team from CONCACAF will ever win a World Cup. It's not possible.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the final segment of the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia today. We got Joe Brazil behind the glass. And we should have either D'Lo or Casey pop in here at any moment. They have been summoned into a meeting.
Yeah,
so
they're doing business. If this ever happens, we should just grab a random person in the building. Be like, hey, we need to talk to you for 10 minutes on the show.
Yeah.
We'll just interview there's Wes over there, Wesley, Vanessa was over
Oh,
there.
that is actually a really
you
funny
get what I'm saying?
idea. No, I like that.
Just learn.
I really like that.
Karosh doesn't know.
Karosh is dope. Karosh is on my power rankings. Karosh is pretty much at the top.
Great guy.
Yeah, one of the best people
Obviously,
ever.
power rankings. Yeah, Karosh is dope. There's never Karosh. Karosh is always good to see.
Yeah.
Here comes Jonathan right now.
Jonathan's my favorite person.
See, we could have Jonathan come in.
Jonathan's been here about longer than me. I've been here since 2019. Jonathan's great too.
Oh, he was at the old building.
Yeah.
I don't know. Were you at the old building?
Yeah, I was there pre-pandemic.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
Street teamer. I used to be Joe Brazil.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
Used to be at concerts at Thunder Valley, all that stuff.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll get one of the guys in here relatively soon. When you're looking at how aggressive do you want the Kings to be this offseason?
Very. If this is the plan and kind of again, I'll say it's not happening. I would love a rebuild. I just think that's just the easiest way to go about getting back to winning and all that stuff. It'd be an ugly year this year, but you kind of start with the draft next year and move off Levine and all that stuff. We've learned, or just kind of tea leaves, it's not happening. So yeah, go get Trae Young. If it's not Trae, go get Darius Garland. You need to be aggressive.
What if it's?
I don't want to watch a team led by Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine. And I'm so out on Drew Holiday. I will say it to anyone that hears it.
Okay, so that's the other question we had. I know Matt Moore posted, I think it was yesterday, that which Matt Moore, Hardwood Paroxysm on Substack, but that Drew Holiday is on the block, but that they are looking for a first round pick for someone to take on that contract. He's owed a 3-year, $104.4 million. The final year is a player option at $37.2 million. If you're out there, is there any way you'd give up first round pick if you were a team like the Kings for Drew Holiday?
No, it's kind of like what we were saying about Cam Johnson, just times 1,000 here. Drew just doesn't fit here right now with what the Kings are trying to do and the direction they're trying to head. If the Kings were built and just they had their stars and all that. It's like, all right, we need a point guard to kind of take us over the top. We need that vet point guard, that winner. Then sure, go get Drew Holiday. Like, I don't think Drew Holiday, the way I've been talking about him for the Kings, like, I think I'm super out on Drew Holiday or anything like that. Like, no, I still think he's a decent ball player and a good ball player, but he's in the right situation now. Like, not exactly this team, but a team like Denver, who's just a consistent winner, just always just been near the top of contender. Like I said, he doesn't fit there because they got Jamal and those guys, but just the team like that is just always contending, can afford to give up a first round pick and needs the defense and all that. For Sacramento, like, I'm cool off of a big three of Drew Holiday, Domas, and Zach LaVine. Like, that's not even a playing team to me.
Okay.
I think you need a lot more than Drew Holiday could give on this team.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So, I mean, the other problem is the Kings, like, it's a blessing and a curse, right? The only first round picks they have are all unencumbered except for the 2031, which is a pick swap with San Antonio.
Yeah.
They have the 2 extra picks at 2027 from San Antonio, but again, it's not protected. It's an unprotected pick. The 2031 from Minnesota is unprotected. Those picks have so much value, right? Any of those picks, any of the 7 Kings picks right now should be some of the most valuable picks in basketball, because the Kings do not look like they're going to be a highly successful team 2 years from now, 3 years from now, unless massive things change right now. So I think teams that are out there are like, oh yeah, I would definitely love to have a Kings pick, but I'm not giving up an unprotected pick for Drew Holiday, and I'm also not in the mode that I want to give up like long-term pick flexibility by doing like a protected pick. Like, so again,
yeah, like, you bring in Drew Holiday here and you get whatever, maybe you get 13 points per game and all. You shoot the ball a little bit decently from 3, and like, he's still playing good defense, but
yeah,
you still got 2 more years after that. He's starting to decline, hit that decline now.
Yeah, and if I'm worried about the salary, I'm worried about the decline,
Exactly.
but I'm also like, if the Kings had a pick that you knew was like the 22nd pick in the draft, like this year or next year, that you could just guarantee that's where it was, okay, sure, I'd give that up for Drew Holiday. What I'm not doing is giving up like my pick flexibility, my ability to trade future picks, because I have to tie something up. And again, I'm not giving up even a top 14 protected pick to him, for him. I would say, okay, maybe a top 18 or top 22 or top 20 protected pick, we'll give up. But then, like, how many years is that? Do you have to give up that?
Yeah.
Is there a hold on what you can do with your draft picks?
Yeah, I don't see the fit here. Like, it's just a matter of, you looking at it on the surface, like Drew Holiday, point guard, Sacramento Kings need one, sure. But if you get deeper into it, it just doesn't work here, I feel.
Okay, so if we're listing, let's say I think there are at least 4 point guards that may or may not be available, but certainly could be available. We're looking at Darius Garland. We're looking at Trae Young. You're looking at LaMelo Ball, and you're looking at Drew Holiday. Just list them. What would be your priority?
Trae Young is first. I'm gonna go Darius Garland second, LaMelo third, and Drew fourth. LaMelo might have the most upside out of all these players because we already know who Trae Young is and all that stuff. It's just a matter of how much winning can he do if you put the right players around him. But like, we know his ability and all that. We know what kind of player he is. Darius Garland, I think we have a decent idea. It's just a matter of if he can be in a top spot and what he looks like then. LaMelo, he has all the upside in the world, but he just doesn't play enough games for me to be like, yes, that's who the Kings need.
Okay.
And like, if like,
I see the concern with LaMelo.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it because he's a great player and all that. But it's like, if you're only getting him for 40 games a season, then that's tough.
Yeah, and the problem is he's 23. He'll be 24 in August. So you're looking at a super young player. But 47, 22, 36. He played 75 games in his second NBA season, but 51 the year before. That's just not enough.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's, the Kings need way more than that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't like the last 3 years he's played 58, 98, 105 games in 3 years. That's not good. But I also understand like how talented he is. I'm just not sure that,
you take a swing maybe, and it's like, oh, maybe he's able to stay healthy, and if he is, great, but it's just players don't necessarily tend to get healthy all of a sudden in their careers.
No, like a player with injury history. And, again, we talked about this during the Beam Team 1 season, right, where the Kings stayed healthy the entire year. It was a huge part of why the Kings were so successful. And I know fans at first were like, well, why are you using that as an excuse for the Kings winning? It's like, well, no, it's just a reality that like you didn't lose any games. But the key to that was that the Kings went out during the offseason and they brought in players who historically played all the time.
Mhm.
You know, Malik Monk didn't miss a bunch of games in his career. Kevin Huerter did not miss a bunch of games in his career. You had Harrison Barnes, who doesn't miss games. You had Domantas Sabonis, you went out and got the year before,
Yeah.
who doesn't miss games. You know, so you brought in enough players that didn't have a long history of injury, and so you had a relatively healthy season with a bunch of dudes who are between 24 and 26 without history of injury. It's not the same team the Kings have now. And, you know, again, you can look at DeMar DeRozan is a freak of nature. The fact that he plays so many games the last couple of years and so many minutes the last couple of years at age 35 is wild.
Yeah.
But Zach LaVine playing a huge amount of games this last season, that's one of the few times in his career that he's played a ton of games. And for me, like, you are still worried about that type of problem popping back up and another injury that slows him down. Again, he played what 74 games last year. The year before he played 25. The year before that he played 77, but it's in a lot of seasons in the 60s.
Mhm.
And you know, again, I don't know that I want to pair a guy who has a long history of injury with another guy in LaMelo Ball that has a long history of injury.
Yeah, it's just not smart business to me. How would you rank them though?
I think I ranked them exactly the way that you did. Although, like, as far as who I think fits better and who would help you win tomorrow, I actually think it's inverted. Like
Going with Garland.
in year one, no.
Oh.
In year one, I think you're going like I think Drew Holiday would give
Oh, I
you the
got you.
best
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
opportunity to actually win. But what's the cost? And again, putting up a $35 million salary on this roster,
Yeah, it's
another
probably a short-sighted move.
it's a short-sighted move,
Yeah.
but the short-sighted is that you're going to probably be more competitive in year one.
Mhm.
Your defense will improve in year one. The fit next to Zach LaVine is better in year one. But that doesn't mean that's
It's
the
also
right
like,
direction.
you're trying to move off of Zach LaVine probably next year and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just long term don't work.
Yeah. So no, I think it's intriguing. I have no idea.
I mean, I hope they land one of these guys though. I don't want to see an offseason go where it's like, yeah, the Kings are interested in so and so and so, and it's just, oh, don't Austin Levine. Here we go.
That's a fear, but you know what? It's a fear that I don't want Scott Perry to worry about over the next couple of months.
Yeah, it shouldn't force him into making a deal he doesn't want to make, but also like, you gotta do something.
Yeah. What I want to hear, I want to continuously hear that if there's a player that Scott Perry doesn't like, that they don't go get him. You know, if there's someone that he does like, that they go chase and hopefully land him. Because I'm kind of done with the era where you're involved in so many different trade options, but didn't come up with any of them.
It's time to get some results in here.
That's right. Results. All right. We're the Insiders. Thanks for tuning in today. We're going to hand this thing off to D'Lo and Casey. They will be in just a minute. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks, Jesse Tapia, for filling in for Kyle Madsen today. Tomorrow, we will have Jake Gaden join the show. And so that will help us a little bit. We also, a big shout out to Joe Brazil on the board. Thanks for tuning in to the Insiders. We'll see you tomorrow. What's going on, everybody? Thank you. Thanks for all the chatty house chatter today. If you don't mind, hit that thumbs up for us. Yeah. Peace out.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby! Hey.
It's hectic around here.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Welcome you in, man. There are things brewing all over the place here. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Hold
What are you
up.
doing with him?
What are you doing with him?
What are you doing in there?
I'm covering for a little bit, just a couple minutes.
Okay.
So
What are you doing with
I
us?
wanted to hang out. Like I wasn't done.
Joe, man,
I
you
wanted
always-
to.
Man, you can hang
know,
out as long as you want.
Always.
To,
Appreciate that. Thank
Always.
you.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Got that
Joe.
Giants fitted on. I saw
Yeah,
the big
course.
bro.
Yeah, I wonder if he would have
course.
wore that if the ninth inning hadn't
That
happened
was
yesterday.
crazy. I was
Right?
like, yo,
Hey,
these fools really about
let's
to
go.
lose to the Rockies. I told them I needed a sweep,
Yeah,
and they were down 3 going into
well,
the 9th.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what caused me to tune in to that game in a minute. Oh, I was hoping we had this. Let me see if I can make this work. Hit this button. No, that doesn't do it. Hit. How did I do this? Oh, I know how I did it.
Looking like Kenny
No,
Caraway
no.
when D-Lo's gone.
No, I got it. No, because we've got to press buttons here. Hang on. No,
Okay.
let's get off this screen. Now it all makes it. The payoff is going to be worth it. It's actually not. I just realized I'm doing all of this work, and the payoff probably isn't going to be worth it. But I'm gonna hit this button. I'm gonna hit this button, that button, and then this button. Now, not some of y'all might not get this.
Sacramento. Shout out Sacramento.
Yes, indeed.
Jay King in the house.
Timex Social Club, aka Club Nouveau.
Yeah, man. Shout out. They out there. Well, obviously it's just one of them, but they still performing. I'll be seeing them.
Salute
around the
you.
country.
Are they not doing new songs? Are they?
No.
'Cause- okay.
Well, I don't think so.
Can we tell them not to if they are? Because
Club Nouveau ish is still
Club
kicking out
Nouveau,
here, man.
It's cool.
Still doing work.
I saw Force MDs ish, and they was out there. I saw new records. Like, hey, man, get your ass off the stage.
I just remember Big Boy in what song was it? I can't remember, but he said, "This ain't Club Nouveau. Even the sun goes down. Heroes eventually die. Horoscopes often lie, and sometimes why." I can't remember the name of that song, the actual title of the song, but the Outkast track.
Okay. I just want my pen.
Oh, okay.
I got to write down all the rumors.
Look at all these rumors.
Man, just need some time to get away.
Oh man, okay.
Game tonight.
So the crazy thing about it is, I believe all the rumors, and we're not hearing the same thing. We're hearing contradicting rumors, and I believe them all
All of them.
because they're
All of
so
them, all of them.
random. They're so out of nowhere. The avenues that I'm hearing these from are so like, how do you make this up?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I believe all of them.
Oh man.
Thank you, Chris. That was Aquemini, the title track of Aquemini. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's gonna bother me.
Let's give Cole his love because he's going to be upset that we're talking rumors and Kings.
Bro, Cole,
thunder up. Let
look,
him,
all
hey,
right, man. Look,
let him have his
look,
moment.
He can have his moment, but he got to be TC. He got to be real with himself. Everybody waiting for this series to end. I'm just saying. I'm enjoying. I'm watching. I can't wait till 5:30. I'm gonna be checking it out.
Yeah.
Let's just be real. The NBA community is waiting for this series to end so we can get down to the summer.
Well, there's
Am I wrong?
No. But is there a rule that Kevin Durant can't be traded tonight?
Yeah, kind of unspoken, but they're not trading.
There's no Alex Rodriguez is signing with the New York Yankees.
Right. They ain't doing nothing during the NBA finals, but
Yeah.
playing the games.
Yeah.
So even if things are done, things are close to being done, nothing will be even people can't even say nothing until after that final buzzer of whatever game.
All right. Well, that's happening tonight. We'll talk about that.
Did they do something last year? What was going on last year? Oh, was it Dan Hurley was during the finals?
Dan Hurley and the Lakers. Was it during the finals?
I believe it was, because I remember Woj was always at TD Garden talking about it.
Okay. God, what an awful time that was. That Dan Hurley is the Lakers coach era was awful. And man, I've got some opinions on your New York Knicks also.
Well, I mean,
they're looking a little funny for multiple reasons. I actually that situation was so weird last night, and I guess it continued this morning. I had to call someone and ask. I had to ask some questions about how this stuff works. And I was told, and we'll break this down later, this coaching, it really does vary from franchise to franchise. There's no like hard and fast rule about how teams handle this. It really does fall on the franchise. We'll talk about this. I just think it's fascinating. But man, I got an opinion on your New York Knicks.
Okay,
I think I got a couple opinions.
Oh, I'd like to hear them, because
well, you're gonna have to wait, because I wrote a show.
A good one too. A good one.
I think so, man. I think
Action-packed.
I think we've got a lot to talk about. Some of it is about the New York Knicks and the moves that they attempted to make last night and couldn't. Some of it is about your San Francisco Giants.
Come on, baby.
Okay. This isn't really part of the story. It's just my story. There is only one reason I saw the end of that game, and it is our brother Bonte. I did not know Bad Luck Bonte was a thing. So I was just sitting around, and he posts this IG story. Bro got the fresh cut by TV Bonte. TV Bonte a little different. Little different.
Got to talk to Bonte this week.
Got that fresh cut, and I was like, oh. But he looked disheveled. I'm like, what was covering what's going on here? Giants were down 5-2. He's talking about bad luck. I think it was the 7th. He's talking about, oh man, bad luck. Bonte hit strikes again, and he had posted the video. It was within 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So I was like, oh, Bonte. And my first thought was, oh no, I know who they're playing.
Yeah.
I switched over and was able to catch the end of that game, which, of course, as is the case, because I'd like to see the Giants. But the only person I was thinking about was you, because I'm thinking if this holds,
come on, man.
If this holds, it's not going to be a 12 o'clock shut everything down moment. But we're going to come back from commercial, and I'm just going to say, hey, man, your Giants lost, and leave.
I was going to be a little pissed off.
I was just going to walk out.
It's going to be a little pissed off.
Go get my drink.
But instead, it turned into good luck D-Lo.
I guess so.
Usually you're bad luck D-Lo, because didn't you watch a game last year and they blew the lead or something like that?
You turned was that the Giants?
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like, let me tap in and see what's going on, and then they.
I saw that might have been the Giants. Yeah.
Well, it's good luck D-Lo this year.
Hey, it's a new year.
You got to tap in every night, bro.
New year, new D-Lo. Well, see, that's just abusing powers. Like, and one, I can't tune in at the beginning, like, because that ain't gonna help. I just things are looking a little rocky. I'm like the closer.
The rally D-Lo.
I'll tune in for the final 3 innings and make sure the Giants
put it on a shirt.
I promise I'll tune in.
Don't put it on
I'll tune in all weekend. I know you got a big weekend ahead. Well, I just given our schedule, I'll try to tune in all weekend.
Tapping in. They got Sunday Night Baseball on Sunday.
Bad Luck Bonte had me tuning into the Giants last night. Game 3, first one in Indiana tonight for the NBA Finals. We'll get into that. We'll talk about that. But man, them rumors is out there. And Casey said it to start. I'm not sure, you could choose to believe whatever you want to, because it's all over the place.
Yeah.
If you on the side of Trae Young becoming a Sacramento King, you've got reason to be excited. If you are against the idea of Trae Young becoming a Sacramento King, you might have reason to be excited.
Right. I am on the side of being excited for Trae Young to be a Sacramento King. I had some conversations yesterday and just thinking about things myself. And I was like, I got done with everything. I was like, yo, this dude Trae, yeah, I hope it goes through.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it goes through. This is the type of point guard I've been looking for a long time here in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
A long, long time. You can go back to the tweets with me and I forgot my man's name.
Mark my words.
I said, yo, get Trae Young here no matter what. We'll figure it out. Obviously, it didn't go down that way.
No, it didn't.
But yeah, if they can get Trae Young here in Sacramento, this is the type of guard I've been looking for. I wish he was a little taller. Wish he was a baller. He is a baller. But the shot making, shot creation, the ability to shoot from distance. Now, since he's learned how to pass, is being able to create for others. Yeah. If we can get Trae Young here in Sacramento, you'll be talking to one happy KC. I'm excited. I hope the rumors that I'm hearing, the rumors everybody hearing, I hope it's true. And
well, which rumors?
The ones of him coming here to Sacramento.
So there's the tough part is for those who might be against the idea of Trae Young. And here's the toughest part. James and I talked to some of the same people, but he's a reporter. He's got a little more than I do. You and I talk to completely different people.
Mm-hmm.
We're all hearing some version of the same exact thing. So it's like, okay, there's a little fire here. The problem is the reason it hasn't happened. Because if that part of the rumor is true,
right,
it's not happening.
Right. That's a fact.
Like okay, the Kings and Hawks have a hurdle to get over. Nah, man, they got a Grand Canyon to get over. And I'm not sure that that's possible, but we'll talk about it. We'll speak in hypotheticals. We'll speak in what ifs. And we'll talk about the fact that I think Scott Perry now is in a pretty tough situation. We'll explain why. We're just getting started. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Jesse joined us.
Oh, what are you doing with him?
He's here. No, we just
did a show on 15 minutes of prep today. Shout out.
My man cooking. My man working. That's a man. And ain't nobody better. Ain't nobody better. So we're just getting started, man. We're going to open up the phone lines for you. We're going to talk. We're going to have some honest conversations. We're going to have some fun. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Kelly, take this phone. But I don't want you. No. Okay, we're not dealing with those, Young Sav. We're only talking about current Kings, the current Sacramento Kings regime. That's all we're talking about. Not that.
as a shoot, we might need to get like some sort of like cart that's on wheels. Put it behind us. Just move it to the side when we're done.
Yeah.
But we need
I
to
like
have
that.
something that we can. I mean, they do have literal wine carts, but we could.
You want to see a label and stuff.
Yeah.
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 All right, sack down, Tony. Relax. The baby daddy. We'll address that. We'll address that. We'll talk about it. I mean, it's not a secret, but we'll save it for the radio. Yeah. Yeah, special ed. That's one of the rumors. I don't know, man. Just hearing different things as well. I don't know who to believe, bro. I don't know who to believe. I'll believe what
I don't know, man. I'm not
I believe
a reporter.
what makes me happy.
I'm not a
So
reporter.
that's what I'll do.
One thing I'm not going to do is sit on the phone with a Sacramento Kings point guard again while he's in his new city, like hearing him tell me his side of the story. That's not my job. Like, I appreciate these brothers. I'm always happy to talk to them. I'm always happy to talk to different players. I'm always happy to get to know different players. I'm always happy to hear different players' perspectives on things.
Yeah.
Don't think I'm going to do that again. So I'm not a reporter.
Understandable.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Mm.
That's all it is. So this smoke, if you will, surrounding Trae, I guess to a certain degree, Darius Garland, star point guard chasing, perhaps, or high level point guard chasing. Well, Trae certainly a star, but Darius Garland, I think, is a high level point guard.
An all-star in this league.
Yeah. I think Scott Perry has, maybe to no fault of his own, found himself in a tough situation for the first time. Like, I think Scott Perry now might officially be in a tough situation. And part of that is, again, or maybe all of it is no fault of his own. I don't believe Scott Perry is running around telling people. I don't get that impression at all. In fact, I'll take it a step further. One of the things, you guys know we don't talk to each other before the show.
Sorry, Danny.
You tell me if you are like, this isn't a new conversation. This conversation didn't start yesterday.
No.
This conversation started maybe as far back as a month ago.
Yeah.
Perhaps a month and some change ago.
Yeah.
And we found out recently. Why? Could be multiple reasons. Someone's trying to push the deal through, and leaking it to the public helps kind of maybe rally the fan base, frustrate them, whatever it is. Like, it serves a benefit for somebody. It could be that it is relatively close to happening, or maybe the framework is there and multiple agents and teams and team personnel are aware of it. So the more people know, the more it's likely to filter out. That's a theory, or that's a possibility, I should say. But just one thing I don't think is happening is Scott Perry is running around telling people. Right. It's just, it's out there now. And Kings fans, and this is the tough part, and it's accentuated by the fact that the Pacers are in the finals. Now, this doesn't involve Tyrese Halliburton, but you can't remove Tyrese Halliburton from the equation. Kings fans are going to feel a certain way. They're also going to feel a certain way about Pascal Siakam. This was a name that we heard. And this was a name, I believe it was Shams Charania who said, Masai Ujiri, the Raptors are in Sacramento tonight. They're going to meet ahead of tonight's game to discuss the possibility of Pascal Siakam and the Sacramento Kings. We hadn't even left the building before Shams said, well, yep, those talks are over.
That's facts.
And maybe in the moment, there was a contingent of Kings fans that were frustrated. Maybe in the moment, there were a contingent of Kings fans that were like, oh, it's fine. Today, I think there are a lot more Kings fans that are frustrated. You could throw OG Anunoby into this conversation. Maybe you could throw John Collins in there. I don't think Brandon Ingram conversations ever really got anywhere, but there was certainly thoughts of that. For certain, there were thoughts of that. You've put Kings fans in a position again where there is a report out there, a star player, a bigger, and I disagree with Trista, a better player than De'Aaron Fox. He'd join the Sacramento Kings and immediately be the best player on the team. And it's out there, and there's maybe a little bit more of a behind-the-scenes report that the ball is kind of in the Kings' court on this one. And whether that means financially as it pertains to Trae or it means something else, I think a lot of us have heard the ball is in the Kings' court when it comes to Trae Young.
And there was a story out there yesterday that Scott Perry, in whatever, either or situation, preferred Darius Garland as opposed to Trae Young or other point guards. I would want to let Scott do what he needs to do, but I would also say you better come away with somebody. You better come away with somebody. This is the other aspect, and you kind of touched on a little bit of what we have to deal with here in Sacramento, what we've had to deal with as Kings fans and people in the media who followed this team. It feels like numerous different times being on the precipice of something, having something right there for you to make a decision, and you just let it go.
Yep.
You just let it pass. And I think more for me, some people just like, no, don't bring no bad contracts in or quote unquote non-winning player. Don't do it. Me personally, make a move, make a decision, make a bold move. That's what I want to see, whether that's Trae Young or you say no to Trae Young and you like Darius Garland, or you say no to both of them and you like another point guard or another shooting guard or something like that. Just don't get caught there doing nothing again. That's what I don't want to see. Go after it. Go for the gusto. And I will trust Scott Perry's judgment on what going for the gusto means for him. But I don't want to get caught after seemingly having an opportunity to be in control of the decision that you make as far as who you get, who you go after, and coming away with nothing again. That's what I don't want to see for this franchise.
This is getting my attention. I want to bring Sarman Quiddy Q. Where'd he go? I thought Siakam, he asked in the chatty house on YouTube, I thought Siakam wouldn't re-sign here. That's correct, because the Sacramento Kings didn't offer the right amount of money. From what we've been able to learn, he wasn't going to re-sign here because he knew Indiana was going to offer him the max amount of money that they could. And for whatever reason, Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings decided they would not. So the Pacers married themselves, and we said this when it happened. This isn't hindsight. They married themselves to the pairing of Siakam and Tyrese. That's who they were going to build around. The Kings did not apparently want to marry themselves to Siakam, Sabonis, and De'Aaron. And that's why he wouldn't resign here.
Yeah. And that was, at the time, I would have been understanding and in favor of that. In hindsight, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. If he was willing to come here to Sacramento and all you had to do was give him I don't know what they were offering, but another $40 million or something on the deal. That's a mistake. That has proven to be a mistake.
Yeah.
By Scott Perry. And like I said, myself, I wasn't in favor of trading for him for Keegan or some other stuff. So that would prove to be a
whatever
mistake.
it looked like. Yeah.
That proved to be.
See, we
mistake.
can't, and that's where I say Scott Perry is in a tough position. We can't have any more hindsight mistakes. We can't have any more. Well, in hindsight, nope, you can't do that. Sorry, there's apologies to Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong, the entire front office. Your previous regime blew that luxury for you. You do not get the opportunity to go, I wish we had that one back. Nope, you can in 3 or 4 years. Not now. This franchise has lost that ability as a whole. You can't have no more, should have done it differently. And it's unfair to Scott Perry. It's unfair to his front office. But it really is just the way it is right now.
That's it.
You, unfortunately, can't miss. And I'd ask this to Scott Perry if he was sitting in front of us. Scott, do you like Trae Young? If he looks me dead in the face and goes, no, I don't think I do. Okay. Who's better that you could acquire? Because it's not who's better than Trae Young. It's not, well, De'Aaron Fox is better than Trae. It's not the conversation. You're not going to acquire De'Aaron Fox. The question is, who's better for the Sacramento Kings that you as the general manager can acquire than Trae Young? And that's what I would need the answer to.
Yeah, facts.
I'd ask 50 other questions too, like why isn't Trae Young good enough? What does he lack? What are you looking for? And then I'd ask, who can you realistically go land that will help this team more than acquiring someone like Trae Young can?
Yeah. TJ, pessimistic Kings fan. At least he says, hey, I'm pessimistic. It's just his.
Yeah, that's our
like,
brother.
I respect that. But he says, yeah, make a move just to make a move that sets the franchise back further. There's 2 things that stuck out to me about this comment. Number one, you just touched on it a little bit. We also have to understand Sacramento, California. We've had this conversation a number of different times about free agents signing. You're going to have to make bold moves. I know it doesn't seem like it now, but at the time, going to get Chris Webber was a bold move. That was a move that was like, oh, I don't know. He's had issues off the court. Is he a quote unquote winning player? All this other stuff. It ended up working out. Trae Young may fall into that same category, but because you're here in Sacramento, you have to make those type of bold moves because free agents, you're not signing a Trae Young caliber player in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to take somebody that is a superstar or superstar potential, may have some warts on them, and take an opportunity that you get them here in Sacramento and things change a little bit. So it's not a move just to make a move's sake. It's when are you going to be able to get a player of that caliber again? Maybe, and like you said, asking Scott Perry, maybe there's another guy on Trae Young's level that's like, I don't want to go with Trae. I think we can get this guy. Cool. Cool.
And I'm sure he would tell us that live on the radio.
Live.
That's exactly what he would do.
Don't dump anything.
Yeah,
that's exactly what
this is. Matter of fact, why don't we call the general manager? Treat it like a game show. Treat it like Love Island. Go lay in bed. Well, I watched an episode last night.
How'd you like it?
I think the Chatty House willed this into existence.
Oh,
I got a text on the way home from KSFM. Hey, really sorry. I know there's no game tonight. We've got to watch Love Island. Okay. So I don't know if she was watching the show.
Yeah.
And she said she wasn't. So it just organically came. It was those shows are so weird to me, man. They're so weird. But I was watching.
Okay.
I was watching.
For me, it'll get me to tap in. Like, I'll see it, and I got to see how things finish off a lot of the time. So.
Some of these reality shows do feel like sports. Like last night's, like the show that the version, I think, I don't know where in this, I don't know where we are in this. That was the first episode I ever saw. I'm watching this, like, this feels a lot like the NBA free agency. Like, I get it. You walk up and you try to find your partner and which one you like the most and who you're going to share the bed with that night. And it's like, yeah, this is NBA free agency right here.
Yeah. The other thing to TJ's point as well is like make a move to set the franchise back even further. I mean, because of where you're at right now, because of the conference that you play in, like, I don't want to say what's that going to hurt, but what's going after Trae Young gonna hurt? Like what you're already staring being bad in the face right now.
Mhm.
You're already staring that in the face. If Trae Young gets here and it's the worst case scenario, all right, you're bad. Like you're
You're almost
be
certainly not worse
that's
than you
I guess
are
that's
right
an
now.
easier way of what I'm saying. Like, what are you really losing? Maybe 2 years on a rebuild.
And I think there's something important to point out. We've all heard, you, me, Hammer, we've all heard different versions of what this might look like. Domas is not involved in any of these.
Right. That's
And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not going to say it as a statement. I'm going to say it as a question. Is Keegan?
not from what I've heard.
Not from what I've heard either. So you're adding Trae, at least based on what we've heard, to those two. Yeah, I think you're okay in that regard. Like if it was Domas and you're Scott Perry and you really buy Domantas Sabonis and pairing someone with him, I'd understand to a certain degree. You're not trading Domas, and if we're accurate, you're not trading Keegan either. Why? Like, what? I got questions.
Yeah. And securing the Bagley says,
In fact, get Scott Perry on the phone,
Go.
please,
Hit him up.
Jesse.
Hit him up.
Just get him on the phone.
I'm on it.
Thank
Scott
you.
Perry, Scott Perry. Securing the Bagley says might be Scott Perry.
Hey, change your name to Securing the Trade.
He says because you wouldn't get back multiple first-round picks for Trae Young and a new 4 or 5 year max contract. These are to me personally, these are the chances you got to take here in Sacramento, California. These are the chances you got to take in the NBA. One of the differences between Sacramento and like a New York.
Hold on 1 second. I don't think I understand what Securing is arguing against.
Because you're losing for Trae Young, probably going to cost you some first-round picks. You're not going to
maybe
one.
Maybe one. At the most 2. But I'm not sure he's costing you a ton. Atlanta's not in the best negotiating position here.
No, I'm mentally and emotionally prepared for 3.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's what.
Stop
the deal
doing
is.
that.
But I'm willing. Between us.
Okay. All right.
Willing to
Well,
go 3
now everyone knows.
Well, no, just everybody just settle down. Just talking. To
Hang up on Scott Perry so he doesn't hear this.
I'm willing to
Thank
go
you,
3.
Jesse. He was right there
Jesse,
too on line 2.
Aren't you willing to go 3 first-rounders for Trae?
Well, damn, I don't think you need to.
Yeah.
No. I agree. But if they,
But you know what? Make it 5, Kenny.
I didn't. 3 is the max. But what I'm saying, if they, Jesse, if they said, look, we can get a deal done if you add another first.
And what am I sending?
You're sending 2 players, a Devin Carter type. DeRozan will probably be in the deal some way.
Yeah, I don't.
Probably a third team involved.
I'm just saying I'm willing to. I'm going.
And they're getting that Spurs pick too. We don't want that thing. Get that Spurs pick.
Yeah,
take
the Spurs pick and we keep our own.
Yeah, you get this. To be clear, we're negotiating the Spurs pick, not ours.
Yeah, but the whole point of it is like, why would you do this 4 or 5 year max for Trae? I'm willing to take that chance, man. I'm willing to take that chance on a player like Trae Young. Like I don't believe here in Sacramento you'll be able to get a player of that caliber on the market without taking some type of risk like that. I'm okay with taking that chance. Some people aren't. I get it, but I'm okay with it. Like you can tank or do all that other stuff. That comes with its own sense of risk that people don't factor in. Like they want to tank, they want to blow this thing up. What if you never find a good player? What if you tank and you never are able to draft or come across a player as good as Trae Young, who's a multi-time All-Star?
I kind of see it, and I told Ham, I see it like after you trade Levine next year or whatever, like you got the toughest part of the build done, right? I'd assume everyone's number one option is like look for the guy. That kind of, in a way, starts your new future in a sense where, all right, it's time to build around Trae Young. Like this year, won't look great given it's a tough defensive backcourt with Trae and Levine. But next year, you move off of Levine, bring in some wings or whatever. Like maybe you could start building something off there then.
Dame said it best, man. Like if we're talking to Scott Perry, now that we're done, you can call him back again. But
I'm on it.
All right, you don't want Trae, I get it. Who can you get that's equal or better? I'm not saying just do it because you can't, but like, okay, you don't like Trae, let's go search for somebody that's equal or better. If you can't find that person, maybe you got to take that chance. Maybe you got to roll the dice.
How many times do we yell at the last guy for not?
What'd you say?
So how many times do we yell at the last guy for not taking a chance?
Every damn day.
Also,
that's why he was fired.
Also, though, like we talked about earlier with James, like don't let the past noise or whatever influence you now. Like if it's just Trae's not your guy, he's not your guy, but you got to get something done.
Scare money don't make no money. I'm not willing to roll the dice. I'm not willing to roll the dice on a Drew Holiday or something like that, but I'll roll the dice on Trae Young. It might come up snake eyes, but I'm willing to roll the dice on Trae Young. I think he's that good of a basketball player.
I'd low-key be upset if it was Drew.
Positive or negative? I guess it's all glass half. I guess this is a glass half empty, glass half full question. I'm comfortable now with the idea these conversations have been going on. I'm gonna say conservatively for a month.
Sounds about right.
Like, and you do whatever the level of the conversation is. Talks of this have been happening for at least a month. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I ask because they've been going on. That means if there is a general manager, an agent, or I mean Trae, but it would be through his agent, that are just absolutely adamant that this is not a thing, it would be over. It would have ended a long time ago. So all parties are stimulated by this conversation. It's tantalizing. But why isn't it? Why does it seem like we're stuck on the final boss and we can't win the game?
So his question, like, if this is a good or bad thing, why it's taking this long?
Yes.
Okay. Again, like you said earlier, it depends on what you believe from what you heard today. Like if Scott or whoever is not a fan of Trae Young, it's a bad thing. To me, it's like, all right, maybe they're not doing that deal right now then.
And I'll put it to you like this. This is what I believe. If Scott isn't a fan of the deal, it's not happening.
Yeah, that's why.
Like, I don't like people were, Vivek's meddling and he wants Trae. Like, I don't think that's the case at all. The reason why you might be hearing some stuff is like you mentioned earlier, Atlanta, trying to persuade somebody, agents trying to persuade somebody and putting it out there publicly. If Scott Perry doesn't want to do the deal's not getting done.
Yeah.
I don't think he's getting pressure from Vivek or the higher ups, in this case, just Vivek, I guess, to make a deal that he doesn't want to do. Well, Trips Lamb,
That's a joke, by the way. That's 1,000% a joke.
The other thing about it is I'm a believer that that deals may be pretty much done. In the NBA, don't even put it out there till after these finals are done.
Yeah.
And
Ryan says Hawks 219-264 with Trae Young leading the franchise.
Off the top of your head, who's the best player he's ever played with on the Hawks?
John Collins.
That's
just a guess. Maybe it's
that's where we landed as well.
DeJounte Murray.
Yeah, DeJounte.
Also, while you're here, Ryan, do the Kings now.
Yeah.
Do the Kings record in the same time frame that Trae Young has been in the league and tell me what that looks like.
No, here's the deal.
With a lot more too.
Here's the deal. No disrespect to Ryan. He wants Steph Curry because he's got a good winning percentage, right? Like that's what you're trying to get, like a guy with a great winning percentage while they're on that team. So the Warriors trying to give up Steph. You know what I mean? Who else has been winning a lot? LeBron James. He's been winning a lot. Sure, he has a high winning percentage.
Nah, he's a loser.
Well, yes, in the finals, but in the playoffs, in regular season, winning record. Who else has a winning? Tatum. Jaylen Brown. Let's go get him. The whole point of what I'm saying is the guys that would probably have that winning percentage aren't available.
They're unavailable because they're winning, by the way.
Right. They're not available.
Believe it or not, you can build around players like Trae Young. Like, it's not just Trae's here and that's it.
That's
like
like Bagley. We should go get SGA. I bet his winning percentage is great. No, that's fantastic.
Hey, securing the SGA. Let's
right, there you
name.
go. Securing is right. We should go get SGA. We need a point guard. Like that's such a I think that's such an unfair and lazy critique of players like Trae Young, like Zach LaVine. DeMar DeRozan gets put in there too. Yeah, just because they have a winning percentage at one place doesn't mean it's just automatically going to carry over. Sometimes it does. Sometimes you get selfish guys. You got bad teammates that wherever they go, they affect winning by just how they go about things. I'm not saying that's not a real thing, but I think the conversation should be more nuanced than just looking at somebody's record and saying they're a loser. That's not fair. I don't even think that's a good way of doing things.
So I'll ask this question again. If not Trae, then who? TC will tell us. You could tell us too. 916-909-1320. TC, hang on 1 second. We're going to get to you immediately when we get back here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Baby Steph up there. Goodness.
Think of baby
Jokic. Baby Bron. 17-year-old LeBron did kind of look like a grown man, though.
Grown ass man. That was crazy.
Marketing is interesting, T-Bone. I don't know. TK brought that one up yesterday, and she's...
I'm out on anything that's not better than Sabonis and LaVine.
Laurie Marketing isn't?
I think he's
about
the same
same
level.
Same level, really?
We were kind of.
Are you okay?
No.
Better not be. We're about to make a lot of money right now.
Man.
Tyler, don't even necessarily disagree, but it's not happening.
Youth potential and picks. TJ.
He's team rebuild.
Is that TJ, if you can tell me that's a guarantee for a championship team, then by all means, I'll say you're right. Like this is my thing. Trae Young is looked at as that's just the wrong way to go because it's not going to get you wins.
Oh, well, what Tyler say?
Potential and picks is a guarantee. At this point, we've done this a number of different times on the show. Is that even does that even have like a do we have examples of like more examples than not of that working? I don't think we do. I think the whole point is it's all a gamble. To me, I'm not here telling you that there's one set way to go about things to get to a winner. It's all a gamble. And that's what I think people like that. And no, TJ, our guy, I ain't throwing shade. I'm just saying I think that's what they fail to realize and what they talk about. It's all a gamble. I don't think one has a higher winning percentage or success rate than the other.
I think the losing's gonna. Trae's not as bad as I think the people against him are making it seem.
He's definitely not as bad.
All right, let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here at 916-909-1320. Our brother TC. TC, what's going on, man?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
We good, big dog. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm vibing with the homies. So I'm kind of fed up a little bit, bro. And not really nothing against anybody, no Kings fans, bro. But I'm kind of over the like, we want to take a gamble. We need a point guard. Well, bro, we taking a gamble on Trae Young, right? LaMelo, one of these dudes, even Drew Holiday. I get it, Jesse. You know what I'm saying? That's the Celtics. I wouldn't want to give up Drew neither. You know what I'm saying? So I keep pushing. Y'all get him. Keep Drew on the Celtics. But that's even a swing, bro. So what do we really want, Kings fans? You get me? It's between Nat, D'Lo, and KC, Jesse. It's between that. It's between this Orlando Magic trade I keep seeing, bro. Don't nobody want Jonathan Isaac, Anthony Black, Anthony Cole. If we deal with them, bro, it's going to be for one of their young dudes. Obviously, we're not getting Paulo, and we're not getting the boy Franz. So we going to go to Jet Howard, or we going to go to De Silva? Are they first-round pick? I don't want Jonathan Isaac, but I'm mad about everybody keep talking about Trae Young, bro. If we get Trae Young, that's the move. I'm also giving him that contract, bro. That's the guard we need, and we fit every other piece around him. Trae Young, Keon Ellis, come on, bro. Look, hey, I'm fed up, bro. King fans, what do we really want, dog?
I'm with
TC.
Y'all done pissed him off.
Yeah.
Y'all done pissed my boy TC off.
Got angry TC in here.
And who published the Orlando Magic trade that pissed him off as well?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Pissed him off.
Wasn't that Will?
I don't know. Did Will have a Magic trade?
I think it was Will.
I thought it was like a. Oh, maybe because I was about to say it was an SI, but
that's Will.
Yeah, but I didn't. It wasn't on King's SI, so but still, it could have been Will. You're right. It was like on regular.
Will
SI,
went. TC went from stealing Will's trades to being mad at him.
TC is
fed up. You heard him.
He's fed up. Fed up. He's pissed off. All that. I think the frustration that TC has, I understand the sentiment of what he's talking about is, and we talked about it a little bit during the break. I'm of the belief it's all a risk. Like if you want to go get these draft picks and young players and all this other stuff, there's no guarantee that any of them amount to much of anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I talk about the risk of going to get somebody like Trae Young, because there are risks involved, it's not a certain that he's going to be great here or anything else like that. I put that against the risk of going to get picks that may be a bunch of flops, going to get young guys that may never be as good as a Trae Young. And I said the risk, I don't want to say is equal, but at least when I have a Trae Young, I know I've got a superstar that I'm hoping one of these potential guys turn into, and I can work around that. I'm drafting, the 7th pick potentially, or taking a Anthony Black or something like that, and I hope he turns into something. I think he's a good prospect. I like him, but am I sure that he's going to turn into 24 and 11? Or am I sure that not even it has to all be shouldered, on his development, but am I sure that I'm going to get 2 guys that maybe combined to average 24 and 11? That's not even a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought is always, if you have some apprehension with going with a Trae Young or a Darius Garland or any of these guys and, adding to that, and you want to rebuild, that's cool. I get that. But there's a lot of risk involved in a rebuild too that nobody wants to talk about. It's just about how do you want to go? And if you want to go with the rebuild with those risks, cool. I get it. That's fine. I'd rather go with trading for an established player and taking that risk.
Can I ask one small favor from Kings fans? I need this favor request to last the entire summer. I need your unhealthy and slightly bizarre infatuation with Jonathan Isaac to end.
Did you see that report
Jonathan
yesterday?
Isaac has played 7 games in his career, maybe 6. And y'all you talk about youth and potential, and y'all believe in this man more than his own mama do. I need y'all to stop this at least for one off season.
Stop it.
Bro's already pivoting to his next career, dude.
The one of his 7 games, he went crazy on the Kings. Remember that? or no,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He went crazy. It was like one of his literal 7 games he played that year. Did you see that report about the Magic? I had to read that like 3 times. I'm still not sure I'm seeing it correctly.
Did not.
I didn't see
What
it.
was the?
No, I did
what
not
was the-
see it.
what was
I
the
didn't see
report?
it.
So it was from Evan Sittery, our guy.
Oh.
But he said the Magic are willing to package Jonathan Isaac and Cole Anthony and first rounders in return for a rotational player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I said, what?
I saw that too. I was confused by it as well. I was confused by
They're
it.
willing to give up all. Like, I thought maybe they were looking for multiple first rounders. I read it like 4 times. It said they're willing to package multiple first rounders for a rotational guy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm pretty out on that. Like, the first rounder sounds cool, but I'm out on Cole Anthony and Jonathan Isaac.
But what's a
Cole Anthony has that doesn't even make sense. He has 13 million due this year and a club option for 13 next year.
It's
not the type of player you need to attach a pick to.
I mean, is Isaac Jones, and I probably want to keep Isaac over Jonathan Isaac, but is Isaac Jones and Devin Carter, are they consider rotational pieces? Because now I got to look at it. You gonna give me a couple of first rounders? And I like Cole Anthony. I think he's a solid backup point guard. You gonna give me a couple of first rounders for that? I don't know.
Was it a couple or was it one?
I thought I saw a couple.
Oh, that's insane. Yeah.
No, yeah, and it may be they're willing to trade a couple of first rounders. Maybe it's not necessary.
Are they expiring?
Someone tagged us in that. The Magic are open to packaging Jonathan Isaac and or Cole Anthony with their 2 first-round draft picks to acquire a rotational upgrade.
You know what? I will take your trash.
That's that's per Kevin O'Conman's podcast.
You can leave your dumpster stuff over here. It's fine. Just like I said, just give me the 2 first rounders.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's insane.
Hey man, I like Mace, but
They have to
want
be
Mason
expiring.
Jones?
They have to be expiring deals or something.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna give you nasty boy.
I keep looking to see if Kevin O'Connor like commented like, "Wait, what? No, I didn't say that."
Sounded like Draymond's son. No, I didn't.
No, I didn't. No, Dad, you weren't shooting in the gym last night, liar.
Cole Anthony has a regular year this year and then a club option next year.
That's crazy.
That's kind of wild. That's kind of a tough look for Orlando.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where Orlando's going. What is Kings Nation's Jonathan Isaac? Well, that might be part of the problem.
What?
Jonathan Isaac was in the first year of a 4-year extension.
Oh.
He's due 15, 14 and a half, 14 and a half, and 15 over the next 4 years.
Jeez.
Kings fans, y'all be loving some Jonathan Isaac. Do you love him to the tune of $59 million? Just curious.
If you were to get their 2 first-round picks, is that?
Hell no. No. You're not giving me Jonathan Isaac for 4 years.
I mean, that
and they're 2 first-round picks?
That money's not that crazy.
We're expecting them to be a little bit better, though.
14, 15, and 18 or something like that?
It's 15, 14 and a half, 14 and a half, and 15. He has 4 full years, $59 million left on his deal.
If you got a backup point, I think Cole Anthony's a good backup point guard in this league. If you got that and 2 first-round picks, I might,
Wait, no, this doesn't work, though, because you're going to attach what? How much salary is that? The Cole Anthony makes like 13?
Yeah, so 13 and so like 28.
I mean, the DeMar would work, but I don't want to waste my DeMar on that trade.
Jonathan Isaac did play 71 games last year after playing 58 the year before, 11 the year before, none the year before that.
Hold on.
None the year before that.
You mean he was in attendance for 71 games? He wasn't actually healthy, was he?
He played 71 games last year, 15.4 minutes per game. 15.8 minutes per game last year. The year he played 11 minutes per game, the year he played 11 games, he averaged 11 minutes per game. Didn't play in 2021, 2022. Didn't play in 2020, 2021. Played 34 games at 28 minutes the year prior, 75 games at 26 minutes the year before that. His rookie season, 17-18, Played 27 games at 19 minutes, basically 20 minutes per game. Has an average double-figure points once.
Would you take just him and a first-round pick?
No, you gotta give me a call. Give me a call. What they're talking about is what I need to make that deal. Jonathan Isaac, he does nothing for me.
Would you do it for Malik Monk?
As is, the roster as is, absolutely not. But if you've made some moves, say if
You got Trae?
Made a Trae Young move, like, yeah, now I'd be open to
it. Kenny's going to die today. It's over today, which is fine. Like, you've got 3 hours to die on the air. We'll turn the KSFM show into a eulogy. It's fine. We need to be able to, Jesse, to be able to use the program to make it a reel and, get users.
So I got to wait till they get set up.
No, he's got it. We're good. You could die today.
Okay.
Like, it's just the agreement. When we go,
let's do a practice run. Run it through
in the air.
Let's run it through. What does it look like? Ready?
What's it?
That's pretty weak, to be honest.
Yeah,
that's really how you die.
That's not going to get views. It's got to be a little bit more.
Yeah, that's really how you're gonna go.
It's got to be a little bit more dramatic.
Look like the SpongeBob fish.
It's got to be something I can cry over. That I'd laugh at. I'd be like, man, that's a damn shame Kenny died like that. I hope Brees wasn't watching because that's just embarrassing. He ain't even gonna be sad.
Dad died on there today. It was pretty weak.
Dad looked like a run over frog on the show. Just not good.
I ran over a frog one time. Well, no, I didn't. It was at my aunt's house. That was disgusting. It really was.
But who ran over the frog?
My aunt or something. Like, the frog tried to get across the driveway when they were backing out. And
everyone inside the car was fine, Stanley.
You've got like a lineage of just animals just not being able to survive.
That's a good point. Yeah. How many animals have you murdered in your life?
I haven't murdered any. I haven't murdered any.
Hey, you know that, like, killing animals is the start of.
Yeah, it's in every movie.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't killed no animals. I don't kill no animals.
How's the squirrel that you?
I didn't kill him.
Just broke its legs.
I didn't kill him.
Just broke its legs and threw it out in the trash.
Well, I don't know if his legs were broke. I don't know nothing about that.
So if you were in the mafia and you broke someone's legs and then buried them alive, your argument would be, I didn't kill him.
Yeah, I didn't.
What killed him then, Kenny?
I don't know if he's dead. That's the whole thing.
Well,
he's buried.
I don't know that.
His parents have called it in, like, R.I.P. Rocky. It's over.
We don't know that. We don't know.
Well, you think this is an Undertaker situation? You think it's a trap door or something?
He might be like Unique.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. Unique survived. Perhaps Rocky did too.
How close? I don't want to say. No, I'm gonna just say it. Spoiler alert. I'm gonna just say it. You know, Lamar is back on BMF.
That show is so stupid.
I seen him. I said, wait a minute.
I
thought they killed him.
Well, I don't think they killed him.
Didn't they?
Wasn't he a drug addict? Didn't they turn him into a drug addict?
They did, but I thought they injected him with like.
Nah, remember there was that scene where they drove by and Lamar was out on, like, Heroin Row or whatever.
You're right.
I don't think they ever killed him.
Okay. Well, I just have to tell you this.
I don't care. I'm never watching that show again.
Episode 1, he gets shot twice and gets
Lamar?
Up. Yeah, he gets shot twice.
In the new season?
In the new season. He gets shot twice and they're like, oh, snap. They saved him. And then they like run off, right? And then they go back to the where Lamar should be lying and he's up and gone. It's just a puddle of blood.
Why do you keep watching that show?
Gotta see it
moments
through.
Like that.
That show is so stupid. I'm telling you, 50 Cent created BMF as a joke to Starz executives to say, look, I could put together anything, even trash, and these dummies will watch it. Watch. Here's BMF.
By the way, new Power. Did you see that?
I didn't.
New Tariq and Tommy. They're starting a new Power, new spinoff.
They didn't even finish Force. What are you talking about? A spinoff with Tariq and Tommy?
They finished.
You
Tommy,
didn't finish the other spinoff.
I mean, they finished Tariq.
They finished Raising Kanan. Not Raising Kanan.
Force. What's that?
No, not Force.
Ghost. Power.
Ghost. Yeah,
They
Ghost.
finished it. So yeah, no spinoff with with Tariq and remember Tommy comes through on like the last episode.
Yes. Yes.
So, yeah, the spinoff that happened with that.
We've all finished a bad show before, by the way.
No, we have.
Like Manifest is stupid, but I had to see that one through.
We have. I watched some show. I think it was called The Family Business, where like all the black actors were in it. It was garbage.
I still got
just
Beauty in Black.
Pure garbage. It was along the lines of Beauty in Black. It was the same thing. And I think the hair enhancer was fresh. It was fresh at the time this show was made.
Yeah.
So they didn't quite know how to apply it on set yet.
Uh-huh.
And one of the dudes' heads was just like, oh, no, bad. And the next season, he had a bald head. They're just like, hey, this doesn't work on camera, man. Just shave your head, bro.
What he says, the funny part was when Meach said it didn't mean nothing to the guy who saved his life. Yo, that scene was crazy. They sacrificed the chicken because he had like a rattlesnake bite in Mexico.
Of course.
They sacrificed the chicken.
Yeah.
And just healed Meach. And then they ran off in the desert of Mexico.
You said he chased the chicken?
No, they just so the guy.
Oh, okay, yeah. So all right, perfect.
So
Meach
got bit by like a rattlesnake, poisoned, and it was looking bleak. It was like, yo, he's gonna die. And this was actually even a flashback moment too, because they show him getting bitten by a snake, and then all of a sudden T is in Detroit again, and it's all good. So then they flash back to how Meach got saved. Some guy had a seance in the middle of the desert, killed the chicken, took the chicken bones, put it on Meach's wound, and then Meach pops up like, oh, I'm good. Let's go. Like, it's time to get this money. Yo, that's what he did. He got up like, yo, I'm here for a real reason. Time to get this money.
You know,
bro, you just had rattlesnake poison in your leg.
You know, the moment that show was just dead was when they had that shootout and like 4 million bullets were fired. And I think like they hit the first two people they showed, and then it was just round after round after round in the middle of the street, and no one was hit. It was like, all right, this is trash.
Quit. They did. He hopped up. It just had rattlesnake poison. He was like maybe 5 minutes away from dying. And he just, hey, I'm good. I'm here for a real reason. I'm about to take over everything now. Huh? That was you would have enjoyed it.
I don't think I would.
You would have enjoyed it. That was some good stuff. Jonathan Isaac.
Jonathan Isaac's game is BMF. That's what it is. We out here looking for Raising Canaan and power, and y'all out here asking for BMF. That's what Jonathan Isaac is. He's BMF on the power in the power universe.
And in the last 2 years, by far, not even remotely close. He's got one 20-point game that like maybe you could be like, oh, he played good there.
Mm-hmm.
But by far, his best game in 2 years came on March 23rd against the Sacramento Kings.
Of course it did.
25 points, 7 rebounds, 10 of 13 from the field, 3 of 4 from beyond the arc. By far. Like if you go through game logs that he even plays, it's like 3 points, 9 points, 9 points, 8, 10, 11, 9, 11, 11, 2, 0. Like that's all the last 2 years was, except for that game.
We know that doesn't count too because everyone goes off against the Kings. It's a random player.
Yeah,
there's crazy.
There is a all bad team of Jonathan Isaac types that have had their best game against Sacramento.
Yeah. It's facts.
It's embarrassing.
Kings won that game though.
Doesn't take away the embarrassment. And still, Trae Young isn't good enough to play for this team. Is CJ still on hold? Is that who's waiting for us? 916-909-1320.
Sorry, CJ.
I'm sorry, CJ.
Yeah, we out here talking about
That's
BMF.
my bad.
CJ,
That's
wait,
my bad. What's up, brother?
Hey, don't apologize for having a good conversation, fellas. That's all it is. You know what I mean?
No doubt. What's going on with you, big dog?
Oh, we just chilling, man. Having another good day. Listen, I'm not too irritated about the Trae Young conversation. I think the bigger conversation is, what do you do after Trae Young? I think getting Trae Young on a bad contract is better than having Zach LaVine on a bad contract, right? I think he's easier to build around, especially with Domas. But I think that's the question: is what do you do afterwards? I think that's the big reason why everything's going good with the Pacers right now. Is they built after the big move. What are the other moves that what are the other moves that you can make? How many?
Oh, Scott Perry cut off CJ.
Oh, he back. CJ back.
CJ, we lost you
I'm
right
back,
after you.
I'm back.
It's all right.
You good?
It's good. It's good. Yeah, did you say car phone? You got one of them things that's plugged into the lighter?
No, I got that Bluetooth, man.
I got you. Nah, you're right, CJ. We appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother, as always. No, you're right. And I think it is important to point out. Like I'd love for the Sacramento Kings to pull this deal off for Trae. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm with CJ in that I'd absolutely okay. We'll have fun. A day or two later, okay, what do you go? Okay, what now?
Yeah.
Because there are other things. We'll work with what we think this trade might look like. Zach is still here.
Mm-hmm.
Trae's here. Domas is still here. I believe Keegan's here.
Yeah.
That is not the strongest defensive lineup that you can conjure up. How are you going to how are you going to make up for that? I understand leaning all in on offense. Is your second unit going to do something different? Is your second unit going to be a little more defensive oriented? Is Keon Ellis still going to be a part of this? Do you go look for other, quality defenders? Do you still are you looking for, the 3s and 4s that you've talked about in the past? Are you leaning? It's just like, nah, screw it. We're going all offense right now. We're going all offense, and we'll figure out the defense later.
Well, that's the thing. Does every move need to be made this offseason?
No.
Trae Young.
No.
Trae Young does open up your window a lot more now. It's not necessarily, it's just 2 years and we got Domas and LaVine. Like, now if you trade for Trae Young, you've opened that up. Of course, like CJ said, you still have to work and all that, but.
Because I'm trying to think of what you could do. Because my thought would be, now you go after a power forward. Can you get a cost-effective power forward to go into that starting lineup that defends, rebounds, is switchable, and all that other stuff? Because you've got Keon coming off the bench. You're probably going to draft. I think they got 1 or 2 second-round picks. Probably going to draft a wing. You bring back Jake LaRavia, hopefully. So you've got him coming off the bench at the 3 and 4. Can you get a cost-effective 4? Would you? I don't know if this works out financially. Would you guys be for or against Trey Lyles coming back and starting at the 4?
Not my favorite.
Okay.
Not my favorite. But I guess to Jesse's point, I guess you don't have to have everything figured out immediately. I'd want that one to be maybe figured out isn't the right word. I'd like that one to be worked on. I don't think that's the move. Nah, that's not my favorite.
Larry Nance Jr. Because I think at that point,
what year is it?
2025. I think at that point, you've got Trae, you've got Zach LaVine, you've got Keegan Murray, what a lot of people feel like is in a better spot at the 3. I've got my reservations, but I'll play along with that because I got my guy Trae Young here, so I'll play along with that. You've got Sabonis. Seems like you've got a lot that you need on the offensive end. You can go get a guy that's just about defending. If he's a stretch four, that would be even better because you got Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Trae.
That is Trae.
Yeah, Trae kind of checks those boxes.
Not the best defender, but
you also
not
need
bad.
You also need this person to be relatively inexpensive
because of Trae, Domas, and
Zach.
Also, have we deaded the Keegan Murray extension conversations? Because isn't that this offseason?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, I guess I won't bring it up then.
I don't think. Well, here's something that people aren't talking about. What if Keegan's not here? What if Keegan is part of a separate deal?
Okay.
That lands you a 3-and-D small forward and maybe a power forward or a pick or something like that.
Well, then asked and answered. It's fine with me. I'm just like it's not a knock on Keegan. I'm just not. There's just no one I look at on the roster where I'm like, no, Kenny can't do that. No. There's literally no one. That includes Domas. Like, there's no one. Whatever Scott Perry thinks he has to do to fix this roster, like, I'm open for it. I'm gonna need you to do something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not open to you doing nothing. But like, Keegan's not the guy. You think Keegan's not the guy? I'm open to that. I'm asking you not to be wrong. Your predecessors, this franchise, and that's the baggage that comes with the job. You are not afforded the ability to be wrong. This team is not awful. They're not. I'll say that. Maybe they weren't as good as we thought going into the season. I absolutely do not believe they're a 40-42 basketball team.
I agree.
So maybe they're not a 40-win basketball team. Maybe they're not a 52-win basketball team. Maybe they're somewhere in the middle of that. Even if you went on the lower end of the middle of that, that's fine with me. I think it's perfectly fair to say that this team both is not as good as we thought and underachieved. For me, this team is good enough to where the right moves. Now, does it make them a championship contender? No, probably not. Does it make them a good basketball team headed into next year? Yeah, I think so.
I'm with you.
All right, we'll come back. We'll come back. When Kenny goes quiet, he's trying to get me to look at the clock, shut up, and come back.
No, I don't want to.
He really, he does that like lean back thing.
I don't want to start.
He does this. No, he does this. He does this.
Yeah.
I don't want to start talking.
Yeah. For those on the radio, he just, hey, look at the camera, stupid. No, I got it. We'll come back. I want to talk about Devin Carter. And what's his involvement on this? Is he involved in this?
I thought about something, and I think it might have gave me an answer that a lot of people have been asking.
Sometimes I wish people on the radio could see you.
I thought about.
He's just pointing at his head right now. It's just like he looks like the Malcolm X meme. Like he's thinking it through. Well, we'll find out what Kenny was thinking about here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Come on, TJ. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the everything that they do. Maybe it doesn't make them a championship team this season. Maybe they could take on what they do this season. Zach LaVine expiring, all those different. Maybe next year, a couple moves here and a couple moves there, and now all of a sudden you're looking at this team like, hey, this team can absolutely compete with Houston, San Antonio, Oklahoma City, the teams that in a year might be at the top of the conference. That's what I meant. I don't know that there's anything that they could do this year where I'm like, this is a championship contending team. They'd have to play above. They'd have to be the Pacers of last year, where I did not believe that team was a Final Four team, so to speak. But this year, I absolutely thought they were. So, steps that I think they can make. But it's putting a lot of trust in Scott Perry, obviously.
Shout out Roman Anthony, 2-run double yesterday. Probably the greatest one I've ever seen. See, his dad's name is Anthony. Come on, man. This is his grandpa's name and his great grandpa's name too.
There's a promo that I always remember, and I don't remember. Oh no, I think I do remember who it was. You guys remember the wrestler Bradford? He was borderline jobber.
Bradford. I do not.
Sure wasn't a pitcher for the San Diego Padres?
No, I think that was his name. But the promo was he was going up against Shawn Michaels. And Shawn Michaels goes, yeah, what's up with this stupid name? There's two first names, Bradford. That's like if I was named Mike Michaels. So every time I hear something,
bro, your name is Michael Hickenbottom. What are you talking about?
It's Shawn Michaels. Chill out, man.
Every time I hear somebody like, I think about that promo. What if my name was Mike Michaels?
Also, talking wrestling over the years, I think Shawn Michaels is my favorite of all time.
He borderline to go, bro. He's borderline to go. I think we've talked about
like. There's nothing like
he's got it all,
and there's nothing that ages poorly.
No. Oh, good call, guys. Look, Radford. I think that was his name.
Oh, okay.
No, wait, no, that's pretty damn good right there. Yeah.
That's great knowledge by you guys. What if my name was Mike Michaels? The hell is that?
It's a little bit of redacted in that impersonation right there too, by the way.
You want to get in on the conversations, you can. 916-909-1320. We'll be at Sky River Casino 1 week from Friday night, June 20th, at Sky River Casino at 32 Brew Street. We'll be out there on the patio doing a live show evening with D'Lo and KC, exclusive to the people who are able to come out and hang out with us. We're going to build out a show. We're going to have some fun. We'll tell some stories. We're trying to book some guests. And we'd love for you to be out there. No radio, no streaming, no nothing like that. Just D'Lo and KC hanging out with you at 32 Brew Street. Time, 7 o'clock. I hope you guys can come through and hang out. That's 1 week from this Friday at Sky River Casino.
Vibes all the way up.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be fun.
The way up. So I talked about, before we went to break, about how it's kind of like putting 2 and 2 together, looking at some stuff. And I was like, it's kind of making sense now regarding Devin Carter and everything that's circulating around the Kings. As I've thought about it a little bit more, I don't know. I might need you guys to help me work through this, or say, Kenny, nah, you're doing too much. Like, this ain't, relax. You're doing too much. Talk to people and all this other stuff, but then I look at Devin Carter and I think about the California Classic, and a lot of people have talked about, James had talked about, like, it's just a lot of money putting the team together. They don't have a lot of time to do it, and that's one of the reasons they just opt out of the California Classic. Like, we don't have time to put the team together. I thought about, okay, I guess I disagree. Like, put the team together, but all right. But then I was like, don't you have to have a team like 3 days after the California Classic to be in Vegas? So what's the difference between 2 or 3 days or a week? Like, you need a team. Why not just put that team you're going to put out in Vegas in the California Classic? Especially if it's in Sacramento or the Bay Area. You got that draw of maybe your second rounders. And then I thought, Devin Carter absolutely needs to be playing Summer League. Absolutely. This is a guy who didn't get a Summer League, didn't get a training camp, came through halfway through the season. And if he's healthy, that is a prime candidate for somebody that needs to be playing Summer League.
Saw Keegan do it.
Saw Keegan do it.
Maybe you want to make sure he's healthy.
Or maybe you have no plans of him being here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you want to make sure he's healthy because you have no plans of him being here.
So after thinking about all this, I was like, I don't know if he's in their plans at all. Am I doing too much? Is that too far-fetched what I'm talking about?
I don't think it's crazy to think he's not in their plans. I mean, he's a guy who was drafted with a shoulder injury, missed however much time that he did. And when he came back, he didn't even really get into the flow of things. Like, what exactly does Scott Perry have to go off of here? Besides, like, Monty McNair liked him.
If I'm Scott Perry, I'm putting the whole starting lineup out there in the California Classic. Like, you always got something to prove to me. I don't know.
Sabonis played.
I don't know none of you. I'm going to need to see y'all go out there and beat this team by 50. If you don't, I'm making cuts before the 4th of July.
It's a tryout.
It's a tryout, yeah. Domas, Malik, Devin, they all out there.
Is that like I said,
It's
as I
not
thought
crazy.
about it,
It's
I was
not-
like, maybe that's a little bit of a
It's
reach.
not crazy. Devin's name is rumored to be involved in this trade thing, so it's not crazy.
I think the Summer League aspect of, like, just that scenario might be a little bit much, but just the overall aspect and point, no, I think that's perfectly normal.
I'm just thinking, if Devin is part of what you're doing moving forward, second-year player, you want to start getting him reps so he's ready for the season. The reps he didn't get last year. It should be, in my opinion, a no-brainer that he's playing as much Summer League as possible. And once again, we don't know the summer. Maybe he is on the Summer League roster. I was like kind of equating, and this is where I think it might have been a little bit of a reach, saying we don't have anybody that needs to be in the California Classic Summer League, so we're going to just opt out. I'm like, yeah, he need to be in that Summer League team.
Yeah.
Like, put some randoms around him. You're going to get some second rounders too, but put some the same randoms you're going to send to Vegas, put them around Devin Carter because he needs to play.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like kind of my thought, but that might be a little bit of a reach. But if I was sure that he was in my plans moving forward, he definitely needs to be a part of this summer and getting the reps and just getting acclimated to maybe running a team, being a point guard, or having those type of experiences. And the fact that at the very least in the California Classic, they're like, we don't even need a team because we don't see any value in it. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean he's not a part of your future? Could be reaching a little bit. I understand.
It could be. But it's June 11th, and we're begging for something to happen with this franchise over the course of the next month or so. So, yeah, reading into that stuff isn't a problem.
I just got feeling I think Devin's not going to be here. I think he's a part of whatever trades they're trying to make.
Do you think Keegan is?
Not. I'll put it to you like this. I don't think he's part of a Trae Young deal, but I do think they're listening to deals. They are open to trading Keegan Murray.
I feel like they're probably open to trading anybody. Given what we know about this alleged, potential, possible conversation with the Atlanta Hawks, we've all exchanged enough notes to know that Domantas Sabonis is in no way involved in this conversation.
Agreed.
Does this potential move tell you anything about how Scott Perry might feel about Domantas Sabonis, or does this tell you anything about Sabonis's future with Sacramento?
No, the only thing it kind of tells me is it's probably along the lines of what Jesse had said, and I agree with, I think you agree with, is if we're going to compete, if we're going to be trying to play at a high level, we need somebody better than Domas. We can't, the idea of building around Domas.
And you're not going to trade Domas for someone who's better than him.
Right.
That's probably
right. They
not
want
gonna
to,
happen.
they want to They want Domas here.
Yeah.
But they know he can't be your best player. And I also think this is just me projecting my thoughts in there. As much as I think Zach LaVine is unbelievably talented, I like him more than most, and I love his game and his ability. I don't trust him. I can't trust him to be the leader of my franchise. So I need to go get somebody that is better than Domas and talent-wise on the same level as a LaVine, if not better, but somebody I can trust a little bit more to be that best player night in and night out. So to answer your question about Domas, I think they like him. They want him here.
Yeah.
But you got to get somebody better in here if we're trying to win games.
That's how I feel. I think they see potentially Domas and Trae as a good pairing together that you can work with. And that is 17 to 18 assists per game. Just on average, that's 17 to 18 assists per game between those two. And you're halfway to that number of 30 that I like so much. Close to, I think Will's number was 26 or 27. I can't remember. But you're able to get that level of distribution, that level of court vision, basketball intelligence from those two guys, plus a guy who can hit a shot on multiple different levels. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. I don't know. I think through the course of these different conversations, when you try to have when you try to come up with ideas and think about, like, Shams Charania talking about this could be the craziest offseason the WNBA has ever seen. Eddie Gonzalez last Friday kind of echoing those same sentiments. Obviously, he got circles. He realizes he's a part of what's going on in Phoenix with Kevin Durant and his team right now as they're sorting through different trade offers and having those conversations. You run through names like Trae, LaMelo, Ja, Zion, different guys where you're like, all right, how does this work in Sacramento? Who fits? Who could realistically the Sacramento Kings get involved with? And man, when we had this conversation, a lot of people here in this studio leaned on the side of Trae Young. And there's obviously multiple different reasons that could work. And man, now that I think about it, when we started those conversations, from what we understand now, those conversations were actually happening. I don't know if Ja is realistic. I know you talked to Anthony Sain a couple of weeks ago. It doesn't appear that it is. We don't know the future of Zion Williamson yet. No one will ever know what Charlotte is doing until they actually do it. And now you have an opportunity with Trae out there. The ball isn't completely in his court, but man, he's got a lot of control over what happens next because he has the ability to sign. He has that, contract extension right there. And maybe he's unwilling to sign with Atlanta. Maybe Atlanta's unwilling to offer it to him. If a team is unwilling to sign him to that contract extension, you can just tell the team, like, look, we signed the extension now, or I don't sign it at all. And you're acquiring me for whatever you're giving up for a season. And all of that just makes me feel like this is something Sacramento has to, whether it's once the finals are over, whether it's once the draft is here. I think Eddie told us on Friday, man, there could be a lot of things happening around the draft. There are a lot of teams thirsty to get into this draft. There are a lot of teams thirsty to move up in this draft. And there are a lot of teams thirsty to use this draft as a way to acquire more draft picks. It all depends on what direction you're going as a franchise. So we are 2 weeks away from the draft.
Yep.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yep.
We're 2 weeks away from the draft. So business could pick up, as good old JR would say, here a lot sooner than later.
Yeah. And I think it will. And a lot of people think that, maybe they'll be waiting for Giannis and all this other stuff.
Yeah, didn't even mention him.
I think a lot of people, like the Kings and the Hawks, may look at it as we're not in those sweepstakes anyway.
Yeah.
So we're doing our work.
Yeah.
And that's where you may get some crazy stuff around draft day because we're not even waiting for the Giannis thing. We got to handle our business here. Plus, you might be dealing with picks and pick swaps and all this other stuff that people want to take care of that particular night. So I'm with you, man. It's just I think we about to see some things pop off real soon. And it feels like a lot of people might just be sitting around waiting for the finals to end so moves can be made.
Trae Young averaged 19.1 points per game his rookie season. Since then, 29.6, 25.3, 28.4, 26.2, 25.7, 24.2. 3 straight seasons at 10-plus assists. The prior 4 seasons, 8.1, 9.3, 9.4, 9.7. I ask again, this is also a point guard whose career free throw percentage is 87. Not taking shots, just pointing it out. Career free throw percentage, 87. He also has a 3-point percentage of career 3-point percentage of 35%. Career high was 38% in the 2021 season, and career 43% shooter. I ask again, if Trae's not your guy, if you're not in on the idea of the Kings acquiring Trae Young, who are you looking for? Maybe we'll start with what are you looking for? Then tell me who. And if Zach LaVine is a problem for you, I understand. If the idea of a Trae Young and Zach LaVine backcourt doesn't really entice you, I get it. Just remember, if you're talking about, if you're willing to tank, you have to be willing to build a team out long term. Maybe Trae and Zach LaVine isn't the most ideal backcourt this year. But when this season is over and Zach LaVine has 1 year left on that $50-some-odd million contract, guess what? There will be a line of teams willing to take him on because teams are going to hit first aprons, second aprons. Players are going to get injured. Teams' directions are going to change. And now their primary focus, no one thought, I didn't. Maybe Jesse knew. Maybe the Celtics faithful knew. I didn't. Entering this year, when I'm thinking about the Boston Celtics winning the NBA championship, I'm not at all thinking about their $500 million payroll. I'm not thinking about the apron. I'm not thinking about their expenses. I'm not thinking about any of that. I'm thinking, can this team win another title? We were in the playoffs. The Celtics were winning, and the conversation had already shifted to what are the Celtics going to do this offseason?
Yeah, that was like the worst kept secret all year.
Like, are they Drew, Porzingis? Is it finally Tatum or Jalen? Like, how is this going to work out? And that all happened within the course of a year, or that all happened within the course of a season. Zach LaVine is going to be extremely attractive next offseason for teams that find themselves in the position that the Boston Celtics are in. I think the Denver Nuggets, that some of these other teams are in when it comes to aprons and realistic opportunities to win an NBA championship. They're going to have a player on their roster that's owed $150 million over the next 3 years. They can save $100 million by doing that deal. They're going to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And that's why I look at certain deals happening. You talk about Trae Young or whoever you're talking about. It's not a lifetime deal. Zach LaVine has set the franchise, terrible contract. It's not a lifetime contract. Like, we're talking 2-3 years. If you get Trae and you sign him for 4 or 5 years, that's 4 or 5 years. Like that, it's not forever. And there are ways that you can maneuver out of deals if they're not working out for you, or if it's not as if you're not winning as many games as you thought you could or you should with that player. It's not the end all be all when you sign these guys. And the bottom line is, regardless of if you sign a Trae Young to an extension, trade for him, sign for an extension, get Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, you still got work to do regardless. Like, you can sign these guys to deals, and if you're making the moves around them that are high-level moves and the correct moves, you can still be a successful team. Just because you have these guys on contracts doesn't mean that you can't draft properly, that you can't develop guys in the G League, that you can't sign guys with cap space or trade exceptions or anything like that that can help your team. Like, you still have to be good at what you do. You could have none of these guys on the team, and if you're not signing the right guys in those spots, you're still gonna be sorry. So you just got to make the right moves. It sounds simple, and I know it's not the deepest thought thing ever, but it's the truth. It's the facts. Like, you have to make the right moves around these people or in place of these people. Either one, you got to make the right moves.
Yeah, the moves.
Plural.
Yeah, plural. So Trae, a potential acquisition of Trae Young would obviously be really exciting. But as I said earlier, there's going to be a quick, okay, what are you going to do next? And that is the tough position. That's kind of how all of this started. Scott Perry is in a really tough position right now because he's got us talking about the likes, not just Trae, Darius Garland too.
Yep.
He's got the likes of us talking about really quality point guards. And whether he intended for this information to get out there, whether he wanted this information, none of that's irrelevant. Too late, pal. We're here. It's out there. And conversations at least have been verified on multiple different levels by multiple people in multiple different markets. There's something happening here that Scott, I'm actually surprised you didn't start today's show with, I was tapping into enemy territory today.
I didn't.
I was surprised you didn't tune into Atlanta radio.
I know.
And see what they were talking about.
Or just listen to
what do you think Atlanta's talking? Do you think they're talking about this?
Maybe, but they're probably talking about Michael Penix.
I genuinely don't know. What are they?
Yeah, no, Kenny's
out
got
there?
a good point. Yeah, it's what is it, mandatory minicamp already?
Yeah.
They're talking about Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins backup, $100 million backup or whatever.
Yeah.
Guys, what do we do with Kirk Cousins?
Well, we're going to spend the next hour trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
That's what's going on Atlanta Sports Radio. Now, I will say this. Shout out Jacquees. He told us, he said, look, Trae Young, the biggest star in the city.
That's right. Yeah.
So if there is talks of moving Trae Young, that may be moving the needle a little bit out there right now. That may be moving the needle.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll follow it. I mean, that's all we can do. We're going to fan the flames, though. Don't get it twisted. No, there is a certain level of responsible journalism that we hold on to, but don't get it twisted. Content, baby. We're going to fan the flames.
Oh, for sure.
If we have to step on the neck of Scott Perry for his first official, act of business, we'll do that.
So I'm not at the, I know the station out there. I got to find it, but I went to Locked On Atlanta, Locked On Sports Atlanta. So they're talking everything Atlanta sports, right? Went to their YouTube page. The shows in succession, the Braves, Kirk Go is QB2, Kirk Cousins. Next episode, the Braves, an epic meltdown, Braves. Pressure from the Falcons offense under intense scrutiny.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. Pressure.
Falcons, excuse me. They title it Pressure.
Okay,
Falcons offense
got
under
it.
intense scrutiny. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my bad.
I got it.
Yeah, they haven't talked about the Hawks. Huh. We're in a month.
It's funny. It's funny. That's hilarious.
I'm still not seeing
our guy Aaron Miller told me the other day. That's our boss. He's the boss. He told me the other day, hey, we're gonna do what's called a swarm on the station. he was like, "Are you familiar?" He obviously saw the look on my face. He was like, "Are you familiar with that is?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Okay, we're gonna have brand managers from different markets tap in and listen to the radio station on different days, and then I'm gonna go back and meet with them and get their feedback." It's like, oh, okay. Again, brother clearly saw the look on my face and was like, he was like, "Okay, can you tell me your concerns with that?" I was like, "Yeah, sports isn't like what Complex does. Complex can program KSFM and 106.5 The End in Sacramento, in San Francisco, or in Wichita, and it's all the same."
Right.
I know this because he does it. It's all the same. Sports isn't. We're not even the same as our good brothers 90 miles from here. I told Miller, like, Matt Nahegan, the guy who runs 95.7 The Game, would never allow me and Kenny to do the show that we do it, the way that we do. That's not what he believes in.
He would lose it.
But there's a reason for that, and that's the market.
Right.
The Giants, the Warriors, the 49ers, like, that is big business out there. We've got the Kings. We've got the Kings and anything that might be associated with the Kings. And then we're really personality driven. So, like, we had a discussion about, like, I think you need to set the table for what they're listening to. Hearing what is going on in Atlanta and the fact that they might not even have a Trae Young conversation for the next month and a half is like the perfect example of how not all these sports stations are created the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're just laid out differently.
I'm interested in what they're going to say. Listen.
I don't know, man. They were talking about this guy named Lamar. It clearly wasn't Lamar Jackson. It was just a guy named Lamar who got shot, and then someone was revived with poison. I'm not really sure how all this happened. And then they referenced some day where they solved the Alcatraz mystery. It was really, this all happened in a 10-minute span. I'm not sure.
Then they spent 20 minutes on Ron Killings.
Right. I've Googled Ron Killings and I can't figure out what's going on over there. The guy's not an athlete.
Hey, maybe we'll do this during the commercial, but I'll ask you, do you want to come back from break? And I can tell you everything Atlanta Sports Talk Radio is talking about.
Okay, I would love that. Plus, bump it or dump it, and I want you to get a chance to talk about your San Francisco Giants.
Well, we cooking right now.
It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Eric, traditional sports radio sucks, bro. It's very boring.
You gotta be. We can't be talking about sports all day, every day, bro.
Well, it's just not even that. It's like we all. I don't know. I've never listened to a radio show for like wisdom, I guess. Like you go to NFL Live for that and stuff like that. Like radio's supposed to be fun. And it's like if people have like sources and stuff, yeah, you report that and all that, but it's just I don't know.
Yeah, fun, especially this time of year. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love baseball.
Like everything else is just so textbook by the book.
Yeah, you can do at least here. Maybe in San Francisco and other places. New York, they can. 4 hours on baseball is crazy. My first guess would be the Falcons, but I think it's a lot closer than people would think. I think they really, really, really love the Braves out there. Like, it's almost like Niners and Giants out here in San Francisco. Like, I think that's a lot closer than people realize. If they're both good at the same time, I'd probably say the Niners, but that's really, really close. Really close.
Would you give up the Niners never winning another title for the Kings to get one?
Wait a minute. What?
Would you give up, or would you, yeah, for the Kings to get a title next year, would you give it the Niners never winning one again?
Never winning one again?
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
I sacrificed the Celtics for the Dolphins.
Yeah, but you've just
I've seen a lot less than you.
But it's been 20-something years.
I
haven't even been an adult. What kind of question is that?
You're such a hoe for asking that during the commercial break.
Well, it was early. It was asked earlier. Shout out to Aldrin. It was his question. I just remembered right now.
That was a good one. He ain't Sacramento, man.
And I only get one Kings?
Okay.
He's the one, though. It's not like
Don't
they can never win
answer
again.
yet. Look at Polo knows what it is.
Damn.
Polo knows what it is. Well, you've survived 30 years. Local guy telling you. It's tough, man. It's tough when you ain't down for your city like that.
I looked up. I said, "Who's that black?"
Yeah, Tua, hella dark. Man. Tua must have been on that retreat with our man Bill in Mexico.
Yeah, that's my quarterback.
Man. There's Lamar up there.
Tua is the only thing. We're going to learn a lot this year.
I already know.
You hate Tua.
I know. I love Tua.
No, he loves Tua.
I love Tua.
He defends Tua.
Yeah.
I say defend Tua. He ain't it. Jesse'll defend him.
But it's also his time to win.
How you feel about fake D-Lo?
What do you mean?
A lot went on during that commercial break, some of which I don't understand, including a fake D-Lo reference there at the end.
Who's fake D-Lo?
Your coach.
Oh, Mike McDaniel? That's not fake D-Lo, but
he be trying to take my man's whole style.
let's see.
When nobody's showing the ankles before, man.
We're gonna try and win more football games this year. Tua's gonna be better. Once December gets it, we'll be ready.
Oh man, that's tough.
Shout out to the owner Stephen Ross.
That's
a good Mike.
Shout out Mike. Just win, damn it. I'm hurt.
You believe in him?
I don't know, really.
He absolutely does not believe.
Like I did, and then they put two safeties 20 yards behind down the field. I was like, all right, it's over now.
You want to ask? I know it came from the chat. I think it was Aldrin. You want to ask KC the question you just asked?
Yeah,
that he still has not answered.
Well, because you told me not to.
Would you give up the 49ers never winning a title again for the Kings to get one?
All right, let me get the stipulations. If I say no, does that just mean as is, like the Niners still could win and the Kings could still win?
Yeah, we all just keep going.
I'm gonna just keep going, bro. I'm gonna just keep going because the Kings and Niners. Why would I just close out one of them winning forever when they both could win if I just keep going?
So earlier I answered for like I gave up the Celtics for the Dolphins. Bro, do you know how dysfunctional our teams are? You really think they're gonna get one soon?
Anything could happen. Anything could happen. The Lions were the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Bro, the Knicks just got to the conference finals, and it maybe reportedly, allegedly, their owner's like, yeah, no, this isn't gonna work. Fired the coach, and now they have no plan. Like this day, dysfunction will get back at you quick.
Is that dysfunction?
Feels like it.
But
either way, point is, it's like it's a lot of trust.
So yours would be
yes.
Celtics
I need that Dolphins title
again.
now. Celtics, whatever.
You've experienced two.
I've experienced two, and I'll just do the whole history Bill Russell thing.
And you've
whatever.
never experienced a Miami Dolphins one.
I've never experienced the Miami Dolphins playoff win.
That's crazy. That's tough.
I've been watching football with memory since 2002.
Hey, man, one isn't a lot, bro.
I don't know what sentence you just uttered was crazier, but it's fine.
Yeah, shout out my fault.
One isn't a lot. Newsflash. If I live to be 90 years old and I only get one.
But it's the one, though. It's the one.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
Yeah, but it's more than none.
But who's to say I won't get one as is?
You get to experience J Street, the parade, the party.
Which team do you love most?
What
I love the
what
Kings the
city do
most.
you love most?
Sacramento. I love the Kings most.
So it's easy. The hell with the 49ers.
No, don't do that.
The
we can't
hell
do that.
with the 49ers.
We can't do that.
You
I
don't
love the
live-
49ers.
You don't live in
Look,
San Francisco. Wait, how many 49ers parades have you been to?
None.
Wow.
None.
So you ain't even 49ers either. So you don't.
Well,
rock
I
your
was
city.
11. I couldn't get down here.
Well, Cheryl and El Grove took you to the game where the roof was leaking.
No, that was Auntie Wanda.
Shout out Auntie Wanda. Always.
See, but if the Kings won one, because like I kind of said it like this, if the Dolphins won one championship or whatever, I'd be like, I'm set for life. I don't need to see anyone else win anything. Like that's just eternal happiness for sports. Like that's my one team or whatever. Like
I'm gonna tell you from experience. That's not how it works. Because I felt that way when the Giants won their first one. I was like, I'm good.
See, but you
Like,
love the
this is
Kings the
great.
most, though. That's not the Giants. It's like you love the Kings the most. Like
I honestly love them all the same. Like they're
crazy.
that I love the Giants was the first team I ever liked. That was the team. That was the first team I ever loved. 1987. I love the Giants. They lost in Game 7 to the Cardinals in the NLCS. I remember going into the corner of my grandmother's den and crying and seeing those stupid fireworks go off above Busch Stadium. That's my first sports memory. I love the Giants. I love the 49ers. I love the Kings. I honestly, loving the Kings is different because this is home. There's so many core memories with like Kings win, and I went out of my house or I went to Bel Air and I saw how people react. I don't have that with the Giants and the Niners because I wasn't in those cities. So it's a little different with the Kings, but I love all three of those teams. Love them to death.
Boo.
You still won't answer.
Boo.
I told you I said no because I'm not gonna. If the criteria is we just go on as life as it is, and I get the opportunity for both of them to still win, yeah, I'm not gonna close off. I'm not closing off one door. That's crazy. That's crazy. When they both could still win.
No, I need that Dolphins one right now. I don't know how much time we have left, bro.
You've been
We're looking
alive.
crazy. I need that one right now.
You've been alive for 40. We'll hit 43 years next month. 42 years
Put a
next
year on
month.
your boy. Don't put a year on your boy.
I put a year on myself last year. What's the big deal?
Damian Hield.
Summer's not even hot, bro. Like
it wasn't even until my mom was like, "No, you're not."
No, you're not.
What if? First of all, you've been alive going on 42 years and have never seen. You saw the Kings sniff a championship once. Okay, I was just pointing that out. You've seen far more
They didn't even sniff it.
20-win seasons than you've seen playoff seasons.
That's facts. That's facts.
Oh, they did sniff it. They were in the Western Conference Finals, Game 7.
Yeah,
You're at the door.
relax, bro. Relax. Don't be
Okay.
disrespectful.
Okay. First of
Don't
all,
be
sit down.
disrespectful.
Yeah. Don't
man.
even speak on this.
Whose guy is this, man? Whose man's is this?
Your guys is actually.
What are you doing with him?
No.
I had to tell somebody like outsider settle down. I had to say that the other day.
Damn, hey, that would hurt if you said that to me. Who'd you say that to? Hey, shout out to whoever Kenny said that to. I'd be pissed off.
Who'd you call an outsider?
I'd be so hurt.
Oh. Was it old boy across the street?
Oh.
Did you call a dude across the street an outsider?
Well, I didn't say it to him. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, all right, settle down. I didn't even go over the whole dynamic. I was like, you relax. Relax, sir. Me and WCW, we've been here. All right, we've been here.
Yeah.
Don't try to tell us what the best of something is.
Oh, yeah. No, I think we had this conversation. Was it about Maurice? Yeah. No, I remember. You told me about it. You told us about it.
Hey, I've been here for 5 years, living in Sacramento for 10. I always claim Modesto, though. I don't ever step on toes.
Just settle down. All right, settle down. Look, that's fine. That's fine. Just settle down. Breeze Donuts is the best. Take it from the natives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What day is today? Is James? Oh, James is with us in an hour.
It's Wednesday.
Oh boy, James. I'm sure James is gonna have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, man.
He'll be with us at 3. You want to talk about your Giants real
Yes,
quick?
sir. Yes, sir. Woo. That was close. I said yesterday, I called for the sweep yesterday.
And they almost, it was
Lost
5-2.
the first damn game in Coors Field. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it when I saw what was going on. Now, to your point, I didn't see it all in real time the way you did. I had things going on at the house. Ryan needed a bath, had to put her down, all this other stuff. So I went back later and watched the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went back later.
And you didn't know the outcome?
No.
Oh.
I went back later and saw bad luck Bonte and all this other stuff. And watching it down 5-2, I was like, man, come on, man. Come on. Kyle Harrison out here giving up home runs left and right. And then, they had an opportunity to do something, I believe, in the 7th or 8th inning. They didn't cash in. And then the Rockies opened up in the 9th. I said, oh, my gosh. But getting that win last night was major. You combine that with the Dodgers getting beat down by the Padres last night. They're playing right now. The Giants can go into this game 2 of this series with a chance to go into first place. To go into first place in the NL West. Wow. And it was looking bleak, too, because we got the news before the game that Matt Chapman is going to be out for 10 days. He said he might be out for a little bit longer than that. Patrick Bailey, he was a late scratch, so they were dealing with some stuff. But finding a way to get that done was big time. And shout out to Bonte. Like I said, we got to talk to Bonte this week. Shout out to Bonte.
For those that missed that, I started the show telling Kenny the reason I was able to catch most of what happened in the 9th inning was because Bonte was going on his IG story, and he was panicked that they were down 5-2. And I guess the record when Bonte's in studio maybe isn't the best. And he was hashtagging bad luck Bonte. And I was like, oh no. And then I saw the timestamp. I was like, this game can't be over. And I, hit the button. It was right there and was able to catch the comeback.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Bad luck Bonte.
I didn't either. I thought it was funny. So I was going to feed into it. And then they came back and won.
Yeah, needed that. So Bonte also said the Giants are 6-0 since last week. Buster Posey said, it's go time. It's go time. It's time to step it up. It's time to go. And the captain has spoken and the team has responded. Farhan would never. Farhan, it's go time. No, get out of here. Move. Nobody's listening to you. Move. But when Buster, El Capitan, says it's go time, the team has responded. 6 straight wins.
Yeah.
6 straight 1-run wins, I think, is a record. It might be a Giants record, franchise history. I think we're getting into MLB territory as well. So, yeah, man. Padres up 1-0 right now in the top of the 4th against the Dodgers. Dodgers lose this game. Giants beat this 12-win Rockies team like they should. I'm calling for a sweep. They handle business there. They can end tonight in first place.
It wasn't easy sailing after the
my
9th
boy
inning
Camilo.
Either. Yeah, they had runners on the corners with 2 outs. So there was a little
Camilo,
turn of the stomach there after going up 6-5.
I was almost pissed off. Because it looked like Camilo got that call, 3rd strike, and I don't know what Blue was looking at. Didn't call it. That led to a walk, which led to a base hit. And I said, bro.
Yeah.
And it felt like Camilo was having a problem regrouping because he thought he had the strike. You never really see him animate. And when he thought he had to call 3rd strike to end the game and didn't get it, visibly, he's talking. He's complaining about it. Looked like he had to lock back in. But he did. Got the win. If they could get Camilo Duvall back on track to being the team's closer, that'll help a lot of things out. It's one less thing that you got to worry about going into the trade deadline and trade season. If you can get him locked back in as a team's closer. I think Bob Melvin needs to give him the opportunity. Let him cook a little bit. Let him cook.
Did you see Aaron Judge's home run yesterday?
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
I think they said it was 470, 469, 470.
That was a bomb in Kansas City. Sheesh.
24th of the season for Aaron Judge, your boy.
That's my boy. I like Aaron Judge.
Now,
yeah, Jesse not here to say something smart.
On the flip side of what the Giants did, the A's gave up 1 in the 8th. They were up 1-0, gave up 1 in the 8th, and then ultimately lost in walk-off fashion to the Angels in 10.
Tough. Their bullpen is...
It's not tough. They're not good. They're going to lose games.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be a little better than what they are right now.
They certainly pump faked us to start the season.
They did, but the killer for them is their bullpen. Their pitching, specifically their bullpen, has let them down a number of different times. They haven't been able to figure out playing at Sutter Health Park. But the starters, particularly on the road with Severino and Springer and guys like that, they've been cool. But when they have leads or games are close and they got to go to that pen, it's been a catastrophe. It's been an absolute catastrophe. Last night was another example of it. I'm not sure. Obviously they can't do anything this year, but I don't know if they got some guys coming up in the minor leagues that might be ready to, help bolster that bullpen. I don't know if Fisher's going to spend in the offseason to if he even cares, if he's even paying attention, that this is something, an area that you need to improve and spend a little money. But I would like to see what this team looks like if they have a better bullpen, not just an awful one, just a better one. You don't need the best one in the league. Just give me a better one and see what they can do.
I keep looking at the TV. I'm trying not to be distracted because JB Bickerstaff is doing finals coverage for ESPN. And I'm pretty certain JB is just wearing like a dry fit shirt.
Come on, JB.
Underneath his blazer. Now I could be wrong.
Come on, JB.
But when they did the one shot of him a second ago, I was like, I'm confident, brothers. It's probably like there's an Orlando Magic patch over here in the corner, and it's just or not Orlando Magic, Detroit Pistons. Yeah. It is just covered by the blazer. Look, don't that look like a dry fit shirt?
A little bit.
Like a team issue dry fit shirt.
JB,
like hey JB, open up your jacket real quick, JB. Let me see the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, let JB. Let me go to the what is it, the one shot, the shot.
Yeah.
I need to get a good look at this one.
Yeah, you'll see it.
He's talking.
Get him right now. Get him right now.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Oh, man. You know what's interesting that I learned over the years is, like, let's just say for argument's sake, that isn't a dry fit, which I don't think it is. But if he got that at I don't even think these people are in business anymore, but like Joss A. Bank, that's like a $90 shirt he's got under the suit. They're little T-shirts that you can get a polo one that fits the same way. It's like a $90 shirt or job. Like, what in the world? I think I paid for it like once or twice.
Man, that's probably the cheapest shirt you've bought in recent memory.
Are you, bro? This is Old Navy. What I have on right now.
No,
shout out to Old Navy.
Hey, how much does that Amiri one cost though the other day?
What does that have to do with what?
The one with the little
wearing
upside
right
down, the Playboy button, or whatever you want to call that.
What does that have to do with what I'm wearing right now?
I'm curious. I would like to buy one.
Look it up then.
It's my dad's birthday today. Actually, maybe I want to buy one.
Hey,
happy
Mr.
birthday,
Tapia.
Mr. Tapia.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's great. We did all that this morning. How much does the shirt cost, Kenny?
Look it up.
Wow. Why are you so defensive?
Yeah, wow.
Wow, Jesse.
Because
He's
trying
to get his dad a gift.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with what I'm wearing today. What Bernie Bickerstaff or
JB
Bickerstaff has on.
What are you gonna come in?
Nothing to do with it.
What am I, outside or something?
Come on.
It's okay, Jesse. I'll look it up for you.
Thanks, man.
Nah, no problem. I'm on the website right now. Men. Kenny's not wearing old clothes, so I'll go to new arrivals.
What?
Let's see what we can
That's
find
not a new
here.
shirt. I've had the shirt for like a year. What are we talking about? It's not a new arrival.
Jesse, that's not the shirt. Here's one t-shirt that's $690.
Oh, damn.
Here's another t-shirt. Well, this one's only $390. This one looks a little. Oh, this is $450.
Sorry, Dad. Looks like coffee mug. It is.
Best dad ever coffee mug.
5th year in a row.
And a tie.
Oh, easy money beat. Well, that's $5.50.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the website where you get your clothes. $6.90.
Stop. That's not even accurate.
Oh.
Not even accurate. What's this guy doing?
Jesse, I can't seem to find one.
The hell? What shirt? What are you talking about? How much the shirts you got on?
I can't seem to
How
find
much
one
that?
under $4.50.
What about the shoes you're wearing today?
I got both of these.
I didn't ask you about shoes.
Stop it. Also, you're lashing out.
It's true.
There's some nice color. Oh, if I got the shorts with the shirt, it would cost me $1,980.
Oh, you see, I didn't get the short with the shirts.
No, this is really nice though. But $1,980.
Are you finished? I don't even know why you're putting that number out there because I just said I didn't get the shorts with the shirt.
No, I'm just pointing out it's nice stuff. We've established that the shirt that Jesse wanted to get his dad, based on his recommendation from you, was anywhere between $450 and $690. Man,
it's not. No, that's not how much I even. No, I didn't even pay that much for that. What are you talking about?
City Council approved plans to build the 1,200-seat soccer stadium at the rail yards. It is privately funded, probably by Kenny.
What?
But Chris Biederman tweeted yesterday that is official. It does have I guess they're building it with, and these are our brothers over at our people over at Sky River that are back in this joint, and they are, I guess from what Chris wrote, it's 12,000 seat with the ability to expand to 20.
Yeah, ability to expand to 20. And I think he said
can have a canopy as well.
Yeah.
So my thought would be, unlike Sutter Health Park, you can build a second deck.
Okay.
So that would be my thought. Build a second deck. Maybe because there's openings on the corners. Maybe you can close those in, at least on one side.
Mm-hmm.
Put more seats over there. Yeah. It's going to be
Are there
fire.
renderings for this already?
There is. It's like one rendering that people keep seeing from like a distance. Looks pretty dope. Shout out to the Wilton Rancheria tribe for getting this done.
Yes.
Earthquakes, San Jose
for actually getting this done.
Yes.
Not saying they were going to get it done, then not getting it done, but actually getting it done.
Getting it done.
Oh, here's the renderings.
It's going to be fire, bro.
San Jose Earthquakes stadium capacity is 18,000, so 20,000 is more than enough.
Okay.
You need to make that move.
Yeah. And I mean,
man, it's crazy if this is what the rail yards finally look like.
Man, you between that and then they've already started the Kaiser building, the Kaiser campus that's going on over there for. No, I promise I'm not. I'm about to say something. I promise I'm not. I'm not taking shots.
We're not gonna make a big deal. I mean, what?
For the outsiders that don't understand.
Oh wow.
That rail yards, my entire damn life. My entire life has been nothing and has been talked about being something for like 3 decades. And the fact that it's actually happened is almost surreal. Like it's almost surreal. I can't wait to see what it looks like when it's done with the like I said, the Kaiser campus and the Republic Stadium, which is gonna be dope. I wonder if
I'm looking at the renderings from 2019. Remember those? Yeah. Oh man.
All right, bro.
These people.
All right, bro.
Thank God for Wilton Rancheria, man.
That one went about as good as Vegas went, huh?
Didn't get nothing done. Took some real movers and shakers to come in here and get things done.
The only thing they ever got done is this rendering I'm looking at. They had somebody make this in their art class. Hey, wouldn't this be nice? Yeah, man, it would. Cool. Bye, guys.
But this is gonna be fire. Obviously you're gonna get the Republic, but you could get maybe special exhibition there. Special exhibition soccer matches, concerts. I wonder if you're gonna see high school championship footballs.
Messi coming to the rail yards. We're gonna get Messi finally.
Well, Messi coming to the rail yards. Messi coming to the rail yards. high school championships. I wonder if they'll be there. I wonder if Sacramento, I doubt it because they like to split it up between North and South, but I wonder if this may put them in play for state championships. You might certainly get Northern section championships in high school football, soccer, all that other stuff. It's just going to open up a world of possibilities right there at the rail yards downtown Sacramento. It finally expands downtown Sacramento to, a whole nother section. This is going to be fire. And then the Republic themselves, Republic games are going to be sick. They're going to be sick.
Yeah.
I can't wait. They're already a good time in the makeshift stadium at Cal Expo. I can't wait to see what
that stadium jumps, man. That stadium is a good time because of the fans.
Yeah, man.
And those Republic fans go so hard.
So I already know it's about to be crazy.
Just wait till we steal the A's from John Fisher. It's a joke.
I read some articles.
There's enough room down there.
Well,
if you wanted to build a stadium, if Sky River was like, you know what, let's just build just build one of these too.
Come on now.
They could. They also, just in case, they have room for a stadium in Elk Grove if they ever chose to.
Oh, man.
For those who have ever come out to events at Sky River or have just gone to Sky River on your own, all of that is theirs.
Yeah.
All of that stuff. Oh, there's nothing here. All of that belongs to the tribe.
Bro, they purchased, I saw about a couple months ago, I don't want to exaggerate, but I thought I saw something like they purchased 92 acres over there.
Yeah,
I don't know. They purchased something crazy.
There is so much coming to Elk Grove. Yeah. So much coming to Sky River Casino. I don't even know what we're allowed to say. Just think of it and it'll be there.
Right. That's all you got to do.
Just think about what's at, different casinos here, different casinos in other places. Think about all of that.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, man.
It will absolutely be there.
So shout out to Wilton Rancheria, the Sacramento Republic, for getting this done. They're expected to play by 2027, April 2027, man. So that's going to be fire.
We'll come back. We got a few things we could do. James Ham's going to join us in about 45 minutes. We probably should give this Game 3 some attention. Is there some things I'm going to need to see from the Pacers tonight? Game 3 of the NBA Finals. That's on ESPN 1320 as well. We'll talk about that when D'Lo and KC return on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, we got news, so I'll talk about it. We got news. 13th round. What's your main man, Kenny Caraway? Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Cola Seamoss. You already know what it is, man. The vibes, we locked in. And it's a roundabout way. We moved all over the place to actually get this done, but it is done. The event of the quote-unquote summer in boxing is signed, sealed, delivered. Canelo Alvarez, Terrence Crawford going down Mexican Independence Day weekend in Las Vegas, Nevada, September 13th in Las Vegas. Riyadh season, His Excellency, they're working with Dana White. It's going to be live on Netflix. This is the way it should be going down. This is a win for boxing. This is a win for sports fan because this is going to be a hell of an environment. This is where all these fights should be. No disrespect to the Saudis and everything, the Saudi bag and all that. Big time boxing does not need to be over there. It needs to be here in the States. It needs to be preferably in Las Vegas, Nevada. And that's where this one's going to be. Bud Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, getting after it. September 13th. My initial thought, taking Bud by decision. I understand Canelo's the bigger guy. I get all that. And Canelo, 3-4 years ago, easy work, if you ask me. Terrence would just be too small. But at this point in both of their careers, I think Bud may have the upper hand and may be able to pull this one out against Canelo. But I think it's going to be a hell of a fight. I think the buildup is going to be great. It's going to be a spectacle in a good way. I'll be locked in. Netflix on top of that. No pay-per-view, none of that. It's going to break records. Netflix is getting this fight. That's fire. That's the 13th round.
tell you this much: if Canelo walks out in blue trunks that day, he's cooked. What he had on when I had the dream that I got knocked out the ring. I need you to give him some respect, Phil, for taking this fight as well. It's a pretty big fight.
Big time fight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for both of these guys. So we roundabout way, we got it here in the States. So hey, I'm with it. Nah, man, Lazy, I ain't never been there, man. I ain't never been there. Isn't that ramen?
No, they got like I don't know. I've never been to Jollibee.
I thought it was like.
What do they have at Jollibee, guys?
I thought it was ramen. No, Weezy. That's a good look. That's a good look. That's a good look. Don't sleep on Safeway's fried chicken as well. That's a good look. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. It's a good call. It's a good call. Yeah. He's an OG at this point, man. They just right now, Canelo and Crawford, they just fighting for a bag. That's all they're fighting for. It's not legacy anymore. Legacy is certified, verified.
All right.
Yeah, man. Shout out to him. That's why he's the GOAT. So we got the GOAT producer. Oh, man. D'Lo just every time, Jesse, every time we have a break, it doesn't come back on time. You know, that's how it goes. Look at he's just walking, he was just walking past. He's just walking past, no sense of urgency. That's just what happens every time.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
Just joshing. Just joshing.
That's my bad. That cup was empty.
Nah, you had to take care of that.
Okay, I know I was talking about the finals a second ago. I don't, some stuff can just be moved to another day. I don't really know if this one can. I'm not really sure what's going on in the next, 24 hours, but it's been interesting to watch what's going on with the New York Knicks and their coaching position. So reports have it that they asked Minnesota about Chris Finch. They asked Houston about Ime Udoka, and they asked Dallas about Jason Kidd. All reports are that they were emphatically told no, that they could not have permission to talk to those teams, and it garnered a couple of like thoughts last night. One of which I had to call someone, and I called someone in the league and asked kind of like, how does this work? Like, so the Knicks obviously they have to get permission. You have to talk to Minnesota. You have to talk to respective teams. Mm-hmm. I guess from there, it falls onto the shoulders of the team. So Houston, Minnesota, in the sense of a team can go, we'll use Dallas as an example. Dallas could field a call from New York and just go, Leon, F off. Like, This is our coach. He's going to be our coach for a long time. We love the position we're in. Get out of my face. End call.
Mm-hmm.
It could also be a situation where they call New York calls Dallas and says, "Hey, we're interested in Jason Kidd. What would it take to have that conversation?" And Dallas can be like, "Look, we're not interested in losing him as our head coach, but we'll talk to him, and we'll kind of go from there, and I'll get back to you." And they can go to Jason and go, "Look, the Knicks are calling. We have zero interest in trading you. We have zero interest in losing you as our head coach. But out of respect for you, we want to know, like, New York called. How do you want us to handle this?" And Jason can go, "I'm the Mavericks head coach. You don't have to handle anything. Like, I'm here." Or he can say, "Man, that's my dream job. I'd like to have that conversation." So it really falls on the organization whether they allow their coach to have that conversation with another team, which I thought that was interesting, because it's not like a team can call and go, "Hey, I want to you have to deal directly with the general manager." Like, they don't, the general manager doesn't go to the player and go, "Hey man, just letting you know, Phoenix called. How do you like the desert?" They don't really do that.
Right.
Then it also made me think the arrogance of the New York Knicks to think that these three head coaches, the three organizations would be like, "Yeah, sure, go talk to them." And those three head coaches, if you were dealing with a friendly organization, would be like, "Oh, yeah, of course we want to go coach the New York Knicks." The team that just fired their coach who went to the Eastern Conference Finals. You have put up in lights out on 34th Street. You have to take this coaching job and win a championship. It is clear as day.
Mm-hmm.
The microscope is hot. Those lights are bright. This is a tough job. And the Knicks to just be like, "Yeah, we're going to go after," I don't know that I'd call Jason Kidd one of the most coveted coaches in the league, but like Ime Udoka, Chris Finch, those are coaches, and Jason Kidd's thought highly of. Those are three coaches that are thought really highly of. Mm-hmm. And I just thought, I don't think I've ever seen a list or I guess it's a list of coaching candidates that all had other jobs. Like, all three of them. There's no Mike Browns or Terry Stotts, whoever. Mm-hmm. It's just the Rockets coach, the Timberwolves coach, and the Mavericks coach.
So
what?
So a couple of things that I wonder about with this situation. Are they like exploring every possibility? Whereas when they made this firing of Tibbs, that they maybe have a coach that wasn't with the team already in mind, but then they came back to the drawing board and said, Leon talking to Wes and Dolan, like, if you could have, just name the coaches you could have right now, mm-hmm. coaching the Knicks. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter if they're employed or not. Mm-hmm. And maybe the first three were those three. And then you go down the list, Mike Malone and what's his name, Johnny Daniels or something like that. Like, they're 4 or 5 or whatever. And of the guys that are available, Johnny Daniels, I can't remember his name. I think it's Johnny Daniels, is number 1. But it's like, they're like not number 1 overall. See what you see if those other guys are interested. See if the teams will let you talk. All I can say is no. That's all I can say. Mm-hmm. Just see it. Like if the, and it's not a practice. I don't think that's pretty common or anything like that. But I don't. Yeah,
that's embarrassing. No. You don't think that's it? Like if whether this is accurate or not, mm-hmm. it's being framed as the Knicks' top 3 coaching candidates, and the possibility to talk to them was all rejected.
That's not embarrassing.
No?
Then I'll tell the way I look at it. If the coaches were like, no, I don't want to go, that's embarrassing. If the teams are saying, no, we won't even let you interview them. All right. Okay.
We don't know that happened. We don't. I should say we don't know that didn't happen.
Mhm.
I genuinely have no idea.
Right.
I was told very clearly it's a team to team. It's very literally a team decision.
Yeah.
And you can't you have to. The reason picks are exchanged because the cap's involved, and coaches aren't capped. So you can't we're going to unload a $20 million contract to go acquire Ime Udoka. That's not going to work. So I wasn't able to ask about. I didn't ask. This person wouldn't even know about these specific cases. I just thought the process of how coaches could move around in the league was kind of fascinating.
I thought I saw something that said owners are, I think Windhorst might have said it, owners are, for these teams, I guess, or maybe even around the league, are saying no. Like, no, you cannot talk. So it's a situation where if the coach has interest or whatever, they're not even getting to that point. Owners are saying, get away, Knicks. You're not allowed to talk to our coach. Now, that could also be something where we'll use Dallas as an example, where if Jason Kidd doesn't want the job, but that maybe doesn't want to look some type of way, he can talk with the Mavericks and be like, just tell him you didn't give him permission. So it's not on me, it's on you. You know what I mean? I don't know what benefit that might be for somebody, but maybe it's something where, he don't want to burn a bridge with Leon Rose. Just tell him you wouldn't give me permission to talk to him. That's all it is.
Yeah.
We don't know how it's going down. The thing that is always interesting with me with this Knicks situation is, and I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it, but it looks like, people are like, oh man, you fired Tibbs without a plan. No, the plan was you didn't want him as coach anymore. Like, if that's the plan, you execute that plan and you find somebody else. It's like you talked about when it first happened. If you're like, all right, we're not sure about him as a coach, we'll give him the start of the season to see if he can work through, just fire him. Like, you're not sold on Tibbs. That's the plan, is you're not sold on him.
Yeah.
And it's not, I don't think it's beneficial to the team, to the organization, to say, we're not sold on him, but we don't have somebody directly lined up right now, so we'll just keep him around.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that works either. So
I'm with you.
If you're not sold on him, the plan was to move on from Tibbs and you'll find somebody else. But I don't know.
I wonder when that thought started popping up in their head, though, because it's hard to think that the conference finals end and they're just like, Tibbs not the guy.
That's been I think that's been the case.
It feels like something they've been
at least half.
Yeah, to me that would be irresponsible. Yeah. Like, it's far more responsible if you're thinking, in my mind, if you're thinking about it in October, November, December, and you're just like, let's see how this goes. See how it goes. And for whatever reason, and there's lots of speculation as to why this happened, Tom Thibodeau not being supported by the players, clearly he wasn't supported by the front office, and James, uses this term a lot. Like, Tibbs had a shelf life. Yeah. And very clearly he did. He's had a shelf life, I guess, if that's the appropriate term, at all of his spots. And
how do you feel about the possibility that they have a list and they're just going down the list? Like, if they get to their 6th pick, is that a bad look for the Knicks? Like, obviously we might not ever know if it was their 6th pick, but is that bad?
We know it's not their first.
Is that bad? Like, say, I keep messing up the guy's name, but I think it's Johnny Davis. If Johnny Davis is their 6th, their ranking, their power rankings, and he's 6 on there, and the first 5 say no, and you get to him, is it bad? Or if you have 8 guys that you
think it's Johnny Bryant, the Cleveland Cavaliers. I think that's who you're thinking of, not Johnny Davis.
Because he's on the Knicks staff right now.
Johnny Davis? Johnny Bryant is on the
Or maybe he was a Knicks coach in the past.
The Cleveland Cavaliers staff.
Maybe he was a Knicks coach in the past.
Johnny Davis appears to be a player on the Wizards.
No. That's what I said. Maybe Johnny.
No, I stand corrected. He appears now to be a player on the Westchester Knicks.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure.
That would be news if he was their number one.
Yeah, that'd be major news.
But regardless of what it is, if they look at the first 8 people they come up with and think that they're a better fit than Tibbs, then you still move on from Tibbs, right?
Yeah, because yes, almost certainly, because clearly you have a problem with Tom Thibodeau. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you do. I mean, I don't know. Some might argue this isn't. If you have players speaking out, if you have players speaking out against the coach, and your front office might already be a little down on it, then just move on from it. You want to have a plan, but I'm not sure that the first Tom Thibodeau complaint popped up after the Knicks Pacers series. I'm not confident that happened. I'm confident this has been a thing that's been out there in New York. It's been a thing that's been within the walls. Maybe the way Mikal Bridges was played in the conference finals accentuated it a little bit. Maybe Karl Anthony Towns' lack of defense was put on Tom Thibodeau. All right. You better be sure, though. Like, if that's your decision and you're confident in it, and you're going to go do this coaching. Coach says, that's fine. You just better be sure, because your team is good enough. Like, again, I thought the Knicks were one of those teams where I don't feel like I don't think it's dangerous to just run it back. They're good enough. It's fine. They didn't feel that way. So I don't know if it's a bad look if they get down to, coaching guy number 6. It's weird though, because it's the Knicks, but it's also the incredible pressure that's going to come along with this job. The first question from a prospective coach might be, yeah, dog, what are you doing with Mikal? Or is he on this roster next year? He's an expiring contract. What are we doing there? Is Kevin Durant coming? Is Karl Anthony Towns here? Are you guys really putting together? I've got a lot of questions. Is Giannis on the way? Because if Giannis is on the way, I don't care what else you do. Sign me up.
Well, that's another aspect of it, though, that I think we talked about privately that plays a factor in like all these inner workings. Mm-hmm. If you got somebody that you think you have a shot at, or is like on the doorstep of coming, I'm talking about a player on the doorstep of coming, but they're like, I want to get there. I don't want to play for that coach. Then you move on from that coach.
Yeah.
That player gets there and you
Eddie shot down that conspiracy theory on Friday.
Oh, well, that one specifically. Yes.
Well, because I had to ask.
Yeah. But just in general, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's another reason why you move on from a specific coach before having his replacement ready, because an incoming player or a player that's already there might be like, look, I don't care who you get. I just know I don't want to play for him.
Yeah.
So it could have been people that are already there saying that.
Could have been. Yeah, absolutely could have been. Well, I think it was. I think there were a handful of people there who were like, this isn't working. But again, if you better trust those players. Like, if Mikal Bridges was one of those players, I have no idea if he was. If Mikal Bridges was one of those players, you better be sure Mikal Bridges is on your team next year. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because I'm not taking advice from someone who I don't think is going to be on this basketball team.
Right. Right. He's got to be part of your immediate future at the very least.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I just thought it was interesting. That's a tough job. It's a tough job. I think it's desirable. I mean, it's the New York Knicks. The pressure is going to be absolutely incredible, but I do think that's a compelling job. Like, if Michael Malone is offered that job, I think he takes it.
Yeah, it's so what makes it a little tough.
If Johnny Bryant is offered that job, he absolutely takes it.
Johnny Davis too.
Johnny Davis, yeah. What did I say? Worcester? What was it? Winchester? Who was it?
The Westchester
Knickerbockers.
The
Westchester Knicks.
But no, Johnny Bryant.
Jonathan
sure.
Christian Davis.
Yeah.
23 years old.
Yeah, that's from Wisconsin. That's like the 11th
That's where
pick
he's
in the
from.
draft.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was he the 11th pick in the draft for real?
He might have been.
He was
9.
10th. He was the 10th pick in the 2022 draft. Big Ten Player of the Year in 2022.
Better than Johnny Flynn?
Yeah, now Johnny Flynn, he also, I think he had a hip or a spinal issue. I wish people would leave Johnny Flynn alone.
I did not know that.
Well,
like that.
Oh, man.
That derailed his career a little bit, I think.
I had to look up Johnny Flynn. I thought he wasn't with us anymore.
Oh, that would be sad.
He is.
Yeah.
Didn't we lose someone in that draft? No.
Which year is that again?
2009. Let's see. Where's Johnny? I thank God. I thought it was Johnny Flynn. Thank goodness, Johnny Flynn is still with us. I don't know who I was thinking about.
2009 NBA draft. That's Steph's year, huh?
It seemed to be still with us.
Yes.
Tyreek is still with us, barely.
Scary game.
Barely, but he's with us. Drew's in this draft.
Jeff Teague is in this draft. Jeff Teague is
Taj Gibson. That's a solid draft.
Yeah, and I think they're all alive. Yeah. So that's good.
DeMar in the draft.
Who am I? Who
are you thinking of?
Okay. No, I think someone said it in the chat. Hold on. Maybe it's clearly not that draft.
Yeah, no, he's not.
It's not that draft. It's way or the Fab Melo is who I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah, Fab Melo, Syracuse, man.
Yeah, he died in 2017. Not Johnny Flynn.
Johnny Flynn right
still
before
with us.
Steph Curry.
Oh man,
When you
oh
just
man.
drafted Ricky Rubio.
That's right. Those were the guards because I remember
That's crazy.
the guards went back to back on the same. Everyone was like, "What? What is this?" Yeah, that's tough.
That is really tough.
That is tough. All right, let's get into game 3 tonight. I don't have anything else on the Knicks. I just thought that coaching thing was interesting. Pacers, they can't win this series if Siakam isn't better.
No.
They have to find a way to bend OKC's interior defense a little bit. The paint points were 46-34 and 42-34, respectively. That's not a blowout. That's not like, oh my God, that's disgusting. 34 with Siakam and Miles Turner on your front court. That's not good enough. Of course, I'm saying this as someone who doesn't have to deal with Oklahoma City Thunder's defense. You're going to have to find a way or you cannot win this series.
Yeah.
That is not good enough.
He's got to get going.
Whether it's the crowd or being at home or the wife and kids, whatever it is, something has to get them to play better on the inside these next 2 games.
I still look at, Tyrese as being the engine, being a guy that if he can get paint touches, just getting in the paint, dishing, finishing himself, whatever the case may be. But him, TJ McConnell, Nembhard, if they can get the paint touches, I think that sets things up for Pascal. It's going to be tough for Pascal to go one-on-one against these guys sometimes. This is a tough defense to go one-on-one against. So I think this is when your point guards really got to look to set him up and get him good looks throughout the early part of that game for him to get going as a player himself. So it's a tall task, man. And I know others maybe have been critical of Tyrese Halliburton, critical of Pascal Siakam, not really showing up. And I think it's fair because these guys are better than that. But you're going up against, like I said the other day, one of the best defenses we've seen in recent memory. These guys, they're versatile. They're switchable. They're tenacious out there on the defensive end. And it's not impossible, but it is a tall task to break down this defense, especially with the way they're playing right now. Like they're locked in. They are locked in as a unit right now.
Yeah. And that's they're not gonna, I'm not sure that there's a game, maybe one against Minnesota, not game 1, but a game against Minnesota where they didn't look locked in. And I'm talking this whole playoffs. Like it's not that they weren't locked in against Denver. Like Denver had a couple of moments, beat him. A couple of odd coaching strategy from Mark Dagnall at the end of game 1. A couple of things going to play. It's whatever. It's basketball.
Even game 3, they just kind of came back, hit some
same
shots and beat
thing,
'em.
same exact thing. They've been locked in this entire postseason. I don't expect them to not be locked in just because they're in Indiana, just because the crowd is going to be raucous. I'd actually guess they're more zeroed in, knowing that the crowd is going to be what they are. This is on Indiana. It's as simple as that. Like, this is on Indiana. It's not on just Pascal Siakam. It's on Miles Turner too. Like, that's a serious front court right there. And they've got to find a way to, whether it's putting the ball on the floor less, whether it's getting in different positions, whether it's getting deeper on the block, like whatever that coach's film tells them. If we're coming in here and tomorrow and the Indiana Pacers have 34 paint points again, they lost. Yeah. I realize in one of those games they won. I'm just not banking on that moment to happen again. Yeah. They're going to have to find a way to beat them without some miracle finish that'll be talked about to the end of time. They have to find a way to beat Oklahoma City. Yeah. They have not done that with the exception of 0.3 seconds of this entire series. Yeah. Game 2 was competitive until it wasn't. And they stayed Oklahoma City stayed comfortably ahead, midway through the second, maybe early in the second, until it was over. I mean, white flag went up and the Johnny Davises came in.
Damn, Johnny.
Shout out Johnny Davis, man. We'll come back. James Ham joins us.
Oh, no, I was just going to agree with you, man, and say Indiana,
you should do that more often.
Indiana I agree with you when you say KO is a mid-carder.
Well, didn't say that. We'll come back. James Ham, the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I know he's going to have a lot to say about some of the rumors out there surrounding the Sacramento Kings. That's ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Did we talk about Cena versus Punk the other day?
No, we did.
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't even know that was going down. I went back and watched our Truth's promo. That was
yeah. Oh, man. You think Trae is the better offensive player, but Hallie might have the better career. I think Trae is definitely a better offensive player than Tyrese is. But it's who's the better overall player. Mr. Iguana. I had the DeJounte Murray trade was crazy atmosphere. Of course, I never understood anything that franchise was doing. Nembhard would be a great pickup. DeJounte Murray on the Warriors is not the same as DeJounte Murray on the Hawks. Well, maybe the Kings can get Bogey back. I got a pass for me. With all due respect to Bogdanovich. Yeah, that video of him going to the tunnel was crazy. guys. I'm trying to. Damn Matt George and his green text messages. All right, James Ham is going to join us right around the top of the hour. We'll talk to him about many of the rumors surrounding the Sacramento Kings right now, including the most obvious one, and that's the one involving Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks. Also, I don't know if you had a chance to see this. It popped up on my feed here a second ago. Peja Stojakovic had some things to say.
About?
Rich Paul, De'Aaron Fox.
I did not see that.
And the trade.
Huh.
So we will, for those who haven't seen it, we'll bring that to your attention as well. Interesting. I'll just leave it at that. It's interesting. Okay. I saw Dan Patrick. I used to watch Dan Patrick or listen every morning.
Who did he get mad at not too long ago? It was a basketball guy.
Oh, for saying he said a what did he say, buddy, or he said something. Is that what it was? I can't remember who it was. I remember seeing the clip though. The clip was funny. Dan Patrick is at that age now where it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna. My man Dan's gonna start yelling at the clouds. He's absolutely gonna yell at the clouds. I interrupted
you for that when you talked about watching. That was the first thing that
it's tough. It's really hard to search Dan Patrick on Twitter because of that politician.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that's a tough search.
Yikes.
I guess he got mad. Oh, so here's another clip because I just searched Dan Patrick mad, and he got mad at Adam Lefke over him. They were having a discussion about Angel Reese and the Rookie of the Year, and I guess Dan got mad.
Was that? I think that was when he said, "Buddy." I think.
Was that the same one? So. Now I'm getting all these Dog Russo videos. God bless
my
it,
goodness.
Man.
He got mad that people were excited about Devin Clark's catch.
I saw that.
It's like,
yeah, that's a hell of a thing to be mad over.
Okay.
Looking at Dan Patrick talking to Chris Russo is just tough. It just makes me sad. I think Dan Patrick is one of the best interviewers sports media has seen. I think the way he does his show is very good. I don't watch, I don't listen anymore. Not because Dan did anything wrong. I don't have the time. It doesn't, I know Dan's nearing the end. But he did say something that I thought was funny. He said, I think he was talking to Mad Dog. He was like, man, because of course Aaron Rodgers spoke yesterday. And I feel like this is a little bit more recent with Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers spoke for the Steelers yesterday, and there was all sorts of Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin, good for the soul. Aaron Rodgers got married over all of these. It's like, what does this have to do with anything? But it's fine. Dan was like, y'all going to have to do some soul searching. He was talking to Mad Dog. So he's speaking about ESPN. He's like, y'all sports networks are going to have to do some soul searching when LeBron James and Aaron Rodgers retire. Because what are y'all going to talk about? Because so much of your programming is dedicated to one of those two. And with Aaron Rodgers, I feel like it's far more recent than LeBron James. For LeBron James, it's been, I'm not going to go so far as to say it's been 20 years, but it's
damn near.
It's been a long time where if nothing, we used to have a joke. Jason Ross and I used to have a joke. Hey, we don't know what to do for the 2:00 hour. I don't know, man. Bring up DeMarcus's name. It'll work. It was literally engagement farming. We had, if you don't know what to talk about, bring up DeMarcus Cousins' name and it'll work. It'll garner a reaction. That's what they do with LeBron James. That's what they do with Aaron Rodgers. That's what they do with the Dallas Cowboys, the Los Angeles Lakers. They're key topics that they lean on pretty much on a day-to-day basis. And I just thought it was hilarious that he looked at one of them dudes who's on one of those shows and went, y'all gonna have to figure this out when they retire. Like, what do y'all are going to have to figure out how to discuss topics in sports media when LeBron James isn't around to carry you. On July 15th, you're going to have to figure something out. On August 1st, you're going to have to figure something out. Yeah. And I thought that was funny.
I wonder who those people will be. And this is where
Wemby's not living up to the hype, man. He's only won 2 titles in the last 4 years. He's just not good enough, guys.
Who? Cooper Flag, maybe.
You have to be a massive, saying Cooper Flag, even saying Victor Wembanyama is really undervaluing what LeBron was. LeBron is.
LeBron is just
like, they don't do that with Steph.
No.
Like, it's not even the level of star you are within the game. It's almost the level of star you are outside of the game.
Now, Steph comes close. He's not.
You think so?
He comes close because, the whole point guard conversation, greatest point guard, all this other stuff. He comes.
Is he top 5?
Close.
Is he top 10?
Yeah.
I feel like they don't work Steph into a story the way that they do LeBron.
No, because they have LeBron, right? They don't have to.
Sure, I guess it's true. Yeah.
But the one thing I'll say about who's next or who do they do that with next, we didn't see Steph entering this conversation when he was second-year player with the Warriors, and then he turned into what he turned into. So it's one of those things where there's always going to be somebody. There's always going to be somebody. There's always going to be some team. We'll figure it out.
Aldrin J pointed out Patrick Mahomes. That could be a good one.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes. I think Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, those two.
I have something written in for tomorrow because I knew we just wouldn't get to it today. Man. When you have time today, look up. I think all you have to search is NFL. We talked about this before. We haven't really dug into it. A little bit more information has come out about it, but NFL 61-page arbitration report. And I want, if you have the opportunity, again, you can't read the report because the NFL won't give it to you.
This is the same one that
same
guy.
One. Florio has asked for it. Obviously, that guy and I think it was this is a weird sentence. The guy executing the Shedeur Sanders lawsuit, he asked for it. Mike Florio asked for it, and Mike Florio noted today, or it might have been last night, it doesn't appear a lot of people are inquiring about this report. The NFL won't release it, and the NFLPA won't release it. He said there's things in it that we have relayed to you, and he discusses a little bit about that, and we'll go really in depth with this tomorrow. And he says there are things that have been relayed to us that we can't relate to you. We need further confirmation, or it could open up to some issues. And it's like just what we know that is in that 61-page arbitration report. I want everyone to remember the conversations we had surrounding Lamar Jackson when Lamar Jackson was a free agent. Because if you don't think we're taking the airwaves tomorrow and telling you I told you so, you think way too highly of us. Because I'm going to tell you now, we told you. We told you. We told you. We told you. And now an arbitrator has ruled that that's exactly what happened. And it wasn't just Lamar. It was Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson. If anyone wants to connect those dots, please feel free. If anyone wants to find similarities, please feel free. Those are the names that are at the forefront of this. Again,
And
very little about this is out, but there's enough to where we know what that arbitration was about now. And
it ain't that they're right.
Man.
That's not the only similarity.
Tough.
Yeah,
So
we'll check that out.
Yeah. Take a look at that, and we'll have some time to talk about it tomorrow. I'm not sure how we got to that. Oh, Aaron Rodgers. That's who it was. The next star, Lamar. Yeah, there's always dumb Lamar conversations. I feel like anytime you can have a dumb conversation, you can put it on your show.
What classifies as a dumb conversation?
The debate of whether Lamar Jackson's a good quarterback is dumb.
Well, that is just
shout out to Rich from anywhere. If you're out there, the conversation is dumb.
Yeah, that's
ridiculous. The man was on the verge of winning his third MVP this year. The conversation is ridiculous.
I don't want to act holier than now, because sometimes I have the same type of dialogue with quarterbacks that I don't believe in, but the whole notion, the talking point that he's just not a winner. You can't win with this guy, when these are like some of the best quarterbacks out there. I feel that way with Dak, though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, people look at Dak's numbers and his skill set and think that he's one of the best quarterbacks out there. I don't think you can win with Dak. So, like I said, I do it myself, but I think Lamar Jackson is in another class than Dak Prescott. Saying you can't win with Lamar,
that's not even
crazy.
Close. Yeah, it's
like,
not even close.
Talk.
Like, how many MVPs has Dak Prescott won? They're like, if there are tiers, we say this all the time. If there are tiers of quarterbacks, I would make the argument Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson are in one tier by themselves. If you wanted to put Patrick just above Lamar, that's perfectly fine. I'm still putting Lamar in his own tier. It would be Patrick, Lamar, and then you can build out your third tier.
Josh and Joe.
Dak's not in the third tier. That's the thing. That's right. That's exactly it. If you went Josh Allen, if you went Joe Burrow, if you wanted to go to Los Angeles and the Chargers, if you want, you could do whatever you want to. You're not putting Dak in that conversation.
You shouldn't. Dak
gets that conversation because of the uniform he wears. That's the other thing you can always rely on. Is you can especially when you're talking to a national audience, is you can always rely on the Dallas Cowboys.
Cowboys and Lakers.
Dumb. I'm just, now that we're saying this, I feel like I'm workshopping this out loud. The dumber the conversation, the more people might listen.
You see, speaking of your boys, you see the Netflix.
Who's my boys?
Your boys, man.
I'm not. Who's my boys?
Well.
Oh, good. Wow.
We're coming to Netflix, everybody. The Cowboys are coming to Netflix.
Wait, for what?
There's a documentary on, there's a documentary on me called The Gambler, and how I took this Cowboys team and this franchise went to Morton's and made it one of the great franchises in the history of sports. My favorite reporter, Adam Schefter, put that out there earlier today for me, and I just want to thank him for putting that tweet out there, because this is going to be a great, great show with the great people over at Netflix.
Can I ask you a question? Kenny or Jerry? I don't care who. Is Jerry the producer of it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Or I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know if I'm the producer.
Because if Jerry is the producer, there's zero chance I'm watching. Less than zero.
I'm interested.
If Jerry Jones produced it, let's bring in James Ham of the Insiders. If Jerry Jones produced it, you'd still be interested in it?
Yeah, I mean, I know it'll be a fluff piece or all this other stuff, but I love my sports history. There's not a lot outside of that Patriots 10 series doc. That's probably the only thing that I won't watch sports documentary related.
Can I read? Did you see Sham's latest tweet, by the way? I'd like to read this to the class because it fits the conversation. From Sham Sharania. Another one. The New York Knicks have requested permission to speak with Atlanta Hawks head coach Quinn Snyder, but were firmly denied. I love that the game now is not that they were denied, but that they were firmly denied. I think Sam Amick started that yesterday when he wrote the first article about Dallas. He was like, they have been emphatically telling people Jason Kidd is going to be their head coach. I love this game, and I hope it continues. I hope they call Doug Christie. I hope we get to that point where they ask Doug Christie.
They call everybody else, and they deny, and then Doug will be the one to accept. We'll be the one to lose our coach.
The king. Nick's legend, Doug Christie.
Nick's legend.
That's right.
That's right. Nick, yeah, Doug will be quick to tell you he was there for the double nickel.
Oh, I didn't know he was there for the double nickel.
Doug was there for the 55. He was on the bench. He's on the bench.
That's
why he had 55.
Sitting next to Herb Williams, learning about defense.
Yeah, he'll tell you that story.
We talked about this morning. The way the Knicks, I don't know how else to describe this. It's like they went to a hotel that has a couple of ballrooms, right? And in one ballroom is a singles mixer, and in another ballroom is like a couples hangout. They went into the wrong room, and they're just wandering the room asking if there's anybody's wife that wants to go hang out with them now. Yeah. You're like, what are you doing? How embarrassing is 4 teams? 4 teams have turned you down. That is just so incredibly embarrassing. And who's going to want to coach that team now? We know we weren't your first, your second, your third, your fourth. Were we even your 5th option? Or did you call the Lakers and see if JJ Redick was available? What about Mark Daigneault? Have you called OKC to see if he wants to come and take the job? Weird.
I do love the idea that they're asking, the analogy that they're just asking other dudes' wives for a date.
It's hey, can I cut in? No, you can't cut in. This is my wife.
Get away from me.
That reminds me of the Snickers commercial that always cracks me up, where the couples are having a game night, and they're like, all right, you guys want to switch? And the one girl thought they meant being swingers, and she's like, no, just switching teams.
You guys want to switch partners? Oh yeah, just for the. Doesn't she take off her jacket just for the night?
I've always been curious.
The only problem is that it's James Dolan calling, and you're like, no, I'm okay. I'm okay over here.
Now, James, I will say this. I feel like, and there could be some maybe the coach is telling the team, the franchise, to say I'm not available. But to me, it's not as embarrassing. It's not really embarrassing at all to me if they're not giving you permission. If the coaches were saying, no, I don't want to go there, that's embarrassing. But you can't seem to even get to that point because the teams are saying you can't even interview with them.
Yeah, the teams are usually they're lockstep with the coach. I mean, they'll at least say, hey, we just had this, this ask. You're our guy. We're hoping that you want to be our guy, but is there any interest in this? Because we're confused. And the coaches are saying, yeah, no, I'll pass. It's a good job. That
is it? It is. That's a tough job, though, no?
It's a tough job, but, let's just say you walk in the door and, you're able to add a couple of really nice rotational pieces in the offseason because you're a good team that, could possibly win a championship. And you fill out the roster the right way, and you actually use the roster and not just 5 guys like Tom Thibodeau did. So I think it's a good job as far as the talent level of the team. I mean, there are certainly worse jobs in the NBA.
Yeah, I think if I'm a coach, I'm always going to take my chance with talent, even if it's a championship or bust type deal. That's difficult, like you're saying, in its own right. But I think that's, and I know you're not saying this, but that's better than coaching the Wizards. Like I'll take my chances with talent to try and win a championship. The thing about it that also makes it a little bit of a good job is with what happened to Boston, feels like the East is even easier. And not saying like this, the Knicks are some big juggernaut or anything like that, but I'd much rather be a coach of a good team in the East than the West right now. Like the West is, you don't know where you're going to end up, even if you do have the talent in the Western Conference. The Knicks damn near guaranteed like a top 3 seed right now. Like if we looked at the East right now, probably damn near guaranteed a top 3 seed.
Well, that and I mean, I think all of us like coming into this season, we thought that the Celtics would be in line to repeat, right? And now they're not. Like there is a clear runway right to the finals in the Eastern Conference if you make the right savvy moves here. Where the West, like I don't know who's getting past OKC for the next 5 years. Like there are going to be teams that challenge them for sure, and it's possible that they lose. But I also wouldn't bank on them losing a bunch of games or a bunch of their players. Like they've established that roster and they have like a longevity to it that no other team in the league does. Everybody's under team control. They're way underneath the salary cap. Like they've done everything right. They still have first round picks rolling in. Like the West is a lot more difficult to look at a finals appearance than the Eastern Conference at this point.
Matt, obviously, James, obviously want to get your thoughts on Trae and all of that conversation, but I'm looking at a tweet from Matt George, and I'm curious if you had a chance to see what Peja Stojakovic said on the NBA Out of Bounds podcast regarding Rich Paul and De'Aaron Fox.
I didn't.
I'll read it to you.
Yeah.
I'll read it to you. Obviously, he said quite a bit, but I'll read. This is directly from Matt George's Twitter account, as obviously I haven't had a chance to hear the podcast as it came out while we're doing the show. It seems this is speaking about the De'Aaron Fox trade. It seems there was a directive from his agent, Rich Paul, who played a key role and blackmailed the teams on which player was supposed to get traded where. He brought Fox to the Spurs, and Zach LaVine, who is his player, brought him to Sacramento. By doing this, he's limited Sacramento from a business standpoint, stating that they get a bit more from his trade with Fox if they had the same discussion with some other teams in the NBA. Strong words from Peja Stojakovic, probably some words that don't really make sense in this conversation. I'm not sure that blackmailed fits into this, but definitely an interesting perspective from a guy who's not exactly on the outside. He's around the team. He might not be in the war room. He might not be a decision maker, but he's around people who do help make decisions for the Sacramento Kings. And I thought those were interesting remarks from Peja right there.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, this has been going on forever. Like, we can go back to the Kevin Martin trade, where the Kings were trading Kevin Martin to Houston, and they were supposed to get Tracy McGrady back. And the agent stepped in and said, Tracy McGrady's not going to Sacramento. He's going to New York. We already have something worked out there. And the Kings tried to maneuver the trade, but lost. And in the end, Kevin Martin went to Houston. Tracy McGrady went to New York, and the Kings inherited the corpse of Larry Hughes, who was done playing basketball at that point, and they got nothing. And so you got some draft capital, but barely any. And so agents have been fleecing teams forever. They want, not only do agents want their player to go to the right situation, but they want their player to go to the right situation for as cheap as possible, because they don't want the team that they go to be bad. They want their players to find success in their new stop. And so again, in this trade here, there's so much left on the we've finished the De'Aaron Fox trade. We've moved past the De'Aaron Fox trade. the frustrations of what they got and what they didn't get. But like there were like really strong indications that if the Kings just like held their ground, they would have got Stephon Castle in that deal. Like really, really strong implications of that on the way out the door. And then it's like, hey, no, he was always going to be here. They shifted the narrative really fast that Fox had called him and made sure that everything was okay. But that's not what we were hearing. We were hearing that, hey, like Spurs are playing hardball, but at the end of the day, there's a very good chance they're going to end up with Castle. And it didn't happen. And instead, you get stuck with a bloated contract from a player that, again, is another Rich Paul client that was done in Chicago, didn't want to go back to Chicago, like the experiment was over. So, yeah, I don't know if blackmail is the right term, but, let's even if we go back in time to the Vlade Divac, we had a better deal 2 days ago. Like they had a better deal and the deal was with the same team. It was just they were getting 2 first-round picks instead of a first and a second, along with Buddy Hield and Tyreek Evans and whatever else they got for Langston Galloway, I think, for DeMarcus Cousins. But what happened was, as soon as the agent found out that the Kings were talking to New Orleans, they called New Orleans and said, hey, look, we're not re-signing with you. So I wouldn't give up all that you're going to give up to the Kings. We're not signing with you. He's only going to sign with the Kings. He's got a $211 million contract worked out. So you do not trade for him. And so they went back to the Kings. New Orleans went back to the Kings and, hey, they're saying he won't sign here. And so we're not going to give you all that we were going to give you yesterday. And that's when that deal happened, that they ended up getting 1 first-round pick and the early second-round pick that became Frank Mason, as opposed to 2 first-round picks from New Orleans. And so, yeah, agents have been part of trades and part of conversations like this forever. It's just, you don't want to be on the wrong side of it. And clearly it sure does feel like the Kings were on the wrong side of this one, at least for right now.
I'll push back a little bit on this notion that Stephon Castle was available. If the Spurs are the organization that everybody always says they are, why would they give up Stephon Castle in that situation? The whole situation. It's clear. Fox has said it a number of different times. People know people who have said this. Once again, Fox said there was no list. I only wanted to go to San Antonio. Whether he got traded somewhere else or whatever, it was probably a clear indication he's going to San Antonio come hell or high water, whether they trade for him or he signs as a free agent in a year or two. Knowing all this, why would the Spurs trade Stephon Castle in any deal?
I can just tell you that information came from Fox's camp. So
well, I'm asking
take it for what it is. But I'm just telling you in the moment.
I'm asking you, why would they trade Stephon Castle?
Because they were bringing in another point guard, and Stephon Castle is a point guard, and he's a guy who needs the ball in his hands to play and to get the deal done. Does
that make sense? I just want to ask anybody, does that make sense? You're going to get this Fox guy come hell or high water. Why would you trade your second best asset to get a guy that's coming to San Antonio regardless?
Well,
because you're going to have to wait. Yeah.
Excuse me. The Kings weren't playing hardball. I don't think they knew that they were getting him come hell or high water.
Who didn't?
The Spurs.
Well, they were either getting him then or they're getting him a year and a half from them.
You can only get to San Antonio if Sacramento trades him.
He'll be a free agent in a year.
He's not getting the money that way.
Nope.
That's why
you are far too dismissive of that money.
That's why they want to trade and get the trade done. But San Antonio, what does that have to do with San Antonio? What is Fox getting his money have to do with San Antonio?
Because if he gets traded somewhere else, he has to turn down the money just like he does in Sacramento.
And
yeah,
okay, understandable. And we've had this discussion before too. Is Fox like that, where it's like we just gonna give up? Did Stephon Castle win Rookie of the Year? We're gonna give up the Rookie of the Year for Fox.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
If we're San Antonio,
yeah,
we're going to give up the rookie of the year for De'Aaron Fox. We like De'Aaron is that vital to what we're trying to do.
They might have thought that. Like De'Aaron's a 20+ per game scorer. Like he's already they. I don't know. I'm not in the San Antonio room. Like
I think that would be stupid. I'll just say that. That would be dumb to trade Stephon Castle in a Fox deal.
Well, I'll say this. The people at Clutch have no reason to tell anyone, hey, if you push harder, like Castle would have been traded. There's no benefit in them doing that.
And the Clutch client, and this is all hyperbole, but the other thing that got him in trouble, the Clutch client was saying, I didn't want to do this if you weren't going to be here.
Yeah, that was after the fact.
Yeah, but he said, I didn't want to do this.
Yeah, he's not going to turn down a trade to the San Antonio Spurs because Castle's not there. And that's not what he said. He said, I want you to be a part of this. It wasn't, I'm not doing this if you're not here. That's not
well, and I think we can also add this too. Like Castle was an interesting prospect at the time, but he wasn't the rookie of the year. He wasn't the foregone conclusion of rookie of the year. Like he really gained a ton of momentum in the final 6 weeks, most of which Fox was on the sidelines because he had he had his finger surgery. So like, again, Castle at the time, like looked like a ball player, but we're talking like 11 or 12 points a game. He really took a step after the trade. And once Fox was there, and like, it always comes down to this too. Like if Castle is there, why exactly do you need Fox? If Castle is going to be
tune in this offseason because you might not.
And if Castle, if they were sure Castle was going to be that good, they probably wouldn't have traded for Fox at all. And they did. And again, that's not to say Castle's not going to be a really good player. I think he is, but I don't think he's going to be like a guy who makes third team All NBA or an All-Star game. Maybe he does. Maybe he develops into that. But yeah, like Castle, from everything I've heard, Castle was a possibility, and the Kings didn't push hard enough, or they chose to add in the Zach LaVine aspect of the deal, which again muddied the waters. And then the Bulls have to get something in the deal in order to make it work for them, and that's where a pick went to the Bulls as well.
And that's the part I always heard was they didn't push that hard because they wanted Zach LaVine.
The Spurs would have, I believe, this is Kenny Caraway's, the Spurs would have been stupid as hell. And I don't think that's a stupid organization to put Castle in that trade. I don't think Fox was going anywhere but San Antonio.
Yeah, but we're talking about a year and a half.
Sacramento traded him. Like that's the.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have went there in free agency. So if they
would have, but all I'm saying is you're telling me he's going to turn down he's going to turn down the money of signing with your current team. He's going to and we all know De'Aaron's different. Mm-hmm. So he's going to walk away from, I don't remember what the numbers, the difference are, 50, 60 million. He's just going to say, no, I'm going to San Antonio.
All indications.
In a year and a half, where, by the way, they just landed the number 2 pick. Uh-huh. You might not need him. Stephon Castle. So in this scenario, no trades done, right? Mm-hmm. Stephon Castle wins Rookie of the Year. You're San Antonio. You might not even be needed. I've speculated that De'Aaron's not needed now. Mm-hmm. So, no, he's not going to San Antonio no matter what. But they clearly thought De'Aaron was important to what they're building. So they made this deal. But remember, this is all before the number 2 pick, too.
Right. But the other point, the other aspect of that is, like kind of what Paige talked about, Rich Paul is telling anybody that he's not re-signing.
And that's fine. That's up to them. Anyway? That's up to them. Because they fall into the position. They fall into the Kings position. Okay. We like you. We're winning. And I'm assuming, you look around, it's teams that are winning. You walk away from the extra money. That's fine. San Antonio's out. Mm-hmm. They don't need you no more. That Castle kid won Rookie of the Year. They got the number 2 pick the next year. They don't need you. So yeah, do what you need to do. I don't think they put themselves in a position where he might not even be needed. We operate like everything is going to stay exactly the same in 2 years. It's not. If De'Aaron is still a Sacramento King, mm-hmm. the Spurs have the number 2 pick. Steph Castle wins Rookie of the Year. Wemby's there. Is there any reason at all to entertain acquiring De'Aaron Fox right now?
Not right now with Dylan Harper, or if
that's what I mean.
But if you're trying to push the timeline up, then yes.
But you're not pushing the timeline with De'Aaron. Like now,
mean?
like right now. You're not pushing the timeline with De'Aaron. You're trading De'Aaron to push the timeline.
So you mean sign him as a free agent?
No, what I'm saying is, like, right now, the way things are right now, not in the hypothetical world, the timeline isn't moved up because De'Aaron's there and you got the number 2 pick and all of this.
The timeline is moved up because De'Aaron is there and you bring in KD. I said it yesterday. If you move De'Aaron Fox and get KD, timeline is on pause a little bit. I don't think you're winning a championship with a rookie Dylan Harper and a second-year Stephon Castle in your backcourt. Even if you do get Kevin Durant, that's going to take a little while, and a third year.
What if you get Giannis?
Maybe that's still a pretty young backcourt to go win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty young. But if you have
check the age of OKC,
if you have SGA in his 7th season,
well, I'm saying let's check that. But they're 24 and a half. What's their average age? 23 and a half.
I'm talking about years of experience, though.
Okay,
years of experience. SGA, he's been around for a long time. Caruso been around for a long time. Dort been around for a long time. Jalen Williams and Chet are the youngest ones there. You're taking a whole team of Jalen Williams and Chet and saying win a championship. Not that they won't be good.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be a good team. But to say they win a championship next year with those many young guys, I think that's a little premature. But if you have Fox there now, which you do, Fox, Giannis or KD, and Wemby, yes, we're talking about a championship next year, potentially.
I'm
glad we're talking about De'Aaron again.
Yeah. I'd also say, like, look, I think
I've grown to hate that man.
A lot of things could have changed between now and then. And like, look, I think the biggest thing is that, like, Fox is now in a position where he might not feel real comfortable here in the coming months. Like, it's very, I mean, if Kevin Durant goes there, I would expect them to try to hold on to De'Aaron Fox because those two are really close. But outside of that,
think you don't have to give up De'Aaron for Kevin Durant. Like, they have so many assets. I don't think you have to. Giannis is a different story, though.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going after Giannis, like, I don't see a way you do that without De'Aaron Fox involved.
Well, I mean, you can give up a lot of picks in order to get Giannis. They still have a bunch of picks. They still have the number 2 pick in this year's draft.
Kings pick swap in 2031, and
that'll be in there. That'll be in there. Yeah, it's a mess, man. It's why, again, like, realistically, I wish the Kings would have waited until the summer and let whoever was going to be in charge of this thing, like, take control. Because if not, like, I think that they're, like, I'm getting more and more to the point where I believe that the Sacramento Kings that we've seen on the court this year will look nothing like the team that we see next season. Like, this coming year, we're getting to, there's so many things out there right now that I wouldn't be shocked if almost everyone is traded. And we heard this with Scott Perry that, you know, it took him a year to completely flip the entire Knicks roster. I would not be surprised if that's where we're heading here with the Kings. And from top to bottom, like, I don't know who will be left when this whole thing is, when the dust settles. And I've said it, you know, last week, I said it again, you know, early this week, like, be prepared for some of your favorite Kings to not be Kings, because there's a very good chance that that's going to be the case. And it wasn't, you know, the Band-Aid was ripped off when De'Aaron Fox got traded. And if De'Aaron Fox, your best player at 26, 27 years old, if he can get traded, anybody on that roster can get traded. Everyone on that roster can get traded. There is no one on that team that was better than De'Aaron Fox, even in the, you know, at all. And that now we're to a point where, like, you're going to keep remaking this thing in somebody else's image. And, you know, Scott Perry doesn't have ties to any of these players. And he does have ties to other players around the league that he might want to bring in here because he thinks that they can help him win. And at the end of the day, that's what this is about. It's about trying to put a winning basketball product on the court. And what we saw last year was not a winning basketball product.
I love the idea of Scott Perry sitting down with Vivek Ranadive for this job interview going, look, I hate your whole goddamn roster. I can't stand.
What if he just showed him clips? Here's me talking trash about Zach LaVine. Now
Yeah.
let me scroll to this one. Here's me talking trash about DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah. Can't stand none of them. I'm going to attempt to trade all of them. Only hire me if you understand I'm going to attempt to trade every single one on
That's
your
right.
sorry ass roster.
Here's a video of a T-Rex. That's
Hired.
Domas. I don't want him here either. Like,
Trying to figure out who Scott Perry likes and dislikes on this team is
yeah.
certainly been fun this offseason.
It's just getting started.
It is. How does he feel about Trae Young? Who knows? But I'm going to ask James anyways when Dilo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah, this thing's gotten out of control. Like,
Yes. Let's get out of control.
the crazy thing is, like, the walls of, like, I don't feel like they're leaking,
Yeah.
but everywhere else, man, like,
Yeah.
what that part of it is the standard was set last year that it was okay for people who weren't on the basketball court, their friends and family members, to go talk to people, whether it's media or friends or people out in the public. And all of a sudden that feels like it's okay, I guess, because this is crazy talk that we're one after another, like weird sources, like hitting me, hitting you, hitting everyone we know with new information.
I ain't doing
Like,
nothing, man. I'm just doing a radio show. I'm out the game. I just want to open truth and have a nightclub and
there it is.
wife and kids, and that's it.
Run your game.
Leave me alone. Run your game. Don't text me anything.
That's funny. Check the trade on subreddit. I don't go to Reddit or subreddit. I don't even know the difference between Reddit and subreddit.
I don't even know how to really like go to Reddit like that.
Chris Ochoa, I don't have the A's game on because it would be on here in my bar. And if I had the game on, I run the risk of it bogging the internet for some unforeseen reason.
A's
And
blew
killing.
another lead. I don't know if the game's over or not, but they blew another lead.
Who did?
The A's. They were up 3-0, I think. And at one point, it was 4-3 Angels. I don't know. I'm watching this Padres game.
It is 6-5. 6-5 Angels.
Well, A's
Only
are
the
bad.
7th. Man, for somebody who's an Angels fan who was equally bad or really close to it as the Sacramento A's, you probably shouldn't be talking trash so early. Your bullpen isn't good either. Look at that, Chris Ochoa. Angels roll into a double play. How about that? Suck it, Oxnard.
Shout out to Tustin, part of Orange County. I had a good time out there in Tustin, working at Pioneer Middle School.
The A's are frustrating to watch. Like they had a gym going, a pitching gym, all the way until the 7th inning. They bring in TJ McFarland, first pitch into the stands, tie game. Like, bro, you didn't even waste one. You just piped a fastball.
That A's bullpen is just travesty.
Oh, it's just horrific. Dallas Braden's trying to explain, well, I guess he was trying to get ahead in the count there. It's like, or behind in the game.
Poor Dallas just trying to call a baseball game.
Coming back, Hammer.
All right.
All right, back here with our man James Ham from the Insiders, 10 to 12 here on Sacramento Sports Leader. A couple of reminders. One, Game 3 of the NBA Finals coming up here on ESPN in just a little bit. Two, D-Lo and KC. A night with D-Lo and KC is taking place at Sky River Casino 1 week from Friday, June 20th. We'll be out on the patio at 32 Brew Street. No radio broadcast, no streaming broadcast. We're just going to hang out, eat, drink, tell some story, have some fun, and hopefully have a few people out there with us that we might not normally be able to get on the show for something like that. So 7 to 9, 1 week from Friday, June 20th. Make your plans to be with us. Back at Sky River for the first time, I think, since November.
That sounds about right, because it was a 102.5 night.
Yeah, we had the Veterans Day broadcast.
Yeah.
Then we had the mega broadcast with the wake up call and with KSFM. And I think I'm pretty sure that was November. It might have been December.
Kings beat the Spurs that night in San Antonio.
Oh, that's good. Happy moment, I guess. Happy moment for Kings basketball. Hammer, there are all sorts of rumors regarding the Sacramento Kings and Trae Young. You talked about it yesterday on the Insiders. You had trade proposals yesterday on the Insiders. Since then, obviously, things continue to leak. Rumors continue to be had. And I don't know where we are with this Trae Young situation, but I'll ask you, do you like the idea?
I don't hate the idea. First of all, I think like Trae Young is probably miscast in the role that he's played the last, 8 years in Atlanta, 7 years, whatever it is. Look, I think he's a very good player and he's a 4-time All-Star. He's only 26. He'll be 27, in September, something like that. He fits all the prerequisites. We're talking about a very, very good scorer. A guy who leads the NBA in assists and, someone who I think you can build around. But I also feel like, if you're looking at all the point guards available and we go through this list all the time, whether it's Trae or LaMelo or maybe Darius Garland, all of these guys that are potentially available, Trae is by far the most accomplished. And he's also one that when he steps on the court, you instantly think of him at least in the same light as you do De'Aaron Fox as a 1A. I think Darius Garland can be a 1A. I think LaMelo can be a 1A, but Trae has been a 1A for a long time. And I also just look at the way that team is built. He's been forced to be a very inefficient and sort of just chucker for that team because that's the team that they've built. And I think if he were here in Sacramento with Sabonis and with some other support pieces, you might be able to raise his shooting percentages greatly across the board. He's always going to be a bad defender. He's never going to be a lockdown anything. But I do think that you can get to a point where, as opposed to shooting 41% from the field and 34% from three, he's more like 45% from the field and 38% from three. And it's just because you can have him attack and have a lot more off-ball opportunities. And sure, the assist numbers would go down, but I'm pretty sure the 4.7 turnovers per game would also go down.
I look at his possible fit with Sabonis, and typically I want Trae Young to have a lob threat, but I think him and Sabonis on the offensive end at the very least can make good music together, man. You can do some dribble handoff stuff with Trae and Domas, and Trae not only being a 3-point threat, but curling off that, getting into the mid range, getting into his floater, could potentially be unguardable in certain situations if those two work together. I'm obviously all for a Trae Young deal, but I do understand the problems with having Trae Young here. You talk about him being miscast as a one. Trista talked about it yesterday. I'm aware of it. Still willing to take a chance, but he may not be a guy that's willing to take a backseat to anybody. You know, he may be a guy that, if I'm just for argument's sake, Zach LaVine was really the guy that things should be ran through, who's to say Trae wouldn't pout about it or whatever. I would like to think the coach that he's dealing with and just what he's got going on may help him be more of a team player. But those are some of the things you worry about with Trae Young. Once again, I take a chance on all of that. I think getting him out of Atlanta, getting him here in Sacramento, he'd figure some things out, but I'm aware of the red flags.
Yeah, I would just say that Trae's a better player than anyone on the Kings right now. Like, people can argue with me about whether he's a 1A or not. Like, 24 people make the All-Star team, right? 12 from the East, 12 from the West. He's been one of those 24 players like 4 times out of his 7 years in the league. So, like, this is a really, really good player. Like, you don't have to love his game, and it is a lot of, like, poor shot selection and weird stuff. But again, he leads the league in almost 12 assists a game. And like, with a really, really young team last year, like, he's relying on a bunch, and they went out and traded players down the stretch. Like, they traded Bogdanovic, they traded Hunter. Like, they stripped down his roster. Jalen Jackson missed a bunch of time, and he still goes out there and averages almost 12 assists a game. So yeah, I like him, man. I'd like to see what he looks like without. I think the Kings need a rim runner. Like, they really need to find like a 4 or 5 that's athletic, that can be a rim runner, whether it's for a guy like Trae or a guy like Malik Monk. But I also think that, Domas in a pick and roll with Trae Young would be devastating, because Trae is more of a threat in the pick and roll than a guy like De'Aaron Fox. So yeah, I don't know. I've never been like a huge Trae Young fan. But the other thing is, if you do go make that deal, which I do not think will happen, but if you do go make that deal, now it's on you to go get the forwards to play defense, to cover for the fact that Trae Young doesn't play defense at all. And so again, from everything I'm hearing is that like that there were talks, or at least framework of a deal, but that it does not sound like Scott Perry is enamored with the idea of adding Trae Young, who not only would come to your roster making like the same exact money as LaVine. So we're talking 46 and 49 million over the next 2 years. But the second he lands, and the second the NBA calendar rolls over in July, he wants a new massive extension. And if you're wrong about Trae Young being a star and being your number one, you're in for a long, long haul, because it's going to be a full, he wants a full 5 or 6 year contract extension that makes him like your franchise player.
And that's the beauty of having a live radio show and being on the air for 4 hours, is the evidence that Scott Perry doesn't like Trae Young is starting to mount. starting to turn into the OJ case. James Ham is going to find a glove on his way to work to just solidify. I don't think Scott Perry likes him. So I'm going to ask you, James, as if you're Scott Perry, and you answer as James Ham too. If not Trae, who fits Sacramento better, that is a realistic target for Sacramento, than Trae Young?
Well, I definitely, like, we're hearing that Darius Garland is a guy that that Scott Perry might really like. We know that he likes LaMelo Ball. Outside of that, we start, I guess it depends on what our criteria is, right? I think we all started with the idea that the Kings need a top 15 point guard. And I think it happens pretty quickly, where you start running out of players that might be available that fit that. LaMelo, I think, has the opportunity to be a top 15 point guard. Whether he is right now or not is kind of tough, just because he plays for a team that's horrible and his stats are inflated because of that. I think Trae Young is clearly a top 15 point guard. He's probably a top 7 point guard in the NBA. I think Darius Garland's probably a top 10 point guard in the NBA. So that's where I'm kind of sticking with that group. And you're hoping that you can go out there and figure out a way to land one of these guys. But nothing says that any of these guys are going to be available. Like, especially, and nothing says that the Kings are going to outbid other teams. And so that's always the problem. I just think that, again, when it comes to Trae, he might be the most available out of all of them. Although I do know that the Ball, like, you can get Ball out of Charlotte without any question. It's going to cost you, but you can. And then Darius Garland really comes down to, like, can the Cavs find a team to take on some of these other contracts that they made mistakes on that would help reduce their luxury tax dollar? They're like considerably over the not only the luxury tax, but I believe they're over the second apron. Yeah, let's see, for this year, they're 218 million right now as it stands. And that's without, Ty Jerome back under contract, but that's not a good thing for them at all. Like, I don't know what exactly the luxury tax, like the first and second apron, are going to be at, but they probably need to shave 15, 20 million, get closer to 200 million just to be in the ballpark of not being a second apron team. And that's not going to be easy to do.
Do you believe Scott Perry and these BJ Armstrong, whoever else is in the front office, is looking at this offseason as an opportunity to go out and get a big time guy like a Trae, a LaMelo? Darius Garland, maybe a half notch below that, but do you think they're looking at this as an opportunity, with knowing that you have to move DeMar and maybe some other things, to say, hey, we need to be aggressive and go big game hunting? Or are they content with, hey, we'll just play this year out as much as we can, and we won't rush this thing? How do you think their approach might be?
No, they're gonna try to, like, to flip this roster as quick as possible. Like, at least that's what I get. Like, when you look at, some of the flexibility that they have right now, a lot of that flexibility goes away. Like, we always talk about DeMar DeRozan's contract. If you don't have DeMar DeRozan's contract, if you wait until next year, and even if you opt to only take, like, you opt out of the extra year and you only pay him 10 million for next year. Well, once you do that, you can't trade him. You can't trade the $10 million buyout. You can trade him as a $26 million player, but the Kings need that $26 million or $25 million cap space to trade. They do. Like, one of the problems they had 2 years ago was they got to a point where they ran out of players. Harrison Barnes was a free agent. They had Trey Lyles was still a free agent. They had all these players that they wanted to bring back, but they didn't have any players under contract to go trade. And they also didn't have cap space to go and make some major move without saying goodbye to those players. So you could have, just dumped, you could have like waived your rights to Harrison Barnes and had his Larry Bird rights go away, but also his cap hold. But until you did that, until you had a replacement, you couldn't do it. And then they end up going back to Harrison and working out a deal, right? So, like, sometimes just the value of having a $25 million player, whether he's good or not, whether he fits your system or not, it doesn't matter, because you're going to need that 25 million bucks if you're going to go out and trade for a $30 million player, or if you're going to add Valanciunas' contract, and next thing you know, you're up to 35 and you can maybe trade for a $43 million player. Like, you have to have those contracts, which is one of the reasons why they brought back Harrison Barnes on that deal. What was he making? Like 17, 18, and 19 million. And it was very specific because they wanted to make sure they had a trade chip on their bench that they could actually move, which is why not only did they tell him that was the idea. They signed him. Harrison's like, heck yeah, I'll take the 50 something million bucks. That's fine. But then once we got into the season, it was almost like right away that Harrison Barnes' name starts coming up as possible trade targets for teams. And it's because they had signed him with and were honest with him at the time, I believe, and told him, hey, look, we may look to move you, but at least you'll be financially secure when we move you.
Yeah, it sounds like Hammer, go back to what you said to start this conversation. Scott Perry took a year to flip the New York Knicks and turn them into something else, and that might be something we see over the course of the next 30 days, something that we see leading into February, something that we see over the next year is a new version of the Sacramento Kings. I think a lot of fans will be left wondering, though, what does that look like? Is this the Tyler Jennings, give me prospects, and what was the other word he used? Potential. Give me prospects and potential, or is this how can retool this lineup a little bit to become a more competitive team and maybe open up our window a little bit? We have no idea because as previously established, we have no idea what Scott Perry thinks of anyone on this roster.
No.
I think we. Well, I mean, I have an idea on a couple of players. What he feels about a couple of players.
On the podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
One of them you can download, like, and subscribe if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, but I may or may not have had conversations with people around the team, and like I know that there are players that he likes, but at the same time, like there's a difference between liking someone and okay. So here I'll make it this way. I think this works, right? So you buy a house, right? But it's not a new house. It's 10 years old. You go into the house and you love everything inside the house, except for you don't like the countertops. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to give them a little bit of time and see if they grow on me. But there's a good chance I'm going to wipe out those countertops here. And that's where I think you walk in and you start working on the countertops and say, okay, I can't deal with this. But then once you pull the countertops, you're like, okay, I don't like the backsplash, and I kind of want a different sink, and go with one of those new farmer sinks that everyone seems to love.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, you're like, you know what? Does the paint color really match? Do I love the paint on the cabinets? I'm more of a light wood, not a dark wood cabinet guy. Maybe I should have the cabinet stripped down while I have this. So next thing you know, you buy this house and it doesn't look anything like the house that you bought. You're sitting there making one adjustment after another until it doesn't look anything like the same house. It's just playing the same building, put on the same uniforms the other guys put on. And so I would say that there's a difference between loving a player that you drafted and a difference between really liking somebody that you inherited on a roster. You don't have the same tie to it. It's not something you built with your own hands. It's not something you chose when you were picking out the colors for the house. It's something that someone else chose. And now you're the one who's got to figure out a way to change it. And I wouldn't doubt that, I don't know if we'll see a full roster swap in 2 years, but I also wouldn't be shocked if we do. I could see all three of your big three being gone by the time we get to mid-July.
Mid-July this year?
Yeah. Yeah.
Scott Perry better be James Ham if he's going to do that much construction. He better show up to the Golden One Center with a hammer and a drill like James did.
Straight up.
Did do that.
Hammer, game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight. What are you thinking about this one?
Man, it's a big one. I kind of feel like if OKC comes out and plays the same game they did last time, we're all going to start feeling like the series is over. But I think that the Indiana is going to come out swinging. They've been really good at home, and their crowd is going to be ridiculous. And I think that they're ready to compete tonight.
Do you agree with me in the aspect that I think if Indiana wants a chance to win this series, they have to win both of these games at home? If they split and give OKC back the home court advantage, I don't see them winning another game in OKC. I feel like they got their one in OKC. If they want to win the NBA Finals, I think they got to win these next two games. If they don't win one of the next two games, I think it's OKC in the driver's seat again.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, you're going to have to split these two home games for sure, and you'd hope that they do better than that. But man, OKC is tough. I would not be totally surprised if when my partner Kyle gets back next week, this is a 3-1 series and it's almost over, and that the Thunder almost champs. But like, look, this is like the put up or shut up moment, right? And I think that every time we underestimate Indiana, they come back and they do something unexpected. And I think there is a possibility of like what we saw where Minnesota just ran over the Thunder for one game. We could still see that. And so like I'm not going to count out the Pacers from at least winning one of these two at home, but I don't think they'll win the series.
Yeah, we need. We were talking about this earlier, Hammer. I don't want to say it all comes down to Pascal Siakam. It doesn't all come down to Pascal Siakam. But if Siakam plays like he did in the first two, this series isn't worth discussing. They had 34 points in both game one and game two. That's not going to be good enough. You got Pascal Siakam and you got Miles Turner down there. You're going to have to find a way to make things difficult for that Oklahoma City Thunder defense. Right now, Oklahoma City Thunder defense is making your life miserable. That's the stat. That's the number one stat I'm watching tonight. The more that they're able to do inside, the more I think those threes will be a little bit more open. Maybe they fall at a greater clip than they did in game two. Maybe they find themselves shooting like they did in game one, and all of a sudden, maybe you're not winning on a Tyrese Halliburton finish, but maybe you have an opportunity to win that game late. They obviously have to keep themselves close. They can't continue to hang their hat on being this miracle basketball team of destiny. They've got to put together a 48-minute game, which they haven't done yet this series.
Yeah, and I honestly think it all starts with Halliburton. Like they're just like someone is physically holding on to him the entire game, and he's not being able to shake Wiggins or like name that player, whether it's Dort or Caruso or why am I drawing a blank? The kid that's starting now Casey Wallace. Like they're just limiting everything, and that's why we're not getting a bunch of lobs and a lot of like breakdowns in the key. It's because Halliburton can't get to the key. He can't get inside the 3-point line on most possessions. So what I would like to see is Indiana throw a bunch of really, really hard screens at the Thunder and see if you can free up Halliburton to move around with a little bit more like fluidity. And if he can move around, number one, you'll get the buckets at the rim, but you'll also see that those 3-point shots open up. I really think that like it's tough for Siakam to be Siakam when Halliburton can't be Halliburton. Halliburton has to be the guy, and he's got to break down that Thunder defense the best he can, and then he's got to orchestrate this thing. And if he can do that, I think they've got a shot.
Well, we'll be back here with James Ham tomorrow at 10 a.m. We got the NBA Finals coming up here in just about 30 minutes on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
R.I.P. Ananda Lewis.
R.I.P. Brian Wilson. We just talked about Brian Wilson last week, the Beach Boys lead singer.
Yes, and his friendship with Marilyn Manson.
That's right.
Oh, that really, really, no, not Marilyn Manson, Charles Manson.
Charles Manson, yeah, not Marilyn Manson. Charles Manson.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with having a friendship with Marilyn Manson. That's perfectly fine.
That's funny.
All right, guys, you know the drill, man. We got to run. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe. Oh, you already did that. We'll see y'all later.